me good now. Big. What? Mist's case. Gift box. Alright, do this. hold up. Gel ring? Oh. Foot gear. A Baphomet, right? Yep. I need to cheap stuff. Okay. Zerum card is freaking 2.6? No way. Damn. Shit card. Altaman Fensta. You know what? I'm gonna farm for like an hour. Then let's see if I can get another one. Let's put this back in here. Do some. Okay. We're gonna go back. Alright. I'm gonna go back to farming. Come on. Alright. What's the fight? Or I just need a couple and then we good. watch something. $15 bow broken at bat. Dude, I haven't even gotten a single one, man. I have 13 now in my storage. After this, I'm gonna upgrade it. I'm just grabbing for a couple more, and then I'm gonna upgrade more bows, dude. We'll see, we'll see. Hopefully, at least give me one plus 10, dude. Just one. I'll be happy. I can do, yeah, I can do it. I mean, eventually I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna get that, but I don't know how long. Because I want to get it before endless power again. Because my guildmates want me, you know, to have the bow. There you go. One down. I need one more. Pumpo. Just one more, then I'll be happy. But Just one more. It's over for now. Another 30 minutes. Come on, mate. Just one more. There you go. Second one. If I can get another one, that'd be dope. After this awakening. Nice. Third one. Good drops today. Will I get another one? Good. It's a good day today, man. Yep. Okay, we got about 16 bows now. 16. I'm gonna upgrade it after this. Let's see. I just need... Just give me one. Just like 1 plus 10. That'd be dope. Let's go upping. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this one. 14 minutes left, or 15 minutes. I'm gonna exhaust this one, and then yeah. Then I'm gonna go upgrades. Will I get a fourth one? Let's go. Let's see if I can get a fourth one. That'd be dope, but I'm happy. I'm happy with this. 3 bows. 3 bows in an hour. It's really good. Almost an hour, I should say. Nine more minutes. 9 more minutes. Come on. More minutes. Almost there. 1 more minute. Three bows. Nice. Who's this? Mask. Goblin mask. Again. Alright, it's over. It's over. I get this. That in there. That bow. No one's picking up. Hold up. Pick this up. That's it. Here we go. Let me put this away. Let's go, let's go. Okay. Wait, hold up. Yeah, I need like 100. Hmm. All right. You know what? I'm gonna do a process of elimination. Do 100 first. Oh. Well, whatever. I can just buy it anyway. Let's do 50. I'm gonna plus 9 all. I'm gonna plus 9 all of these, and then I'm gonna do plus 10s. I'm pretty sure most of these will never make it to plus 9. Do a safe limit. Yep, called it. What? And I'm so unlucky today. What the fuck? You know what? Let's do a straight 9. Not even. Dude, I'm so unlucky. I don't think I'm gonna get it. What is going on, dude? Okay. How many Pracons do I have left? I don't have Pracons. What's my upper now? I can't even make it to plus 9. What? That's crazy. Yesterday was so easy. Even plus 8. Yo, the game needs to chill, man. A game. You need to chill. I have no idea what's going on. Everything is failing. I have like this much left. safe limit. Let's go. Yes. There it is. All right, we got one at least. I'm gonna upgrade more of these. Hold up. Seven. Just can't, man. Got 10. First plus 9. Take that. Got 2. How many Freakons? I got that. Out of 16, we got 3 plus 9s. Holy fuck. Except this one. Let's see. Who's this? Yeah, okay. Okay, that one was trash. We got 3 out of 15. Yo, that is crazy. Okay. We need 2. Go for 0. We're gonna get, dude, we're gonna get 0. 100%. Alright, let's go. Oh, what? Go. Is that okay? Yes. Alright, here we go. Last 2. The last 2. What are the fucking chances? Last one, man. Last one. I'm going back again to farming non-stop. Here we go. Nada. Zilch. 0 fucking plus 10. That was insane, dude. No, I want plus 10. It's either plus 10 or bust. I want plus 10. I'm gonna go back again. No worries, dude. I'm gonna farm again. Dude, 16 out of that? I got 3? Damn, that was so unfortunate. Is there someone selling bow? This one is selling plus 10, but it's 8 million. This guy is so lucky. He got 1. Zipper is nice. Attack plus 30, drain 1 HP each time the user is attacking. Yeah, I don't. It's a merchant. I don't think it's good for me though. But that was so unfortunate. Jesus. Unlucky. Alright, I'm gonna go have a lunch and then I'm gonna go back to farming again all day. Jesus. Unlucky. Let's do a unlucky. What is this? Kushel merch. Altaman and Festa. Old man? Fenster? What's a fenster? Okay. So unlucky, dude. Fuck. So unlucky. All right, I'm gonna grab a lunch and then I'll be back. Alright, see ya. I'll watch something. Gotta be nice.
What up, friendos? Welcome back. There's been a real big W in the world of video games today from Sony, of all companies, and very rarely do we ever get to say there's been a big W from Sony as a PC perspective. New in-game content incentives coming to PlayStation games on PC. Now, this, on the surface level of the title, doesn't sound all too great, right? New incentives, what does that mean? I'll tell you what it means. You no longer have to sign in a PSN account when playing these single-player games on PC, which has been something that obviously became like a big deal when Helldivers 2 was first doing the rounds and being very popular, and they obviously introduced the PSN account sign-ins. Apparently that should have been in at launch. It wasn't, due to a bug or whatever, so it was disabled. And then when they brought it in, they did it in the worst imaginable way, because they essentially bricked a bunch of people that had access to the game, could play the game, and then because PSN's only available in a certain amount of territories around the world, basically if you weren't in one of those, good fucking luck, you can't play the game. And that has remained true. Now, I can't speak on whether or not that's something that's within Sony's immediate power to change, because I do know that making a product available in certain countries is difficult, shall we say. Everywhere has different laws, everywhere has different regulations and things like that. We don't know whether or not this change means that all games that you don't have to sign into a PSN account for will now suddenly be available, whether it'll be retroactive or what, whether you'll be able to be from one of these places and go and now buy Spider-Man 2 or whatever, even though you are not on the PSN country list because you don't have to sign into PSN. We'll have to see how that goes. But there's something really funny, because there always has to be with this, that we'll go over in a minute. But basically what this means is games like Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, Marvel Spider-Man 2, which comes out tomorrow, apparently, Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, God of War Ragnarok, will offer in-game content unlocks for users playing with a PlayStation Network account. Which this was always the common sense approach to this, right? I said it when I initially covered the lockdown, I guess, of the Helldivers 2 situation. It's very easy to bamboozle gamers to get them to do what you want. Don't force them to do something. Just say, here, have a hat. If you link your account, get a temporary experience boost. Get some of these coins we've generated for the cash shop for free. Get a hat. Get a special cape. And all those motherfuckers will sign up for the thing and log into it. You don't have to force anyone to do anything. Just give them like a special PlayStation cape. Like, do the very bare minimum and you will have zero resistance. It's how you know the people making decisions like this just have no concept of what gamers are like or what they do or whatever, because it would be so easy to just get exactly what you want with no resistance. But instead, they force-fed everyone this, fucked over a bunch of people, and made a big old mess of it. But now they're understanding that people don't want to sign into a PSN account to play single-player games. So I'll read it to you, and then we'll go over the funny part, because with Sony fans, there is always a funny part. So starting with tomorrow's release of Marvel Spider-Man 2, we'll talk about that in a minute, because that is an interesting scenario. We're working to add more benefits to playing on an account for PlayStation Network. Last of Us 2 Remastered comes out on April 3rd, 2025. In addition to God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, we'll all soon be adding in-game content unlocks for PlayStation Network account users. An account for PlayStation Network will become optional for these titles on PC. Players who still opt to sign into the PlayStation Network account will also enjoy added benefits like trophies and friend management. All good, all good. And then it shows here what you will get if you sign in with Marvel Spider-Man 2. You'll get early unlock suits, great. Again, just give them a hat. God of War Ragnarok, you'll gain access to Armor of the Black Bear set for Kratos and the lost items chest in the Realm Between Realms. Give them a hat. Blah blah blah. We don't really need to see this. Game creators at PlayStation Studios will continue to work on bringing more benefits to players who sign up for a PlayStation Network account, so be sure to follow. Blah blah blah. Now, obviously, with Spider-Man 2 coming out, it's really interesting, right, that PC players and PC game like re-releases of Sony games, they just don't seem to give a fuck, do they? Because this game has one of the worst Steam pages ever. You can't pre-order the game. You can't pre-download the game. Again, I don't think you should be pre-ordering anyway, but I mean, it's a game. People know whether it's good or not because it already exists. There's always going to be a question, though, is how competent of a port is it going to be? Is it going to run like shit on PC? You know, are they going to put in any effort to make PC options usable? Like, are you going to be able to play in higher resolutions with higher frame rates? Is there going to be FPS locks? Is there going to be, you know, X, Y, and Z? Are these going to be things? Are you going to have ultra wide support? Things like that. They're what you'd want to be looking for like a review of a port or whatever before you spend money on it. So pre-ordering is a bad idea. But they don't even have the option. They don't even have the fucking system specifications, the requirements to play the game 18 hours from release. Like, they've put no effort into this whatsoever. It just makes no sense. And this has kind of been the case for a lot of Sony games coming to PC. They treat the launches as if it's just kind of like fucking poof, it just appears. You know it's there, you know it's coming, but there's just no marketing around it. There's nothing whatsoever. Nobody knew this was even happening unless you were like a big Spider-Man fan or whatever, and for whatever reason didn't have it on PlayStation already, which I imagine if you're a big Spider-Man fan you probably did. But it just goes to show you'll see an argument being made in a minute from PlayStation fans that devaluing the PlayStation console and the Sony brand by putting things on PCs really bad. And look, they don't even get that many sales. Obviously, more than zero is better than zero because it's money you didn't previously have. And also, of course, they're not going to make crazy money on PC because they put little effort into the port. They don't market them. They're usually quite a while after the game initially released anyway, so most people that are bothered by it would probably have bought it because PC people are the ones more likely to have consoles and things, whereas console people are usually quite tribal about, I'm a Xbox gamer, I'm a PlayStation gamer, whereas PC people are just like, I'll mostly play on PC, but I might also own consoles or whatever because I'm just gonna play games. It is what it is. So there's that. And then obviously some smart people are like, this is great news. Forcing Steam users to log into an extra account was annoying, especially ruins the experience on Steam Deck. Providing incentives to PSN sign-in is a great way to go about it. It is. I'm glad we agree. Yeah, it absolutely is. But then you see people like this. Sony, just cancel PC ports entirely. You're gonna realize real soon, my friend, that not only are they not going
All right, we're back. Farming. She got sunglasses. Let me help this one out. Now I have to go back. All right, we gotta get storage. I'm gonna start. There's no one's selling Awakening Potion. Yep, no one. Well, I guess I have to buy it. Nice sideways guns logo though. Oh, you noticed. A couple of people noticed. Oh, you know guns, huh? Yeah, started playing in 05 and still private servers from time to time, lol. I mean, it's coming out, dude. It's coming out on Steam, so I don't think people will have to play on private server anymore. You know what I'm saying? Actually, damn. I remember the good old days of IJJI, dude. Is it EG? IJJI or IG? I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, I'm in the Discord, but no confirmed date yet. My IGN was Multi from Atlantis, and several headshoot fans mainly did CW. Fan Wars. But you didn't do the what do you call that? Forgot. There was PvE as well. Cause I mainly do yeah, I did CW as well, Fan Wars. But I also did the PvE. Oh, you did as well? Quite surprised people still, you know, remember guns. You did that stuff from time to time, but not much though. Yeah, I did it too. Questing. No, I'm just hunting for combo. I need a lot of it because I'm breaking them. I need +10, pretty much. That's it. And you know what? I've broken about 31. Pretty sure you know case styles and shit, huh? Because it seems like you still play. Yeah, you're still on private server. All that shit. Pretty sure K-Star contributed to your wrist problem. Carpal tunnels, dude? Did you get a carpal tunnel? All that shit. Yeah? You got it. I got carpal tunnel on that one. I had to stop. I had to stop at that time. Because, you know, it was getting competitive. Like, too much. It was, like, too much. Same time I was getting carpal tunnel. So I had to stop. Oh, got another one. Nice. I just thought I'd hop in because I saw the Guns logo. It surprised me a lot. Well, yeah. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Have fun, man. Who are these people? Oops. I'm gonna watch this.
There's a common phrase among urbanists that goes, "You're not stuck in traffic, you are traffic," referring to drivers who complain about congestion, not realizing that they are contributing to it. Suburbanites will say that the city is noisy, not realizing that most of that noise comes from suburbanites driving their cars into the city. Some people will complain that building bike lanes or transit lanes will make pollution worse because cars will spend more time idling in traffic, not realizing that providing viable alternatives to driving will mean fewer people need to drive in the first place. British psychologist Ian Walker refers to this as motor normativity, also known as car brain. Many cities in North America are designed exclusively for cars. It didn't used to be that way, nor does it have to be. But because driving is so normalized, people view cars as the default form of transportation and can't comprehend how it's possible to live without them. Car crashes and dangerous driving are seen as unavoidable. It's just an everyday part of modern life. I mean, there's an entire genre on YouTube with thousands of videos dedicated to car crash compilations. And there's even an entire TV show called Canada's Worst Driver that has over 14 seasons and 115 episodes.
Stopped at a green light. You're stopped at a green light?
Yes.
This assumption that everyone should drive and has to drive results in many bad drivers on the road because, believe it or not, some people are just not cut out to drive. And that's completely fine. Yet, we consistently build cities exclusively for cars and design streets that prioritize vehicle speeds rather than the safety of people. We need to change the way we approach road safety because, as of now, bad driving has become normalized.
What are you saying, fam? Yo! What, fam? Yo!
Toronto's most notorious speed camera was just taken down by vandals.
Not only are full self-driving cars 1,000 times safer, it would fix traffic, and you'll be able to drive everywhere at like 120 miles an hour.
In March of 2020, at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, US Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin made this statement. "We don't shut down the economy because tens of thousands of people die on the highways. It's a risk we accept so we can move about." Over 40,000 Americans die each year from traffic collisions, and hundreds of thousands are severely injured, many of which face permanently life-altering conditions. To put that into perspective, that's equivalent to a fully loaded Airbus A380, the world's largest commercial aircraft, crashing into the ground and killing everyone on board every single week. This has reached crisis levels as pedestrian fatalities have increased dramatically over the past decade, a trend not seen in other developed countries. So no, it's not because of cell phones. But in America, we brush this off as being the cost of doing business. That's just the price we pay to keep the wheels of the economy turning. The two biggest culprits of this are vehicle speed and vehicle size. Anyone who knows a bit of physics understands that the formula for kinetic energy is half an object's mass times velocity squared. So as cars get bigger and heavier and as people drive faster, the chances of dying from a collision increase exponentially. But in the US and Canada, it's widely accepted to treat speed limits like suggestions, that it's okay to drive 10 or 20 over the speed limit because everyone does it, and the police aren't gonna bother ticketing you. One study finds that 42% of drivers don't even consider themselves to be speeding until they're 10 to 14 miles per hour over the speed limit. One psychological reason for this is that the vast majority of drivers don't face any consequences for driving dangerously most of the time. Speeding, running red lights, and driving while impaired happen very often, but for an average person, the chances of getting into a collision are pretty rare. I mean, if it wasn't, nobody would be driving. But this makes many drivers overconfident. They see that their actions don't have immediate consequences, so they're much more likely to keep doing it. Studies show that most people believe they are better drivers than they actually are, and people tend to underestimate the risks that come with breaking the rules. Speed is one of the biggest reasons why cars crash into buildings so often here in North America. The official number is poorly documented, but this is estimated to happen at least 100 times a day in the US, and many experts still think that's an undercount. Cars crashing onto sidewalks have also become so common that this was a genuine tweet from the Colorado State Patrol. They're basically telling people to only walk one way down the sidewalk so you can make eye contact with the distracted driver who's about to kill you. I mean, it's not like there's anything we can do about it. When we try to do enforcement through speed cameras, speed traps, or ticketing, many people scoff at it, claiming they're just cash grabs or that they're useless. They'll claim that speeding is actually safer because you're just going with the flow of traffic, which is true, but everyone is still speeding. Some people will take this further and go out of their way to block or destroy speed cameras. In Toronto, there are over 500 cases of this in a single year, and one particular camera was spray painted on 31 times over the span of just a few months. Here's Parkside Drive, a street that's notorious for speeding cars, aggressive driving, and frequent collisions. Over the past 10 years, there have been over 1,400 collisions on this road, leading to 5 serious injuries and 3 deaths. After a collision in 2021 involving 5 vehicles and the death of a 70-year-old couple, the City of Toronto reduced the speed limit and installed a speed camera, which has since issued over 63,000 tickets and generated nearly $7 million, making Parkside Drive one of the most ticketed roads in Toronto. According to the city, these measures have reduced the average speed, but some vehicles were still caught going over 120 kilometers an hour. The only thing here that's keeping people from driving faster is all the traffic. That speed camera was vandalized earlier this year because, of course it was, and recently, someone chopped it down like a tree. A few days later, the city put it back up, but on the same day, someone chopped it down again. I don't think speed cameras are effective at reducing speeding, and there are much better ways of slowing down cars, which I'll get to later. But it really shows just how normalized it is for drivers to break the rules when cyclists are constantly scrutinized for rolling through a stop sign, while this is considered heroic. Traffic collisions have become synonymous with the term accident, as if these collisions are unexpected and unpreventable. Recently, I've been really into those airline crash documentaries. You know those videos that dive super deep into aviation incidents and why they happened? If you watch any of those, you would know that crash investigations are complicated. They don't just blame the pilots and fire them. They go super deep into all the underlying psychological and systemic factors that led to the crash. The airlines restructure pilot training and adopt stricter maintenance procedures. The aircraft manufacturers improve their technology and quality control. Well, unless you're Boeing. But the point here is that it's complicated, and it's all done so that we're 99.9% sure that a similar crash won't happen again. Now compare that to the way we treat car crashes. In North America, there's a huge emphasis on personal responsibility. Whenever a car crash occurs, the conversation is always about whose fault it was.
Yep.
That person did something wrong to cause the crash, and if we all be more careful next time, we
No, you can't do that because insurance companies
can avoid those crashes.
Well-
They're always blamed on the behavior of individual road users, as if that's the only factor that leads to crashes. They'll say that our roads aren't inherently dangerous, stupid people are dangerous. This is one of the main arguments people make for autonomous vehicles. Driverless cars will remove human error from our roads. Our cities will be safer than ever. You'll sometimes hear about the techno-utopian future where every car is self-driving and communicates with each other in real time, allowing them to flow through intersections seamlessly. But man, I would hate to have to cross this thing. The very first fatal collision involving an autonomous vehicle happened here in Tempe, Arizona. A woman jaywalked across this road at night and was hit by one of Uber's first autonomous vehicles. The crash report concluded that the person in the vehicle was at fault for not paying attention, the woman was at fault for jaywalking, and Uber was at fault because their vehicle didn't even classify them as a pedestrian until 1.2 seconds before the crash. But do you really think people have the attention spans to just sit in a self-driving car and look out the window in case anything happens? Back in 2013, when Google was first testing its autonomous vehicles, they gave it out to several employees, telling them to always pay attention, never take their hand off the steering wheel, and that hidden cameras would be watching them. Despite these warnings, people were texting, putting on makeup, and falling asleep, all while they were driving on a highway. There have also been several cases of people getting arrested or killed while riding in a driverless Tesla, despite Elon Musk claiming that they are feature-complete, full self-driving. People just become reliant on technology very quickly, so if drivers are expected to manually take over when something goes wrong, what's gonna happen when people start driving less and lose their driving skills? Better technology and automation allows us to push the limits, add backup cameras to vehicles and people might stop looking over their shoulders, add lane change assistance technology and people might stop using their mirrors. It would be naive to think that technology will just make all our problems go away without introducing new problems that we didn't even consider before. Going back to that crash in Arizona, this is where it took place. It's effectively a 4-lane highway sitting right beside a park and a concert venue. Before the crash, this median had a decorative brick pathway, which looks a lot like a pedestrian path. Yet there isn't a single crosswalk unless you walk nearly 400 feet to the north or 2,700 feet across the river to the south. But instead of actually adding more crosswalks and redesigning the road to slow down cars, the city replaced the brick pathways with rocks and added more signs prohibiting pedestrians. This is ultimately the issue here. Traffic engineers actively design roads that are hostile to people walking for the sake of speeding up cars. So is it really a surprise that speeding and road safety are such major issues here? We already have these solutions to our transportation problems, but most of them involve slowing down the cars, which is just unacceptable for American cities. Instead, we get told that better technology and self-driving cars will solve all of our problems without fixing the underlying issue, which is our inefficient and dangerous car-dependent transportation system. It's like a drug addict claiming he'll be rich and successful without changing his unhealthy addictions. Decades of road safety research and best practices from around the world show that road and street design is one of the biggest factors in speed-related collisions. Wide, flat, and straight roads make it easy and comfortable to drive at high speeds. But narrow streets with curves and obstacles like trees or bollards will make drivers uncomfortable driving too fast and reduce the damage if a crash does occur. We need to accept that when a driver crashes onto the sidewalk, they are the ones to face the consequences and not the innocent people walking on the sidewalk. A great example is the Vision Zero strategy first adopted by Sweden in the 90s, or the sustainable safety approach from the Netherlands. When a crash occurs, human error is considered, but they also look at how the environment and the design of the street can be changed to avoid future crashes. This is how Oslo, the capital of Norway, achieved 0 pedestrian fatalities in 2019. Hoboken in New Jersey hasn't had a single pedestrian death in the past 7 years, after the city redesigned several intersections to improve visibility. Going back to Parkside Drive, the city has proposed redesigning the street and adding bike lanes, which are proven to make streets safer for all road users. But this has upset many people because it would slow down vehicle travel times by 1 to 3 minutes. Mind you, this is a street that runs right in between a residential neighborhood and the largest public park in the city, with sports facilities, playgrounds, and a zoo for children. So I really don't agree with framing this issue in terms of traffic flow as opposed to safety. But you'll see this constantly, people opposing road safety improvements like bike lanes, even on small residential neighborhood streets, or even major streets that are lined with shops and have rapid transit under it. They actively fight against infrastructure that will save people's lives, all because it would slow down their cars by a few minutes. If you were to go back 100 years, however, this attitude would be completely different. In the 1920s, it was perfectly fine for people to just walk across the street. Streets were universally recognized as shared public spaces. But as cars became faster and started killing thousands of people every year, they were viewed as deadly intruders, and people overwhelmingly wanted strict regulations like speed governors on them. Whenever a motor vehicle struck someone walking, the motorist was fully responsible, because, you know, they were the ones driving a big fast vehicle on a busy street. The auto industry knew that cars were fast and deadly, but tight regulations would destroy their profits. So they spent millions of dollars on massive campaigns to redefine the streets as a space exclusively for cars. They lobbied the government and actively fought against measures to limit their speed. They sponsored school safety campaigns to brainwash children, and they invented the term jaywalking to shame people for crossing the street. Within just a decade, the auto industry had gaslighted everyone into believing streets were motor thoroughfares, and people walking were now the intruders rather than the victims. Today, the way we treat bicycles and electric micromobility is the same way we treated cars back in the 1920s. When it comes to cars, we're willing to sacrifice safety for the sake of speed and convenience. But when it comes to bicycles or scooters, they're treated like a major safety hazard. Sure, there are cases where e-bike riders have injured people on the sidewalk, but the vast majority of fatal collisions and injuries are caused by cars, and we don't pay much attention to this anymore because it's so normalized. Micromobility isn't the problem, it's part of the solution. Encouraging people to cycle instead of drive will make our streets safer, because the safest car trip is the one that never happens in the first place. Here's the thing though, in many parts of the US and Canada, you literally cannot go anywhere without a car, which means that children and people's grandmas with poor eyesight are forced to drive. Otherwise, they have no independent mobility at all. Yet, as soon as a child turns 16, learning to drive is seen as a rite of passage, a step they take to finally become an adult. That learning to drive grants you the freedom and independence to go wherever you want. And if you don't do this, people look down on you and tell you to grow up. How other people have to drive you around for the rest of your life. Or they'll assume you're just a drunk driver who got their license taken away. Car dependency forces people who don't want to drive or shouldn't be driving to drive. Sure, driverless cars might help, but a lack of accessibility is a problem inherently caused by car-dependent planning. So, are they really necessary? In many walkable neighborhoods, it's already common to see children or old people getting around by themselves and being fully independent. Even in the suburbs, like here in Markham, Ontario, this bike lane allows many seniors to safely bike themselves to this mall, which is a vital community gathering space for Chinese Canadians. AVs are not here to save the planet, they're here to save the auto industry. When I imagine a city of the future, I don't think of this. I think of this. Pedestrianized plazas that encourage people to walk around and relax. Massive transportation hubs with fast, frequent intercity trains and automated metros. High-quality bicycle paths and giant bicycle parking garages to encourage active transportation. And lots of greenery and rivers integrated into the urban fabric. Traffic, pollution, and road safety are simply not as big of an issue in these places, And they achieved this without any fancy sci-fi technology at all. There's so many good alternatives here that the only people who drive here are those that really want to or need to. And because those drivers likely walk, cycle, or take transit themselves, they're much more sympathetic to people outside a car. Are there bad drivers here? Yeah, probably. But bad driving is just not as normalized as it is in car-dependent societies. The solution is not banning cars, just like how we didn't just flat out ban cigarettes, but we did ban smoking from bars, restaurants, and most indoor places. We did force cigarette companies to cover their packaging with health warnings. Cars are obviously different. They're much more useful and have completely changed the way we travel and move goods. And sure, if you live on a farm in the middle of Nebraska, yeah, you probably need a car. This whole channel is probably irrelevant to you. But cars are also much more deadly and destructive to people and the environment. So for most people living in dense urban areas, limiting cars from certain places makes a lot of sense. We can start by pedestrianizing streets and slowly building wider sidewalks and bike lanes. Once we've expanded our public transit system and densified our downtowns, we can introduce congestion pricing and add stricter penalties for reckless driving. When smoking bans were first introduced, many people were against it. But after a while, people saw how great it was, and now you can never imagine going back. Likewise, congestion pricing in New York has made a lot of people upset because people don't like change, especially when it affects them. But I would bet you $9 that a year after congestion pricing gets implemented, most people are gonna forget about it because they'll see just how much better it makes the city. This happened when cars were banned from Central Park. People were angry, but now you would be crazy to think that we should let cars back in. The same thing is happening to Hyde Park in Toronto. The city started closing it to cars on weekends, which has summoned every single Karen to protest about how they can't drive their 90-year-old grandma into the park anymore. But as surveys from the city show, most people would prefer a car-free park. Bad driving is normalized, but we can change what's normal through slow incremental steps. It just takes some time getting used to.
Interesting. Self-driving hell. Okay, let's do that.
A lot has been said about the future of self-driving cars. Some people take a very negative position, claiming that autonomous vehicles are a pipe dream and will never become a reality. They're just another example of the overhyped nonsense that's typical of tech companies these days. And that may be true, but in several US cities today, you can literally open an app, select your destination, and a car with nobody in it will pick you up and drive you there automatically. So self-driving cars are here today, which leads to the other kind of commentary I often see online, that self-driving cars are real, they will be coming to more cities soon, and they will solve all of our transportation problems. They'll make the roads safer, they'll eliminate traffic congestion, they'll be environmentally friendly, they'll provide mobility to everyone, and our cities will be better than ever. I actually disagree with both of these positions, which is why I wanted to make this video, because I do believe that self-driving cars are real and they will be in every city in the near future. The technology is getting better every day, and if these improvements continue on this track, they will fundamentally destroy the fabric of our cities. There is a cautious optimism among many urbanists about self-driving cars. After all, the majority of problems within cities are caused by cars. Traffic, pollution, noise, dangerous streets. And there never seems to be enough space available for sidewalks, bike lanes, parks, or anything else because it's all been turned into wide roads and parking lots. Anybody who has tried to get around without a car in a car-centric city knows that human drivers can be really scary, especially when they're speeding or driving distracted, which happens way too often. So having cars driven by computers can't possibly be worse than what we have now, right? And it is possible that with the right incentives and regulations, that could be our future. But given the course we're on, I believe that future is increasingly unlikely, especially when you consider the history of how automobiles destroyed cities in the 20th century, but also the effects of money and capital. It's estimated that over $160 billion has already been invested into the development of autonomous vehicles. So there is a lot of money riding on this technology, and therefore a lot of pressure to get self-driving cars to market as soon as possible. When people see these vehicles cruising around the streets of San Francisco, they might believe that this technology is right around the corner. You can go there right now and see them dropping off passengers. They follow the speed limit and appear to drive cautiously. And it's amazing to see that there's nobody in the driver's seat, but that doesn't mean they're always driven by computer. As of last November, Cruise confirmed that their robotaxis required human assistance every 4 to 5 miles. I don't know how often this is needed today, but you don't have to watch these cars for very long to see that humans definitely still need to take remote control sometimes. This stupid robotaxi got stuck behind a construction toilet trailer until someone in the call center could steer it around. This one sat here for several light cycles because it didn't think it could turn right. The drivers behind it eventually gave up waiting and just drove around. Now, you might be wondering about these remote assistant agents who take control. Who are these people? Where are they located? How much are they paid? What are the working conditions like? But never mind all that. It's a technological miracle, okay? Just shut up and get in the car. Now, of course, this technology will inevitably get better, but nobody knows how long it will take to sort out the long tail of rare occurrences that a self-driving car will encounter in a busy city. And as any experienced product manager will tell you, the first 90% of a project takes 90% of the time, and the last 10% of the project will take the other 90%. The technology is advanced, but fundamentally, self-driving cars are stupid. They're mindless. They make a bunch of dumb mistakes. Recently, in this parking lot for self-driving cars, Waymo vehicles started driving in circles and randomly honking at each other. This happened for days, and this particular video was taken at 4 a.m. The people who live next door were not impressed. There have been dozens of official reports of driverless cars getting in the way of rescue operations, from walking ambulances to crashing into fire trucks. But it gets worse. Last October, a woman was hit by a car in San Francisco driven by a human driver and knocked into the path of a Cruise robotaxi. Cruise said the vehicle, quote, braked aggressively to minimize impact, and while the robotaxi couldn't stop fast enough,
Welcome back to another episode of Before You Buy, the show where we give you some straight-up gameplay and our impressions of the latest games releasing. Hey folks, it's Falcon, and so this came up out of nowhere. RuneScape Dragon Wilds got shadow dropped on April 15th, and if you're one of the rare few who participated in the beta, this isn't much of a surprise, but for everyone else, the reveal here is a big surprise. It's a new RuneScape game. It's not an MMO, though. It's a survival crafting game heavily inspired by the likes of Valheim and Enshrouded. It is also very much an early access title that's still missing a lot of features at launch, but after spending a few days with it, this is a game with a lot of potential, okay? So the hook here is the Dragon Wilds themselves, a new, totally untouched continent in the RuneScape universe that is ruled by dragons. Yeah, you enter this place with nothing, you build up a base, craft weapons and armor, and ultimately take on the dragons in big boss fights. It's a simple but effective premise for a crafting game, and right off the bat there is a lot here to like if you're at all into games like this. The art style is simple, but the game can look pretty great. The world's handcrafted, it's not randomly generated. For me, honestly, that's a big positive. Unless a game has really good procedural generation, it's starting to really drag when stuff is procedurally generated. Like, I like it when it's done well, but that's the exception rather than the rule at the moment. This game's world looks great. It has lots of little secrets dotted around to discover. It's just fun to explore. It's got maybe not a huge amount of mass. It's a little small currently, but I do expect everything to get more filled out in the future, and I think that's the nature of this type of a game in early access. As far as gameplay goes, it's the usual survival crafting kind of stuff. You're cutting down trees, you're mining rocks to collect resources, in which you obviously use to build shelter, crafting stations. That stuff's used to make more advanced resources, to make better equipment. You're familiar with this loop, but there is a notable twist, and that is the magic system. So this part is fun. As you level up your skills, which is the most RuneScape thing about the game, at the start, you level up a lot for doing just about everything. You unlock spells that assist you on your journey, etc., etc. Bob's your uncle, right? There's basic attack magic, but there's also a lot of stuff to help with the survival parts, like a magic axe that can cut down multiple trees at once, an explosive that can crack open mining nodes, a spell that speeds up the furnace, or a jump spell that allows you to reach higher ledges or survive longer falls. They do cost runes to cast, which are a resource you can find out in the world, or you can craft your own at a rune bench. They're plentiful, and thankfully they don't really weigh anything down, so you can easily load up on these things and cast spells pretty constantly, and they're pretty effective and fun, and it doesn't take long before you get a whole bunch of them. There's also some pretty random stuff here with specific issues, but I'm not going to complain about a spell that turns trees into animal bones. That's a big why not? Sure, from name. Base building's also pretty satisfying. You get floors and walls to snap into place extremely easy, blah blah blah. There's a blueprint mode where you can plan out your building without using resources, and then there's even a spell that lets you use the camera freely while building, which is really a feature every game with a construction element should have. I don't know why nobody's thought of this. It's such a good idea. It's a legitimately innovative idea, and I really like it. There's other legitimately innovative ideas here that I really like. So it's kind of unfortunate that at least right now, a lot of the other aspects of the survival they're so rooted in the past. Like storage is a common issue in survival games. It's a problem here. You can't build from storage. You can't access your chests easily or label your chests or easily organize your stuff, so your options, they're fairly limited. You're either making a big pile of chests with a bunch of random stuff in each one to dig through until you find the resource, or you can carefully organize each box, which is going to turn into a mess eventually anyway, because the item stacks are real small. Just 50 items per stack for most major resources, and as low as 20 for some stuff. Certain resources also really a big pain to get, while other stuff that feels like it should be rarer is pretty easy to load yourself down with for whatever reason. Stuff like rare metals are a cinch to get, while something that should be common, like coarse thread, is a constant bottleneck. For some reason, the game wants like 6 coarse furs to make just one thread, and many things require multiple threads. It's one of the only resources that require that much stuff to make one item, and getting coarse fur is a pain. It's only dropped by rats and other animals, which are weirdly uncommon, and they only drop 1 or 2 furs if you're lucky. Nothing if you're not. And then there's the amount of specialized crafting benches. There's too many of them. The amount of stations you need to bounce between to get everything made increases exponentially as the game progresses, and while it is not the most overwhelming crafting system ever, it does get tedious when you combine it with the terrible storage system. For how forward-thinking the building and the magic system are, the crafting feels really backwards. Or at least it does currently. An important thing to remember is that Dragon Wilds is one of those for real early access games. Like, it's missing a lot of major features, and it's not just a game that they need to complete, so they released it in early access for money. It's an early access game. And honestly, I wish that they were more just straightforwardly early access. I wish that's what they were always using early access for. I wish you could have just released an unfinished game and be like, well, it's early access, it's gonna be like that. This is an early access game where, I mean, certain stuff like archery, it's not even in the game yet. There's ranged weapons, but you don't get any experience for using them. This is a game that will most likely interact with its community, and that will define the direction it goes in certain aspects. That's a real early access game. I like that. But, I mean, there are also drawbacks, given that this is a game that's early on in its development. The actual content available is pretty small. You can play the game up to the first big dragon fight, and the quest stops there, which seems to be about 1/3 or even 1/4 of the main quest. So there's a lot to be filled out in the future. There's a solid 15 or 20 hours to get what is out of the game right now, but once you're done, there's not a lot else. This game has a long way to go to reach 1.0, but the bones are real solid here. All the parts in the game that feel good, I want to just like celebrate. It's good stuff. The magic is undeniably great. They really nailed the look and the feel. It's all satisfying to use. The combat is simplistic, but it feels satisfying. Even if many tough enemies can be defeated by simply dodging their attacks. I mean, technically that's literally true of any game, I guess, but it feels particularly easy here because most enemies aren't that aggressive, so you can kind of just whack away at them without much pushback. Like, the main problem here is the crafting, and it's definitely not a problem that I think won't get fixed or that gets in the way of all of the stuff that's awesome. Now, just because those enemies are easy doesn't mean the game is easy. I do want to say that. You can still get killed all kinds of day if multiple monsters king up on you, which does happen pretty regularly. There's an invasion mechanic, and every so often you get hunted. A few monsters appear to attack you depending on the size of the party group, blah, blah, blah. There's also dragon attacks to worry about. And honestly, at the moment, these are pretty annoying with how the game works right now. What happens is that occasionally the dragon will appear and start blasting. Yeah, the dragon comes and says, so anyway, I started blasting. But what it's blasting with is poison snot. So you and your base, well, you get poison snot. It doesn't destroy your stuff, which is good, but it can and will kill you, even when you're under a roof and feel like you should be safe. There are also enemy tiers, so don't just expect to wander into a high-level area with low-level equipment. You can level up your combat and crafting all day, but if you don't have higher-level weapons and armor, the higher-tier enemies are still going to slide you around. It's not a case of skill either. It's the difference between killing an enemy with 5 hits versus killing them with 100 hits. And whether they do minimal damage to you or kill you in a single hit, like, this isn't quantitative, it's qualitative, okay? Tiers matter in this game. It's one of those kind of arbitrary limiting factors that forces you to get better stuff. And personally, I don't really mind it. It's a survival crafting game, so crafting is an important component. When it comes to death, the game's pretty punishing, too. You drop everything where you died, so it's classic corpse run type deal. If you bite it in your base, obviously it barely matters, but if you're way off or in enemy territory, it really sucks. There's no options or toggles to turn this off either. Same goes for the hunts and the dragon attacks. There's no way to lower the frequency or turn these attacks off. You're just stuck with them. They're things that in isolation are mostly fine, but then you have to deal with the game's quickly draining hunger and thirst meters, and it starts to feel like the game's kind of harassing you a bit. I've played a lot of survival games, and while most are going in the direction of making stuff like hunger and thirst a little less important, this game swings hard in the other direction. You gotta eat and drink constantly. It gets seriously annoying after a while, and it's something I do expect they'll adjust in the future because it's way overtuned currently. Getting food and water isn't hard, but having to deal with these meters is a chore. And you're not playing a game to have chores, right? The survival stuff sometimes feels like it gets in the way of the more entertaining bits of the game, which is the base building and the exploration. And the dungeon crawling. Yes, there are dungeons in this game, another bit inspired by Valheim, but these dungeons are not randomly generated or have their own traps or challenges to overcome. Ultimately, they're not as rewarding as they could be. You don't get any special unique loot for completing them, but there are important resources in these places, including essential items for building teleporters, which are actually pretty easy to build and really helpful for getting around the world quickly. I know I only glossed over the base building stuff here, but I have to say it's very well done. It's way less fiddly or frustrating than a lot of systems that are very much like it, and they give you a ton of options for sizes and shapes of tiles, so you can get really creative if you want to while building. I mean, you don't have to. You can make a real dull-ass, shitty box of a base if you really wanted, but the tools are there. That's what I'm saying. So we're at a fun but flawed experience right now. Everything that needs to work does work. The magic system is a lot of fun. The combat's simple, but it feels good. The world's fun to explore. It has plenty enough interesting landmarks that you feel compelled to look around, but some stuff feels overtuned or maybe underbaked. That's kind of where we are right now. Like the storage system, it's just outdated. The hunger and thirst stuff feels old school in not a good way. Like sometimes you go, oh, that's super old school, and it's a huge compliment. Not the case here. And the constant harassment from the dragon and goblins mobbing you at all hours, it gets old after a while. But these are things that I think they can fix. Like, they're not fundamental to the game, and I really do expect they will fix, because they're going to get player feedback, and this is probably going to be the stuff that people complain about. There's so much potential with this one, and to this game's credit, it is not buggy or janky in my experience, which is, I mean, considering just how legitimately early access it is, I'm kind of shocked at how stable it is. Like, much more I've experienced than with many complete games. So it really does seem like they've got the baseline locked down. This game is in a great starting place. All they have to do now is just build it up, make tweaks, and this whole thing can sing. At the end of the day, it's not really like much like RuneScape or anything. It is a RuneScape game, but it's maybe more like Enshrouded with Dragons, and I would say that's okay. It is a very early but very fun version of a survival crafting game. So if you do want to play this thing, keep that in mind. It's missing a lot of key features and content, but what's there is pretty damn solid. And if you just want a game to build stuff and screw around with friends, it's got one of the better construction systems I've ever seen in one of these games. So long as it continues to get support, which fingers crossed I expect it will, then in a few years, we're looking at something special. This is like potentially the big dog. Right now, it's kind of like a vertical slice of an actual game, so don't go into it expecting early access and name only. This is an in-development game, but what is here is very good. I expect it only to get better in the future. I am comfortable saying if you spend the money now, you're not going to be disappointed, and it very likely is going to continually get better and better. But what do you think? You saw a bunch of stuff here. Maybe you've even played it. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications, and as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter at FalconHero. We'll see you next time right here on Game Ranks.
Is there a place I can hide? Are we back?
It's time for you to lock out. Yeah, I said it. You're not locking in. I want you to lock out. A lot of you might be saying, Cole, I already do this. I spend so much time procrastinating, being lazy. Not exactly. Not in the way you should be. And you need to start escaping more in a way that's actually productive so that when you come back to your work, you feel re-energized rather than more burnt out and less inspired. I've talked about this concept of revenge bedtime procrastination. It's when you spend your time at night when you get home from work or school or whatever you have to do, scrolling on social media or watching something on your phone as a way to reclaim the free time you don't have at any other point in your day that you should be spending being asleep. This is how most of us spend our time locking out, away from work. We just turn off our brains, scroll mindlessly, and after that session, we feel worse than we did, or the exact same we did right after work when we started scrolling. And that's not how free time should feel. The modern world has sapped our ability to truly rest and recover in times when we are locked out. And I think a big reason for that is because the ways in which we escape our problems and realities are so easily addictive, and they don't give you a new perspective on your work when you do come back to it, or just allow you to see the world differently. I put this quote of the week at the end of my last newsletter. It is from a philosopher, Eric Hoffer. Man staggers through life, yapped at by his reason, pulled and shoved by his appetites, whispered to by fears, beckoned by hopes. Small wonder that what he craves most is self-forgetting. And self-forgetting is, I think, the word we should focus on here. It feels good to forget about yourself for a little while. And in fact, I think it's actually beneficial. There's been a lot of pushback against escapism that I've even talked about, because the ways in which we escape now, like I said, aren't really you escaping from yourself or relieving the problems you have in your life, but rather exacerbating those problems. Social media shows you more of your anxieties and depression and anger, because that's the way a lot of it is psychologically designed to be towards, to show you the parts of yourself that are more geared towards the negative emotions. If that has a strong pull on you and you have a hard time stepping away from social media and all the rage baiting and all the echo chambers, it's just going to make you, it's going to remind you of your problems even more. But if you truly locked out the way you were supposed to, the way that people have been for millennia, I don't even know if that's the right, I think it's like centuries, then you would come back to your work feeling re-energized, and you'd have a newfound appreciation for your work. So something I learned recently that's really interesting is the concept of sitting by a fire at night, or nighttime conversations, why they feel so intimate and personal. So the evolution of our species kind of caused us to want us to open up more at night. And this is going to tie back into escapism and the way in which we escape from this reality. Don't worry. And because for so many years, for hundreds and hundreds of years, we were spending our nights the only way in which we could, because we didn't have technology, electricity, things that could keep us up at night and stimulate us, and most of our work could not be done at night. Because that was the case, the majority of our time spent at night was sitting around just speaking to each other about our issues, about stories we want to tell, creating fantasies, getting lost in other worlds, and for a moment forgetting about the inevitable sufferings and pain and difficulty that comes with being a human. Being a human is very hard. It requires so much challenge and growth from you, and you're not wrong for feeling so overwhelmed, especially in the modern age when there's so much information being bombarded at you all the time, you're not wrong for feeling burnt out. This stuff isn't natural to us. What's natural to us is spending our time at night escaping from this reality. But now we're just more tethered into it, if anything, through our devices. On top of that, everything feels very unpredictable right now. Think about the same time period in which people were sitting around a fire every night, speaking about vulnerabilities and just creating campfire stories. Their job probably didn't change throughout their entire life. They had the same occupation. If they were the one to collect hay for the cows, that's probably what they would be doing for their entire lives. If they had an inn and they were an innkeeper, they would spend 50, 60, 70 years just doing that, maybe working their way up within that one inn. You didn't travel much. There wasn't that possibility. And in a way, possibility allows you to seek more options, which is great, but then you have this overload of what is possible in the modern world. And because so many things are possible now, and because so many things are changing so rapidly, it feels like in 1 second you could be replaced, or in 1 second you could lose everything. The stability in the modern world, I think, is what's really damaging us right now. And we love to have this idea of hustling all the time, and that's the only way to get out right now is discipline, 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 discipline. Hustle as hard as you can. Do not escape your reality. That is bad. Escaping your reality is escaping your problems. And if you are continuously escaping your problems, you're not actually confronting them and solving them. And to an extent, that is true, yes. But we're all locking out the wrong way. And I want to teach you how to lock out properly. What is the best way to lock out is something that makes you self-forget. That means anything that takes you away from this reality, which is very overwhelming, which is hard, which people are dealing with all of these atrocities that they don't deserve. Chronic illness, premature deaths in their family, poverty. Like, everybody needs a little bit of coping and escaping from what they're going through in the current moment, because that proper escaping allows them to come back and better deal with their problems. So ask yourself, are the ways I'm escaping right now helping me to deal with my problems when I do come back to confront them? Or is it only leaving me more drained, anxious, angry, and depressed? This is why I will always be an advocate for occasional playing of video games. When you play in an open world, something like Skyrim or The Witcher or Elden Ring, you can forget about yourself and become the character you are playing as. And it's this whole other world to get immersed in. Just for a moment, you can relieve yourself of all those issues in a healthy way and place yourself in a different identity temporarily. I think Jim Carrey said something about depression being you wanting to take a break from being who you are. That is what you want to do. You want to depress, something like that. And that's really true. I think we all need to forget who we are for a little while, whether that is immersing ourselves in a video game in which we're taking on the role of a character, whether that is reading, and me personally, I've been talking about reading fantasy, other fiction, because it is much better of an escapism than reading nonfiction like a self-help book. If you read a self-help book, you're only thinking about, okay, what can I do to be better? What can I do next in my life as this identity? Whereas you read fiction, you are temporarily escaping to another world so that you may gain some sort of lesson or knowledge from that world and be able to bring it back into the existence in which me exists. This is why creating maybe art in your free time or some other sort of creative pursuit like a hobby like sewing or meditating is so beneficial. When I was going through a terrible breakup at the start of the pandemic around March 2020, I did not want to be myself. It was hard to face reality as much as I felt like I was required to. And facing reality during that time period, as much as I wasn't actually beneficial. Sitting with my thoughts and processing the grief and the loss I was going through was super important. But that is the sort of thing in which, if you pair with a proper, healthy, escaping, coping mechanism, then it will actually allow you to deal with that grief and loss better and perhaps even quicker than if you were to just try to sit with those feelings, sit with the thoughts and emotions and try to process them. That's what we tell everybody when they're going through something traumatic or they're going through a difficult period in their life. Like, just sit with your thoughts, get to know yourself better, and gain the self-awareness needed to accept those negative emotions and then start the process of growing through them. And yeah, I'm not arguing against that. But during that time in the pandemic, when I was doing that, what also was just as helpful was the fact that I would go to my friend's house and we'd sit in their basement and just watch a movie or something, or play video games. Being with my friends, being able to not be myself for a little bit, to not have to face reality, which sounds so, it has such a negative connotation, that entire phrase. It was actually so helpful for allowing me to process and just relieve myself of the heaviness of life at that period, to allow myself to lose myself within my friends, through our conversations, like conversations would be had at a campfire at night for the first thousands of years that humans were existing. That whole experience is just super important to the human existence. And then also the movie itself. When you're watching a movie, you kind of forget about this reality for a while. You forget about yourself and you immerse yourself in the movie, and you immerse yourself in the story that is probably not related to what's actually going on in real life right now. So the next time someone tells you you just need to lock in all the time, or you just need to sit with your emotions and thoughts all the time and never ever escape reality, don't escape your problems, well, there's nuance to that. It doesn't always mean that escaping is a bad thing. For so long, I've wanted to create something for you guys that doesn't keep you connected to social media, because my whole brand is on social media and everything I do is tied to the internet. I wanted to create something that takes you away from that. And that's partly why I'm writing my novel right now. It is going to be a fiction book. It's a fantasy book set in modern times, but the fantasy sci-fi element is that the main character goes through this tragic loss and his mind splits in two, and he gains the ability to see into a parallel reality. And it's going to touch on themes of the modern world, loss, grief, being a 20-something-year-old in a post-pandemic world, which is something a lot of you are trying to navigate right now. If you're interested in following along the journey of me writing that book, I give updates on my newsletter every single week. So check out the link in the description to subscribe to the newsletter. And I have my self-mastery community where at night, usually, we have these video call conversations of us kind of just sharing ideas and thoughts and trying to grow and keep each other accountable. Having that whole campfire bonding experience is what I've created in that community. If you want to check that out as well, link in the description. And that's it.
You're actually not going to believe this, guys, and I don't want to believe it. I've just moved. Obviously, it's why I'm in an empty room again. And I've just spent 25 minutes recording a video for you guys about visual progression no longer being a thing in MMOs. And because I've just set up my computer again, the audio input on my OBS didn't work. So I've just sat here talking to myself, recording a video where I rambled and there was some straight fire points, and I went through all this, gave like crazy insight, and there's probably some amazing content there. And it's just all here, and there's no audio. Look, there's 27 minutes or something, there's just no audio. I'm gonna have to do it again, and I'm not gonna remember most of the things I said. Oh, this is so sad. Well, here we go. Let me have a bit of caffeine before we start, because holy shit, this has just made me so upset. Right, visual progression is no longer a thing in MMOs. We all know this to be true, right? Unless you play something that's super old. I'm currently playing a lot of old school RuneScape. It fits its name. It's the best MMO. It's just so good. It's so addicting. It's so fun. It's that right amount of like, you can choose between. This is a reason I really like Black Desert Online, which is a terrible, terrible pay-to-win pile of shit. But in Black Desert Online, it respects your time in the way that you can either do stuff like AFK, semi-AFK, really active, like really active easy stuff, really active hard stuff, and you can kind of choose your lane as and when you want to. You're like, today I don't really feel like doing too much, I want to do a little bit of work, I want to play a different game, and then you can just do that, but you're still making progress and you feel like you're still doing something in the game that you're electing to play. And if you want to be super active, you can be. Old school RuneScape's much the same, but it's not a pay-to-win piece of shit. So, been enjoying that a lot for the last sort of like month and a half-ish. Aside from games like Old School RuneScape and Classic WoW and things like that, you don't really have visual progression anymore. And there's a real simple reason for that. It's because cash shops exist, and this guy posting this thread here, which is good that he did because he gave us something to talk about, doesn't seem to understand why we have pay to win, and I'm going to try and explain this as we go. So let's read the thread and then we'll go through some of the interesting comments. He says, every MMO nowadays either has cosmetic shop or pay to win shop, most have both. True. They pretty much all do. Almost every MMO, you could find a way to say it's pay to win in some way. It's unavoidable, you can't really get away from this, and I feel like if you want to enjoy the genre, you just have to change your expectations and how you feel about this stuff. Or the better solution, if you can't, to just go play older games or go play other stuff, because the genre doesn't care about you or your thoughts or feelings, doesn't care about my thoughts or feelings. It's just gonna do what it's gonna do. They're just gonna make the most money that they can. Nothing's ever going to change. There's no future mechanism that I can see in my brain that's going to change what happens, and I'll explain why in a second. So even Ashes of Creation has cosmetic shop on top of the subscription. Yeah, this is just one of those, it makes me flaccid as fuck, right? When people start talking about upcoming MMOs and people mention Ashes, from what I played of the game, not mega excited anyway. From what I know about the idea of the game, not mega excited. And then when you add in that they've been selling cosmetics for a game 5+ years out from it being made, from it being finished, and it's nowhere near meaningfully being done now, I just struggle to care, to be honest. He says then, I miss the days where I could look at someone and admire their gear. Same. But now I look at some low level with shiny armor and I know he's swiped. It's also kind of the fault of our own. It is completely. It's not kind of. It just is. It is the fault of the gamers. A lot of MMO players nowadays are okay with cosmetics, which is horrible because cosmetics are the main reason we got paid to win in the first place. This is just patently wrong. This is just incorrect. I guess this is why I love Skyrim and Elden Ring so much. Yet single player games don't have to sell cosmetics, although looking at you, Assassin's Creed and fucking other, quadruple A slop, they'll try if they can and people will still buy it. I love hunting for armors and weapons because they look cool. You never get that feeling in an MMO anymore. Like they just outright threw away the RPG part. And I said this in the pre-through armors and weapons because they look cool. You never get that feeling in an MMO anymore. Like they just outright threw away the RPG part. And I said this in the previous iteration of this video. You're never going to find anything truer than what I'm about to say to you right now, so pay real close attention. MMOs nowadays are not designed for MMO players. And what do I mean by that? The people who used to play MMOs and came from that era, right, of when it was like a pioneering genre, when it was the first sort of like 10 years-ish, when it was evolving. What MMOs were designed to be and what they set out to be is unrecognizable from what they are nowadays. The audience is completely different. People play the games completely differently. They're designed completely differently. The entire idea of MMOs were supposed to be living worlds that you found your place in, and you made your place in it, and you played it for a long term. You were playing these games for years and years. Things took a really, really long time to do. That's just not true anymore. That's like the antithesis of how new MMOs are designed. They're designed to be played around a patch cycle where you're in a small area and you do this stuff for a couple months and then we move on and it goes to another area and all the other stuff is kind of like forgotten. It's like maybe you'll have achievements and stuff that are kind of written into the history of your character and your experience. But for the most part, you're just there, and you're just being moved through the world very quickly to the point where it doesn't feel like you're in a world. It doesn't feel like anything's meaningful anymore, and it doesn't feel like it's been designed to play for long stretches of time concurrently. It's designed for like, I'll play a couple weeks here, I'll play a month here, and I'll come back in 6, and I'll be doing something completely different because the game's moved on without me. The games are just, people want everything very quickly nowadays, and that is the same for MMOs. The genre is unrecognizable from what it originally was. MMOs are not designed for MMO players. I just think that's the case, and it's been the case for a long time, and that's why this exists. There is not really a massive emphasis on the RPG part. No, I'm not talking about transmog. Transmog system is amazing. I've like a love-hate relationship with transmog, to be honest. It's okay in some areas, in some games, and I think it would be detrimental to other games. I think if you put transmog in old school RuneScape, the game would be worse off for it. Some people might disagree, but I like the idea of being able to see a change in your gear, like in a game like old school RuneScape where you're changing your gear all the time for different tasks that you're doing and different things you're doing. Having transmog makes no sense. In a game like WoW, where you just wear your best gear, so you always look the same unless you're constantly upgrading, transmog makes a little bit more sense in the modern day. But if in classic WoW, transmog makes no sense because you want that visual progression, and I think transmog in a way kind of ruins visual progression, but it adds in a different element of game design, and that is a representation of you and a manifestation of what you want to look like within the game, of the things you've achieved. So you can always change, oh, I feel like wearing green today, and treat it more as if it's like an extension of you, as opposed to just e-peening about the things you've earned, which is more kind of like how I would see things and enjoy things. Like I'd prefer to have people see the stuff that I've earned that make it seem like I've spent a lot of time, that I'm skillful at the game. But that's a much smaller percentage of players than people who just want to be, you know, standing around in their coolest armor set that might not be the best one in Elwyn Forest, sucking furry penis, virtually, of course. It's just different strokes for different folks and all that. This only gets paid cosmetic transmogs are still earned through the game, and that's why they are fine. It's just a different thing. Never forget, this whole pay-to-win era started with cosmetics. I didn't see anybody pointing out that this is just untrue. Pay-to-win era didn't start with cosmetics at all, and I'll explain why. The idea that cosmetics were like here first is just wrong. Right? At the very inception of MMOs, people were paying to win without the involvement of the company. They were buying gold, they were selling gold, they were selling boosting, they were buying boosting, they were selling houses, they were selling items. Everything in MMOs that could be traded was purchased on like a black market, like a grey market or whatever we're going to call it, and people being banned for it as early as like the mid-90s. They were selling stuff, by the way. There was developers for mods, multi-user dungeons in like the late 80s and like the early 90s, selling things in the games that were not cosmetics. Then you look at like a more mainstream adaptation of this concept, and you look at like MapleStory. They were selling pay to win and power within the game in like the early 2000s, which is really before we started to see like an adoption of cosmetics in MMOs, or obviously in games that weren't live services. It just doesn't come from that. It doesn't come from cosmetics. What pay to win comes from, and what it will always come from, and what it will always come down to, is that people will buy it. Because if you can put $1 value on somebody's time, people might complain, but 9 times out of 10, people will value their time over their money. It's why if you go to an amusement park, like a theme park or whatever, people will buy the fast track because they want to get more out of their time. If there's an option to skip something, like people will do this at like, security check-in at airports, whatever it's going to be, Deliveroo or Just Eat or whatever it is, a delivery app for food, they all now have priority, so your food comes to you first, but it costs you a little bit extra money. People will always pay for convenience, and a lot of the time convenience is just saving time. So it never came from cosmetics, even like as a mechanism of when they brought it in, and it always came from like the psychology of just people will complain about it, but people will accept it, and way more people will function within that system and pay into that system than people that won't, or at least they'll pay so much money that they basically make up for the fact that you don't like it. It just is what it is. I'm sorry to say, regardless of whether we never had any of this stuff, we never had cosmetics or whatever else, one day, just through virtue of understanding psychology and the fact that this is in literally every industry ever across the board, people will always pay more for saving time and just getting stuff faster. It is what it is. Like, this just exists. One of the worst things to happen to the industry. So the reason I want to talk about this originally was this comment right here by Suspicious Coffee 20. He says, and this is an opinion that's been upvoted a little bit, and I completely vehemently disagree with this, but it kind of plays into my point that MMOs are not designed for people who liked MMOs and long-term stuff before. He says, is it? Because maybe you all remember something else, but you used to always look like mismatched shit before transmog. Yes, you did. And therein lies the point, right? Because how MMOs used to be designed was, yeah, you looked bad at the start because you were nobody. You'd done nothing. You were just in this world, and you'd been in this world for a very short period of time, and that was okay. That's why you looked like a 14th century peasant out in the fields. But then when you looked at somebody who'd been in the world for a long time, who'd done something and had achieved things, and he'd slain the dragon, he'd killed the local bandit king or whatever, he looked cool and he looked better than you, and that was a driving factor for you to continue playing the game, to be like, I look bad now, but maybe if I put in the time and if I'm good enough, I can look like that guy. I can look like Pussy Smasher 7 or whatever his name was, instead of just looking like a peasant. This is how games used to be designed, but now you can log into a game, and even if you didn't have a cash shop outfit or whatever, within the first sort of like hour of World of Warcraft retail, you're in some cool looking gear. Everyone's telling you you're a hero and you've done all these amazing things and how great you are, and patting you on the back every 2 seconds. And the game's constantly bombarding you with things that you didn't earn in any way. And that's not an MMO. I mean, maybe functionally it has enough players in the game and on the screen and things to be considered an MMO. But that's such a foreign idea of what the genre used to be to me. It's not like looking at an MMO, like it's unrecognizable in my eyes. So yeah, it is. This is one of the worst things to happen if you appreciate what MMOs used to be, why they were designed that way, how they were played. But nowadays, it's they're just unrecognizable. They're not the same thing at all. My only complaint is what you get from hard achievements and content should be at the same level as what you sell in a store. Never gonna happen. Ever. For every cosmetic added in the store, a free one that is equally good, shiny, stands out should be available in game. This is just one of those things that people, if you think about for longer than like a minute or so, you come to the understanding that this can never happen. It's just copium. People have said this about other games like Ashes of Creation. People always say, and Steven says this himself, like, oh, there'll be skins that look just as good earned in the game and blah blah blah. It comes down to common sense and business. If it takes you 1 hour to make 2 things, right, 1 hour each, one of them doesn't meaningfully increase your subscriber count, it doesn't meaningfully increase your review score to make more people come and play, it doesn't meaningfully increase people's enjoyment, and then the other one does meaningfully earn you more money for the same amount of effort and time, which one are you going to continue to put more effort into? Doesn't matter if it's next week, next month, next year. Always, and this might not be the case for some people who just are rich and just own a game, which never really lasts in my experience, but for a business, every business higher up is going to go, yeah, that was a great idea and all, when people said that they cared about that thing a lot, but we're not seeing like a meaningful retention or uptick in anything metric wise, business wise, that is helping us. So do more of that one, earn more money for the same amount of work. So that's where the impetus is, and that's where it will always go. Like, this is just, it just is what it is. This is just another one of those cases of like, water's wet here, and it's going to continue to be wet whether or not you're upset about it or you feel some kind of way about it. It's sad, but I mean, nothing about the current MMO industry is not sad, in my opinion. One of the biggest gripes about Guild Wars 2, you got all that great content, but you'll never look as good as $20 in the cash shop. Better get spending that $20 then. And this is one of those things. I think a lot of people are kind of where I was a couple of years ago with the MMO genre and just things in general. If you asked me like 7 years ago about my opinion on Game of Thrones, the TV show, I'd have been like, oh, they did this differently than the book and it wasn't as good as the books and they missed this out and they did this and they did that. And I could do that about everything, about Harry Potter, about Lord of the Rings, about The Hobbit, whatever it's going to be, The Witcher. And I think that has a place in like reviews and if you're like a super mega fan. But where it doesn't have a place is in enjoyment, right? And I think over recent years, I've come to do this with everything in my life. Instead of wanting something to be how I want it to be, and if it's not enjoying it and like ruining my enjoyment or lessening my enjoyment of it, I've instead just decided to take the thing for what it is. And if I can enjoy it for being that thing that it's trying to be and not what I want it to be, that's always going to be better because I'm not having some kind of like preconceived idea or notion or whatever it's going to be or expectation. I'm just doing the thing. It's why a lot of like outrage about media nowadays, I don't get involved in it. I don't talk about it. Other than to maybe give like a bit of a tempered expectation or tempered opinion on, I guess, how it would be easier or better for people to see things, which sounds a little bit, fart sniffy, but at the same time, it's just true. If you look at something and you think, oh, this would be way better if it was like X, Y, and Z, you're probably going to keep thinking about that to the point where to your own detriment, where you don't enjoy the thing. And a lot of the times things are just okay, they're just fine. And if I was comparing like the Game of Thrones TV show and saying it wasn't as good as the books, like, yeah, but it was different and I enjoyed it. So there's no real point like getting massively deep in the weeds there when all I'm trying to do is enjoy something. And it doesn't have to be the same for it to be something that I enjoy. It's the same thing with MMOs. I spent years looking for the perfect MMO. It doesn't exist. I spent years thinking that, you know, one day something that was like the older games that I really enjoyed would come out. But there's no point. There's no point waiting for that. There's every point, though, to go back and play the older games, to play the newer games for what they are and enjoy them. And then as soon as I stop, to just move on. Maybe in like a review capacity, I'll talk about it because I am a content creator at the end of the day. But for me personally, this shit just doesn't really matter anymore, because I'm going to find something. There's always going to be something to play, and if there isn't, I'll just do something else. I'll go read a book. I'll go play some Magic the Gathering. I'll go do some of the other things I enjoy doing. Watch the infinite amount of content that exists now on YouTube and Netflix and blah, blah, blah. There's always something vying for your attention. So the idea that you're going to like expect something to be what you want and not enjoy it for what it is, but maybe miss out on something that could have brought you enjoyment is very silly to me now. Maybe that's the thing of getting older or just viewing things differently. But the same thing with MMOs. I don't like what modern MMOs are, but at the same time, I'll still play them. And I know I'll still get some enjoyment out of some of them. Retail WoW, new expansion comes out later this month. I've bought it already. I'll be on day one, and I'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy it loads and loads for probably a month, maybe 2 months at the outset. And then I'll probably think, yeah, it's just not the same as what I used to play, but it's cool in these different ways. And then I'll go back and play Classic for a bit to remember what I liked about that. I'll have conversations about it. Maybe I'll make a video about it. I'll reminisce with my friends and talk about like the things that I wish they went in directions for, and then I'll move on. And then the new expansion will come out, and I'll do the same thing. I'm not going to let my brain stop me from enjoying things that I definitely can do. So let's look at a few more of these. Play old school RuneScape. True. Biggest advocate right now for old school RuneScape. The game is it's just great. It's just so much fun. A lot of people can't get past the graphics because, as you can see, I don't think playing a game where everyone and everything looks terrible is the solution. There's graphics mods now for it, and the game looks fine. I've never been a graphics person anyway. If gameplay's good, I couldn't care less. I'll still play Dwarf Fortress, not on the Steam version, because it's just a great game. And yeah, play Iron Man. Iron Man's just way better. It makes you experience all the game. I suppose that's why I liked for a time back then Mew Online. If you saw playing Glowing Armor, you knew not to mess with them, simple and clear. It's why I like Lineage 2. At best, at a time, you could get a fun hat. On one hand, transmogs are fun, but on the other, newbie me back then really enjoyed seeing folks in top grade stuff and knowing they are a real deal. Like I say, I think in some games transmog fits, and I think in others it really doesn't. And this is true. There's like a thing with having gear represent, knowing what people are in, having some kind of like visceral feedback of just seeing and knowing, they're strong in PvP, I shouldn't be fighting them, or whatever it's going to be, recognizing something based on the aesthetic and the things that they're wearing, and having that knowledge in the game is like, that's a cool thing in and of itself. And we've kind of lost that now because you never know. You'll have a number on screen now that just represents their value of what they're wearing, like eye level or whatever. I think we're worse off for that from like a game design perspective and just an enjoyment perspective, even if you remove all the element of like the not having cool cosmetics in the game or whatever else. I think just from that design intuitive perspective, it's just worse. But again, it is what it is. It's never coming back. The only time you're going to get a game that doesn't have cosmetics is when it's like a small indie, and they will eventually sell cosmetics or their game will die. It just is what it is. There is a sweet spot, I think, where you could have an MMO subscription only and earn enough money to go on and live and make the game continually for years and years to come. But I also think that cosmetics is so widely accepted that why would you at this point, other than like, standing on business or whatever? It just doesn't make a ton of sense. And especially because tomorrow's never guaranteed, and you can't really hate on developers for doing like lesser of what everyone else is doing with pay to win and blah blah blah, which exists in almost every MMO. I can't really hate on that, especially if they're a small team and they are getting the money and they're using it to better the game. At the same time, I can think it's bad for the actual game design, because for me as a consumer, it absolutely is. But at the end of the day, there is a middle ground to be striked here, Does that sentence make sense? Who cares? It is what it is. I'm fucking tired. I've done a cross-continent move again within the last like 4 days. It is what it is. And also on top of that, with how people play MMOs nowadays, you can't really fault them to try and make money off people quickly, because people, it's not like 20 years ago where somebody would buy a game or pay a sub for a game and think, I'm going to give this a try for a month. You know, this is going to be the game I play for the next few weeks. Nowadays, because everything's got a free trial, everything's so easy to access, everything's like instant, you kind of need to make money off people very quickly, because they're there 1 minute and they're gone another. It's just kind of one of those things about the market that there's just so many things. I don't know who said it, but this is just true. When you're making like a YouTube video or literally anything that somebody has to consume, like content wise, or like a video game or media or a book, you're not just competing with other versions of that thing, or the books if it's a book, or the YouTube videos if it's a YouTube video. You're competing with their attention span, because they have like a million things at their fingertips nowadays that they can be doing that isn't your thing, which does extend to business. You just have to be getting things immediately. Stop playing Tire Slam because the gear doesn't change your appearance. That's the one thing that I will never forgive, because that's the fucking peak of laziness. I can sort of understand when you equip a piece of gear and it just looks bad, because they're like, oh, if you want to look good, get yourself in the cash shop. But when you put something on and it doesn't change anything, wow, is that lazy? That's just the worst, man. That's really, really bad. That's just mobile game shit. And to be honest, with Tarisland, they asked me to do a sponsored video on that, and I don't know if it was the company or the marketing company, but their demands were outrageous. They wanted me to script the video before I played the game, and I was like, how does that work? How am I going to start scripting the video when I've not even played the game? I've never even seen a trailer for it beyond like the initial teaser. And they're like, oh, don't worry about it. I'm like, this ain't going to work for me, man. I don't lie for money. So I'd have nothing to say on a script of a game I've not played. And they're like, oh, here's a brief, you can just follow this. I'm like, nah, miss me with that one, man. Fucking reject that email. Reject those thousands of dollars. I don't get how people want to look cool at level 1. This just goes back to what I was saying earlier about how people play MMOs for completely different reasons. They're different games for different people now. The idea that you want to look cool at level 1 is just kind of like a foreign concept to me, because that's the last thing I'm thinking of when you join a new game and you're the lowest of the low. You're the literal peon. And some people are like, man, why don't I look amazing? It's just, you're not supposed to, but I guess nowadays you just drop the wallet out and you do. I just love the idea of character becomes more and more cooler looking. The transmog the idea is cool, but I just don't like it either at all. Again, it fits some games and it doesn't fit others. It fits retail WoW with how much gear there is in that and how long the game's been going and how people play it and how quickly people replace gear. But it doesn't fit older versions of that game. It doesn't fit a game like old school RuneScape. It's not really. It's just one of those things. It's going to be different for everybody. And again, with transmog, you do open the door for people to feel represented with their character at all times, which is not something I value, but it's something a lot of people do. I just love to see people really grinded games and got like a really cool virtual presence in return. That doesn't go away with transmog because they still have to earn the thing before they do the transmog, but it is what it is. There are some threads out there where somebody needs to really make the infographic of how people treat new MMOs that are coming out, because when Throne and Liberty first got announced, we were like here, and it was like, this is pay to win Korean trash. And then the next thing we went to was a bunch of people saying, oh no, it's not pay to win, it's not pay to win. And then the next thing we went to was a large amount of copium and hopium of like, oh, maybe this one's going to be different, maybe this one will be better, and blah blah blah. We did this with Bless, we did this with Lost Ark, we did this with New World. All games that objectively you could see beforehand there was like 1,000,001 problems, and everyone who explained those problems got massive amounts of hate, myself being one of the main people who did. And then the next thing we went to is, now let's just explain how every game is pay to win and every MMO is pay to win, and that's why Throne of Liberty being pay to win is not a bad deal, because some of the other games have got it as well. Ignoring the fact that one thing I've seen recently is people comparing pay to win in WoW to pay to win in Korean games. And it's like, you guys, I don't know why you need to do this to like try and convince people that you want to play the game. You can just do that, that's fine. But when you say things that like this apple and this orange are the same, it's just kind of ridiculous for anyone paying attention. But that's kind of where we're at now. And then the game will release, there'll be like a couple weeks of cope that it's like the greatest thing ever, and actually why did anyone say this game was bad and it was going to fail? And then we'll get up to this game's pay to win Korean trash again, and the cycle will begin anew when a new game comes out. It's just kind of like the infinite loop of MMOs releasing. I'm looking forward to Throne Liberty coming out because I played the beta and the world's really cool and it felt like a fun game to play, and I'll probably play it for a couple of weeks or a couple of months and enjoy it for what it is. But the game, unless drastic things change, the game's not going to do very well. I might make a video talking about that thread I saw pop up on the MMO subreddit the other day where people were comparing the pay to win in the game to WoW and things like that, and how silly that is as a concept. But either way, I think that's it for this one. Go do me a favour, buy some gamer subs, because I'm absolutely broke after that move. Look at this for a waifu cup. Look at, she's such a lovely, lovely person. Love it. So you can buy game subs at the code in the link in the video description, and I'm going to attach a video to the end of this video where you can see these cool anime statues behind me. I'm not affiliated with these at all, I just wanted to show them because they're cool, so I'll attach that. And yeah, if you buy game subs to the link in the video description, you get a discount, I get some money. It costs you no more, it actually saves you money. And you can get waifu cups, they do merch now. I've got some somewhere, but I had to like pack a bunch of stuff that's still in Thailand, so unfortunately I don't have most of my things. And they need to send me some more drinks because those couldn't be moved either, unfortunately. So I'm completely out of waifu juice. But there we go. Thanks for watching. As always, you'll be seeing a lot more content from me on this channel and the main channel going forward now that I have a working computer, because unfortunately when I moved, the stuff I brought on the plane with me in my checked luggage all got smashed. My computer got smashed. I've had to replace the power supply and the motherboard, and both of my monitors got smashed. So there's literally like over $1,500 worth of stuff that got broke while moving, and obviously moving continent's very expensive, so we're on a bit of a budget setup right now, so there's going to be lots of content coming out so I can actually have furniture in this currently completely empty house where I'm sleeping on a mattress on the floor like a fucking crackhead. But there we go. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
Where is the drop, man? Yo, let's go. Where's the freaking drop, man? I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that. What is this? You've been lied to about the roads for 60 years. Adventure quests.
I am fighting a ragdoll rainbow unicorn called Herp the Derp while dual-wielding swords like Kirito. This is gonna be fun.
Nope. Yo, where is the freaking... Oh. Today's not a good day to farm, I guess. The shrinking business of sneakers. Ooh, watch this trend.
We're right now the fastest growing sports brand in the U.S.
The move in Adidas today, putting it now neck to neck with Nike.
Well, it looks like Nike's living up to its motto, just do it.
Nike continues to soar. It's adding about 54 points to the Dow right now. Was the quarter that good?
5 years ago, Nike and Adidas were at their peak. These legacy brands had been around for generations, but had evolved from low-margin apparel into high-margin footwear in the 2010s. Everyone was suddenly a sneakerhead, but for Adidas and Nike in particular, their sneakers were more than just a fashion statement or status symbol. They were now assets with unprecedented appreciation and resale value. Anyone with time and cash could flip a few pairs from a couple $100s into a few thousand. The brands achieved record earnings as shoes flew off the shelves without discounts or markdowns. Stores were crowded, social media went wild over the latest drop, and pairs sold out within minutes. There was no rhyme or reason behind this craze. With so much money at stake, low interest rates, and insatiable demand, no one, not even Nike, Adidas, or Foot Locker, stopped to question why. That was until people stopped buying. Media dinosaurs and content farms have all attempted to explain the fall of Nike through age-old business tropes and interviews with boomers for easy clicks. They push low-effort fortune cookie analysis that it's because new brands are suddenly in, that Jordans and Yeezys are now unfashionable, or that Nike simply produced too many shoes.
The competitive environment is very, very tough, and Nike's been off their game.
The company has fallen behind in one of the hottest areas of consumer sports right now, which is running. This is something that really took off during the pandemic. We all needed our mental health and walks. We all took up jogging, right, in our free time.
At the same time, they are taking their biggest franchises, Air Force One, Air Jordan 1, so AJ 1, and the Dunk, and they are what we call franchise managing them, meaning that they're taking them out of the marketplace. That is a very, very dangerous thing to do.
What these amateurs get wrong is that revenue is a lagging indicator, not a leading one. When the money was easy, everyone was a player and sneaker shops were opening up all around the country. Now that the market has crashed, most stores have gone bankrupt and many resellers have moved on to flip the next shiny thing. The sneaker industry is a modern case study on not just how fast consumer markets can change, but also the importance of adaptation and expertise in business. If we want to truly understand the business of sneakers, we have to go into this world and see the hustle of the few who are left. The first is a young gun in Los Angeles who's grinded his way up since high school and has staked it all to open his own shop during this downturn. And the second is the sneaker king of New York, who's been in the game since the very beginning, has lived through every high and low, and runs a flagship store right across the Empire State Building.
Watch this one looks good.
It's Saturday morning in grimy downtown Los Angeles, just a few blocks down from the infamous Skid Row, and hidden in plain view on this sketchy industrial strip is one of LA's last remaining sneaker conventions. Hundreds of people have gathered here to buy, sell, and trade sneakers. While everyone here is an independent reseller, Leo is the only one who owns a sneaker shop. The supply will dictate his spend, and his goal is to restock.
How negotiable are you on this one? I'd be under 3. Be like mid 2s.
3 was kind of my best.
This is the other one?
Yeah.
Okay, check it out. Should go 260?
I think 3 is my best, right?
I'll take it. That's cool.
As the sneaker market crashed, meetups like these have become rare, attendance is volatile, and it's impossible for even Leo to predict whether this event will be fruitful. With a budget of $10,000 in cash, he's at peace walking away with nothing and keeps everything low-key.
How much on this one?
Those are my 9.
You take 8? No worries.
It's no coincidence that Leo arrives right at opening while most sellers are still setting up their tables. He's trying to get in and out as fast as possible. While conventions like these are a business in themselves with ticketing, organizers, security, and food vendors, Leo's guard is up. The downturn has only brought out more of the desperate, and he's constantly watching out for shady characters who are here just to steal, pickpocket, or push fakes. And the longer he stays, the bigger the crowd will get, and the higher the risk increases.
Good. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
On his first pass, Leo is feeling out not just the inventory, but also the vibes of each seller with small talk. He skips past the tables who are peddling the newest, never-worn sneakers. There's little opportunity for deal-making, as these sellers are the least flexible and have already sunk so much securing these shoes in the first place.
How much? 120. 120. I'd probably be at 120. Oh yeah, for sure 120.
The issue with new shoes is that profit margins are generally constrained to 20 to 25% at best. Instead, the highest margins are in pre-owned sneakers, where pricing is not standardized and intuition is everything. It's where and how Leo has cut his teeth and built his business over the past 6 years. In the sneaker world, the best condition is called dead stock, which means new, unworn shoes, including the original box, laces, and tags. While StockX is the benchmark for finding the current fair market price, it only applies to new sneakers. Fair market pricing is non-existent when it comes to pre-owned. A pre-owned shoe will always cost less than new, but there is no consensus on how much less.
When a new shoe comes out, people kind of have like an idea of like what they're going for. With a used shoe, people can really price however they want. And so we leverage that, and we're paying a little lower, so our margin is a lot higher. And when we're buying pre-owned sneakers, we're looking for tons of different factors, such as condition, if it comes with the original box, the extra laces, the insoles. There's different things like star loss, heel drag, if the uppers are clean, if there's any fading. When a customer comes in, they're looking at these things too, so I have to, have that consumer mindset and make sure that we're buying shoes that people can actually wear.
Beyond condition, models continuously fall in and out of fashion, and this has a real-time impact on resale value, like Jordan 1s. Certain models, based on how they're manufactured, also impact resale value. Air Maxes and Jordan 3s all crumble over time, which kills their future resale value. Only those with a knowledge of supply, demand, and condition on a per-model basis can accurately appraise, negotiate, and close deals on used sneakers within seconds. To win in this game, you need to know the maximum that a shoe is worth as a buyer, and then the minimum you could flip it for on today's market based on current conditions.
The person that wants to spend 150 to 200 bucks on a shoe, they're not really gonna be super specific if it comes with the box or not, versus someone that's looking to spend 2,000 on their shoes. They're looking for more so of like a collectible or like the whole experience, right? So you're looking at it 100, 200, 300, sometimes even more of a loss.
Buyers browse the convention with clipboards and phone in hand, referencing spreadsheets and websites to figure out their next bid. For Leo, it's all in his head. He knows the price floor for every model like the back of his hand, and when the haggling starts, he issues bids within seconds.
What's your best? 130. I'm ready to buy the most. Yeah.
Finance is an industry built on information arbitrage, and the sneaker business is no different. This seller passes all the marks for Leo. His shoes are pre-owned, have their original boxes, and are all 10 to 10.5, the most common shoe size in North America. If his shoes were 6 or 16, that would only lower their worth, as the more unconventional the shoe size, the smaller the market. Leo picks up that this dude is hoping to get rid of everything in one go and moves quickly to deal.
I'm buying them all.
Alright, where are we at?
He can give the seller liquidity and inventory clear out in exchange for volume discounts. Shoes that were $280 become $200, and pine green Jordan 4s that can be flipped for $450 come down to $300.
What's your best on the J Balvin? You said 4.
3.
I'll do 3.
3?
Yeah. So we're at, there's a 110, 130. It was what, 180. Pine green was 300. Orange lobster was 200. There's 21 right here and 21 pairs.
Before leaving, he hands out his socials to the seller. For Leo, these events are essential in not just restocking, but also in branding. Given the slower deal flow these days, resellers prefer going to conventions where multiple buyers come to them, rather than driving around trying to deal with one shop at a time. New owners like Leo can no longer bank on walk-ins alone for inventory, and they use these few in-person events to make a name for their shop and to proactively cop the best product available. The face-to-face relationship building is more important than ever as shop reputations are in the dirt. Sneaker shops are now known to bait and switch, promising one offer over the phone and then lowballing after sellers show up. This seller didn't know Leo before, but given the positive transaction, he now knows he can bring future shoes to Leo and not have to wait for the next event to cash out. As Leo loads up his purchases, he begins to attract the attention of the crowd. They see his stacked cart and know he's got the cash to spend.
How much you want?
Like, I let him go for the low for you.
How low?
Shit, 100.
That's not low enough.
No?
Nah.
Damn, what's low for you?
I pay like 40 on these.
40?
Yeah.
Fuck. How about 80?
I'll go 60, but that's my best.
75?
I can't.
Damn.
Yeah.
And would it be cash or Venmo?
Yeah, cash.
Cash? And you said what's your highest?
60. What are you on this?
I'll let these go for the low too, $120.
I'm good on that one.
Okay.
I'll pay 60 for the 12s.
60 for the 12s?
Yeah.
How about...
I'm firm on that. Yeah.
Can you come up 10 bucks?
I can't.
Can we coin flip it?
It'd be 50, 70.
Can it be, I'm 50, 80.
Yeah, 60 is really my best on that one.
God damn it. Alright,
He's trying.
Shit, man. 60 bucks too.
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your best on the coin flip? Let's do 50, 70.
50, 70 on these?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, because I wanted 70, so I'll do 50, 80.
Alright. You have a coin on you? I would do Siri.
Oh, wait a minute. Did I say 50, 80?
Yeah. You want to keep it?
Yeah, I'll keep it.
No worries. All right, bro. Thank you. You guys selling? Are they used, brand new? Can I take a look? How much you want on these?
We're supposed to do 250.
We can negotiate.
Yeah, I'd probably be like under 200 on this one.
Yeah.
How much here?
Yeah, we're costing 240.
Okay, I'll pass on that one. Okay. Be interested here. How much here?
240.
I don't feel like 160 on this one.
I can do 200 flat.
I'll do 170. That'd be my best. No.
2 flat is mine.
Okay. You do 180 here.
180 and 200.
What about here?
Do 200 and those. I'll do 180 and 130.
I'll just do 180, 130 here. 200. Nah, yeah. 180, 180, and 140. Because you're only $10 higher.
190, $10.
So 180, 190, 140. That's cool.
I'll do it for sure.
Okay.
It only takes Leo a few minutes to assess that these sellers are not only desperate, but also overconfident and misinformed. Their shoes just aren't worth as much as they think.
I'll probably pay like 80 each.
Nah, I'm good, bro.
Okay. Any shoe that if you brought it up to me, brand new or pre-owned, most likely I can tell you exactly what we're willing to pay, especially on pre-owned and SKUs that we see a lot more often. I don't even have to check my phone. There's years and years of experience going into that, touching thousands of shoes. I mean, maybe even like hundreds of thousands of shoes over my lifetime, right? And trying to price these shoes as well. There's so much knowledge that's going into that.
For Leo, he got his start in sophomore year in high school 6 years ago in 2018. He started selling his own sneakers to friends, moving a pair or two a week, building up capital, knowledge, and confidence.
In high school, what I would do is I figured out some shoes that sold really well to my peers. So what I would do is I would bid on StockX. I would wake up sometimes and maybe 2 of my bids got accepted for like a total of $300. But I didn't really have $300, so if I would overdraft, I'd be like, fuck, like I gotta pay this overdraft fee. And then I would ask my friends to borrow money, be like, hey, like let me borrow $200-300. Once I get the shoe in and I sell it, I'll pay you back.
After graduation, he upped his game by creating his own brand on Instagram and hitting up Melrose Avenue, a shopping street that had been taken over with sneakerheads and sneaker shops.
Melrose specifically was like the hub of like streetwear culture in LA. All these major sneaker stores, Round 2, Cool Kicks, all started on Melrose. Me and my friends would just go shop on Saturdays. We would just walk around, you know, go to all these shoe stores. I realized there was money to be made there, and there was kids that would sit outside these stores and intercept these potential sellers. I slowly just started going every Saturday. I would have my mom drop me off. I would sit there on the block just with a bunch of kids that I didn't even know, you know, all we had was this common love for shoes. And we'd just sit there, wait for these people to come by and try and buy their shoes off them, and then we would take them home, clean them up, and sell them on Instagram. Pretty much everything that I know now, I got from Melrose. Building customer relations, learning how to negotiate with customers, pricing strategies, how to buy, how to do things really quickly, because a lot of the times you're on a time crunch. You're at an event, you don't have all day to legit check and look up prices and think about what you're trying to offer.
These 5 long years of trial and error were how Leo built up his expertise. He was burned plenty of times in the early days, rushing purchases, misjudging prices, or getting swindled with fakes, but he stuck with it, posting every day on Instagram, running raffles, live streaming, and growing inventory. When the pandemic came, he could no longer hit the streets and turned to selling online, exchanging with strangers at his local supermarket and shipping orders around the world. That was when the sneaker market exploded and his volume grew exponentially with consistency.
That's crazy. So back then during COVID, really any sneaker store that opened and had any like popular models would do well. But over time, people stopped getting stimulus checks. People stopped getting these extra lump sums in their accounts. People are a little more selective with their spending. And so over time, kind of the sneaker market's changing. Prices are definitely going down. The average sale price back then was probably $400 to $500. Nowadays, it's $250, if that. Any other industry, if you're holding a bunch of dead inventory and you don't get rid of it, then you're going to be cash flow negative.
From Leo's count, there were thousands of new sneaker shops around the country between 2021 and 2022, and it was normal to hear of stores in LA selling $50,000 to $60,000 worth of shoes in a single day once the stimulus checks started flowing. Shoes would fly off the shelves at any markup, and stores matched that demand in inventory and labor. But as the economy contracted the following year, there was a sudden reality shock that not every shoe would sell. And when shop owners did not adjust product or overhead, they went underwater from excessive payroll and worthless inventory. Fast forward to present day, and they're all sitting on shelves below retail. But the crash did not discourage Leo from opening a store. He felt Instagram had tapped out, he had navigated the downturn better than his peers, had saved up plenty of capital, and sought to tap into a bigger market. When the opportunity came to open up on Hollywood Boulevard last October, he jumped in feet first, and in 2 weeks, Courtside Hollywood was open. But selling online and selling in person are two different ballgames, and Leo has had to adjust.
The customers that come in here, a lot of them are tourists since we're on Hollywood Boulevard. So here we're looking for more so of a variety of shoes, which is something that I'm proud that we offer. A lot of shops are very brand new specific and they feel like pre-owned is looked down upon, or they don't want to offer it to their customers because it creates this sort of image. To us, we feel like adding pre-owned to our location just gives people more to shop from. A lot of people aren't familiar also with the used shoe market, so they don't reap the benefits of the used shoe market. Versus us, we're very knowledgeable. We have pre-owned shoes that are priced at $50 to $100, but we also have the $2,000, $3,000 shoe for that specific customer.
For Leo, a store provides a certain longevity and experience that no Instagram or website will ever match, as customers can try on, buy, and trade in within minutes. There's a Foot Locker and Shoe Palace in the same mall, but he's not concerned. Courtside Hollywood, in his mind, caters to a different audience and stocks the higher-end sneakers that people would never find at a footwear chain. 85% of his customers are overseas tourists. While locals come in for an exact model, tourists are less knowledgeable. They're not interested in history or future appreciation and buy solely based on aesthetics and feel. This necessitates the need for brand diversity, like stocking New Balances and Asics on top of the usual suspects, but Leo's not signing any deals with these brands. In a wholesale contract, Leo doesn't get to choose what models he receives, and being saddled with inventory he can't move goes against his strength of knowing exactly what sells and what doesn't. Instead, he relies on the connections he's built through 6 years in the LA community to source new and pre-owned sneakers alike.
How much you looking for?
Talk to me, bro. Talk to me. I work with you. Lowest ask is what? Like
$260. Bid is $230.
$260. I think I saw $270. But if it's $260?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do a coin flip. And your best offer?
I'd offer $200.
Nah. Come on, man.
What do you want to do? Man. I can't do $260.
I'll do $220 or $260. Coin flip.
My best is $220. So if you want to do a coin flip, we could do like $240, $200.
Man, you killing me. I got you, man.
I'm firm at $220, bro.
$235.
I can't. I'm firm. If not, it's all good. Appreciate it though. Next time.
I might come back.
Thank you, bro. Yep. It's business.
Since opening, Courtside Hollywood grosses on average $120,000 a month for an annual run rate of $1.4 million. Customers spent on average $290 per order last year, and that number has trailed downwards to $235 this year. His operating margin sits at 25%. He's leaning more these days into apparel, with brands like Supreme, CPFM, and St. Michael to balance the business. Pre-owned sneakers make up 20% of store sales, new sneakers are 40%, new apparel makes up 25%, and pre-owned apparel is 15%. With apparel, customer knowledge levels are generally lower and the arbitrage is much stronger, as profit margins there are generally 10 to 20% higher when compared against shoes. Leo's network is how he's scaled. His sales reps and manager are friends from high school and connections from his time on Melrose.
I think when I wanted to open a store was right when you kind of saw the downfall of sneakers, and not to say it's not doing well still, but just like when it was right from the peak going down to how it is now. I would say definitely against the grain and definitely during a tough time, but I think I proved to myself that I could do it.
Leo is just 21, and it's impossible to not respect his craft. He does it all with a maturity and long-term mindset that is rare for both his age and in a world where personality, fads, and shortcuts have taken precedence over ability.
So far, only one. It dried up.
Out in the states of Pennsylvania and New York sits Justin Ashby, the sneaker king of the East Coast and the owner of Legacy Sneaker Boutique. While Leo represents the new generation of owners, Justin is an OG who's been in the game since 2010.
A young man who loves sneakers, especially basketball shoes, worn by his favorite pro athletes. But now he's turned that passion into a business. and an impressive collection of kicks.
Justin started out as a collector before snowballing his hobby into a lucrative business, starting from his garage, then storage units, and eventually into multi-million-dollar stores and shopping malls across the Northeast. His flagship store is in New York City, right across from the iconic Empire State Building. While his business is near identical to Leo's despite being on opposite coasts, Justin's tenure gives him a sharp perspective and edge that few would be able to replicate.
We're in the Mecca here. We're in Midtown, right in front of the Empire State Building. We get hundreds and hundreds of tourists every single day, so it's not like we get a lot of repeat customers. So we're trying to leave a lasting impression for these people. When they're coming in, we want them to go back to their country. We want them to shop with us. We're giving them a business card when they make a purchase. They come in here. We have size charts for many different countries and stuff. We have people that help them with the language barrier. The customers coming from Germany are going to want something different from somebody from England or somebody from China. So we try to have a little bit of everything. So we have a wide variety of sneakers, clothing, everything from the Europeans that just want runners and others that just want like Sambas to Jordan 1s, Jordan 4s. We don't want a customer to come in here and it only be stuff that they can see like at every other store. So when they come in, first thing they see is that huge vault in the left. It's one of one. There's Nike mags in there. There's 1985 Jordan 1s, Louis Air Force 1s, all kinds of different samples and player exclusives. Some of the stuff is $10,000, $20,000, $100,000 in there. We don't sell too much out of that, but that's the most photographed area of the store. So like that's usually for us what gets put on social media.
Every aspect of Legacy, from the store-level staffing to the basement operations, is drawn from Justin's 14 years of experience. In comparison, it took Leo months of numbers crunching after opening to figure out who his customers were. Leo's transition from brick and mortar was not the simple lift and shift from Instagram that he had initially assumed. Meanwhile, Justin has opened stores over nearly 2 decades, in Lancaster, in the King of Prussia Mall, in the Willow Grove Park Mall, and then this one in Manhattan. While Leo's knowledge is rooted in LA, Justin sits at the 3,000-foot view and with an eye on the micro level of what sells today and the macro level of what's coming.
Sneaker market, it's definitely trending down right now. The entire economy right now, especially for small businesses, is struggling. It's not a necessity for someone to come in here and buy a $500 pair of sneakers. It never really was, but when people had the extra spending money, you do still have people that collect sneakers and people that want to buy the newest things. But just in general, from the last 20 years that I've been doing it, I've seen ups and downs. I don't remember another time where it's been this bad, where I can't see it getting back to what it was before 2, 3, 4 years ago. I think at that time, everybody had money. The world was shut down, 5 months, March to July, on the retail side anyway, until they started kind of opening malls and stuff again. During that time, people ain't working, but a lot of people were getting stimulus checks, PPP, plus like the unemployment was offering like $600 on top of the unemployment checks. It was like a perfect storm. And like we knew that wasn't gonna be like the reality of like the economy at that time, but we knew like take advantage of it now and figure it out later when things start to change. But at that time, it was like everything was selling, and a lot of people saw it. A lot of people took advantage of it. There's so many stores that popped up that are no longer in business anymore. A lot of people closed down because they thought that was like the new normal, and it was a bubble. It was a good 18 months, maybe 2 years, and I feel like now it dropped off even worse than what it was before COVID, which is pretty shocking. I think Nike, and I'm just speaking freely here, I feel like they've tried for many years to kind of combat resellers. They're trying to mass produce things. They're trying to put things in different locations. They're trying to go more direct to consumer by doing the sneakers app for a lot of their drops instead of putting more allocations into Foot Lockers and stuff like that. It's also hurting themselves as a brand. I mean, I saw their stock today went way down, and there's kind of a panic there. I saw they just cut 2%, I think, staffing earlier in June or late May. I think what they're doing, it's hurting everybody. It's hurting the resellers, it's hurting the retailers. A Foot Locker, Finish Line, JD, and all these other big box retailers, they're not selling out anymore. We can't carry the same stuff that you're going to be seeing sit at Foot Locker because it makes no sense. We need them to have their products sell out because that's where we're buying everything from a supply and demand standpoint. Like, we want to have the stuff that's no longer available. From an Adidas standpoint, Yeezy's no longer with them. His shoes are still doing good in the resale market, surprisingly enough. Adidas is struggling immensely without him, but they've been somehow still releasing Yeezys, and they keep saying it's leftover inventory that they already produced. But once that dries up, I think it'll be bad for them as well.
Having lived through so many store openings and closings, Justin has learned the hard way that no mall is the same. For Justin, there's just too many sellers and not enough buyers at the moment, and the bag holders are increasingly dumping their shoes to cut their losses, which only tanks the market even further.
I think right now it is more important than ever for the location. You have so many stores, the product's the same at most of the stores. So then the next thing people look at is like the price. And a lot of times people are gonna go with the best price. So now for us, it's like, where are we gonna get the most foot traffic? Where are we gonna see the most amount of people that we can provide an experience to and potentially make a sell or leave a lasting impact on them. I actually started out on my own in Lancaster, PA, which is where I'm from. Still have a store there. I actually went to Mall of America a year after opening out in Minnesota. Great location, biggest mall in the world at that time, and it did good, but my store was small and it was hard location. I actually went to Mall of America a year after opening out in Minnesota. Great location, biggest mall in the world at that time, and it did good, but my store was small and it was hard for me to run it, being 3 hours away on a flight. So when me and my partners decided to open Legacy, we started in King of Prussia Mall. Same thing, another great mall, more high-end than Mall of America. That's where we were at during COVID. It did crazy numbers there. They wanted to shoot the rent way, way up. Didn't make sense. They put a competitor in there. After we were leaving King of Prussia, we ended up going to Willow Grove Mall, 10 miles, 15 miles away, trying to bring some of our core customer base over to us. But the mall itself, again, it wasn't a great mall. So it didn't make sense for us to stay there. We've always kind of dreamed big. Like we know what we're capable of, the systems that we've built, staff that we have. So we always kind of look at like the biggest opportunity. So once New York was presented to us and American Dream were presented to us, we felt like on the East Coast, those were two of the best options possible. Landlords we had to work with, get the rent drop. I think they understand that if we stay here and try to operate at the initial agreement that we had when we signed the lease, it's not going to work for us, and we end up having to leave. They're stuck with an empty store. So if they're stuck here with the empty store, it's going to be tough for them to fill it up. Our landlords here have been great. Before we took this location, the space was vacant for 2 years. As you can imagine, a rent here in New York City is insane, and then imagine being in front of the Empire State Building, it's even worse.
Legacy's latest store is in New Jersey's American Dream, the second largest shopping mall in the country, and where he's hoping that the water park will pull in the traffic that's been dropping off everywhere else. At the peak of the sneaker market, the King of Prussia location was Justin's crown jewel and grossed $11 million in 2020. Their rent was just $6,000 a month, and during COVID, they grossed as much as $11,000 on a single Saturday or Sunday. This Manhattan store was supposed to be it, the biggest leap of faith, the culmination after so many years of grinding, and the one store to rule them all with the best location and foot traffic in the world. But the market downturn has made that hope a distant dream. Last year, Legacy's store in New York City grossed $7 million, but the gross figures only tell half the story. Even after discounts, rent is $104,000 a month and payroll is $50,000 a month. Because their store in New York City spans 2 floors at a combined 12,000 square feet, he needs a big team of 4 to 5 multilingual associates on the floor at all times to deter snatch and grabs, an inventory team downstairs, store managers, and a GM. If your store is in a market where everyone demands the trendiest and latest, you can't procure every pair yourself without risking hundreds of thousands of dollars on top of your already costly overhead. The fastest way to stock product instead is through consignment.
That one's good?
When we go for like these bigger locations, even the first location, with it being 2,000 square feet, I didn't want to open up and have a store look empty. I had the inventory that I had. I might have had 1,000 pairs or something at that time. It wasn't 1,000 unique pairs, so 1,000 pairs might have been, let's say, 100 different pairs. So that doesn't fill up much of a wall. So being able to bring in consignment and consigners, it helps me, it helps them. It gives them a platform to sell. They don't have to do the work besides bringing the stuff to us. We make a small percentage, but it allows us to make money without investing that money. It allows us to fill up our shelves and a lot of space in the store with product that we wouldn't typically buy. For example, like this location, we have between 15 to 17,000 pairs of shoes downstairs. Out of that, there's so many shoes that we have down there that I wouldn't waste my time buying or putting my money into it. But even if it's here, once that shoe sells, like we just made $60 on a $300 shoe that didn't cost us anything.
The other trade-off with consignment is lack of control. The people bringing in their sneakers are the ones who get to set the price. For these reasons, most retailers, including Leo, stay away from consignment due to all this complexity and liability. What happens when you damage or lose someone's shoes? How do you issue payments? What if someone is overpricing their shoe? How do you keep co-signers happy while pushing your own higher margin inventory? Justin operates at a scale that only a handful of sneaker stores in the world have ever reached, even during the market peak. It's not so much the shoes in the front, but rather the system in the back. Legacy's back-end automation has been what's maintained their edge and growth at scale.
At my store in PA, I did do the pen and paper with like contracts and stuff for a while. I did this Excel spreadsheets, and I would spend hours every day at home, like having to put everything into a spreadsheet of like who sold what. When we opened King of Prussia, we knew the volume was going to be too much to do that. So the portal we have now, I mean, it's almost absolutely perfect for us. We can see every piece of data you can imagine. When a customer first puts it in there, we have the option to approve it. So if customers are trying to bring stuff that we don't want or stuff that we don't allow, we can deny inventory we don't want, and they can book the appointment through there, or we can do our payouts through like a checkbook option. We can see when something was accepted. We can see what the price is like on other markets like StockX and Go. We can see the comparison of what somebody's shoe is compared to that. So if something is too high, we can always go back to them and say, hey, your shoe's $400, but it's X amount on StockX and stuff like that. So I think it's super valuable for us because it allows us to literally with a couple clicks of a button be able to do everything that we need to do from the inventory side, and just to be able to have that information available and all the data that we have from it. If we didn't have that, we wouldn't be able to survive here. We always look at the prices before we accept it. Sometimes we'll take a gamble and try to help consigners because obviously the more it sells for them, the more we make. It's a win-win for both of us. But we also have to look at the customers too. We don't want customers coming in here seeing every single shoe be grossly overpriced. It just makes us look bad. And we always have to relay that message back to the consigners too. If they're putting an astronomical price on something and they're saying, oh, I just want to try it out to see if we can sell for $500 and it's a $200 shoe, then we got to go back to them and let them know like, hey, it makes us look bad. They don't know that you're the consigner. They come into Legacy and they say, oh, Legacy's charging $500 for that shoe. Now we get a negative review on Google, or we just get an argument in the store of we're price gouging or whatever it may be. So we really try to stay on top of pricing before the shoe makes it in the store. But even on top of that, like they have full access to their portal. So if a shoe's tanking, they can drop their price in real time. All of our shoes have QR codes on it. QR code automatically updates. So if a customer goes onto our iPad or they scan the bottom of a shoe, it'll have their updated pricing. Same thing with if a shoe starts going up in price, they can always change their price. We just ask everything to be $25 increments. If you're trying to bring a shoe in and someone has it at $250 and you try to put it at like $225, and we try not to allow too much undercutting, so we try to stay firm with that.
While consignment lowers product costs to zero, the trade-off is margins and control. Legacy makes 20% off every consigned sneaker sold. For a $300 shoe, that means Legacy's gross profit is really only $60, whereas the gross profits would be $100 or 30% under store-owned. But since Legacy also covers the credit card fees and pays out 1% commission to its employees, its gross profit margin on consignment sales is closer to 16%. At its peak, sneakers were a high-gross, high-margin business. But what happens when that margin disappears? For Legacy in New York City, 75% of sales are through consignment, and the other 25% are store-owned, for a total store-level operating margin of 24%. Legacy needs to gross at least $750,000 to break even at this location, and there's been plenty of months this year where they've missed that target. They used to gross $20,000 every Saturday last year, and Saturdays this year have been half of that. The average customer order size is $286 in Manhattan and $247 in Lancaster. Yet this isn't Justin's first bump in the road. He'll adapt as he's always done for the past 14 years.
I just think it's harder now for the younger resellers and entrepreneurs to connect. The biggest sneaker brand, I should say, in the market is Jordan Brand, who's under Nike's umbrella. Michael Jordan retired with the Bulls in 1998, and retired with the Wizards in 2003. So, I mean, that's 21 years ago now. I mean, we got a lot of young entrepreneur and businessmen trying to get into the resale market that you see at these sneaker events. They're selling these shoes, but they have no connection to Michael Jordan when he was wearing a Flu game or a Concord. For us, like, we can say, oh, I remember when he first wore that at this game, or I remember he won a championship in this game. So for us, it meant something to wear that shoe. It meant something to collect that shoe, and that's where the value came from. Now the value is just, you have so many sellers here. Everyone is trying to sell the same item, and again, there's no attachment to it. So they're selling it to somebody else in that same age bracket. That person that's buying it, they might buy it because it looks cool, but sometimes that's not enough for that shoe to have that value. Players now that are like the biggest names, LeBron and Giannis, their shoes don't do well for a resale standpoint. And so that's why I think Nike taps into like DJ Khaled and Travis Scott and Drake. So they're trying to get into the influencers on the rapper side because they feel like they can relate more to the kids than somebody like MJ could, or Griffey or Penny, or somebody that was really doing it big in the 90s that carried the torch for us as collectors and sellers. When I first started, I would buy 3 pairs of a shoe when I was 15, 16 years old. And I would sell 2 of them on eBay, and I would use that profit. To pay for my personal pair to keep in my collection to wear. So I started off small that way back in 2002. And as that kind of grew, and it grew slow because back then you would get 1 Jordan that would come out every month. It wasn't like today where you have 5, 6, 7 Jordans bi-weekly. So you really had to figure out what you could sell there. And it wasn't a big resale market. For me to make money in that market, I started going to the outlets, going to Nike outlet. And me and a friend of mine would travel literally all around the United States, going to different outlets. And he had a great network over in China of buyers that would buy some of the weirdest stuff. But we would go to outlets and buy $150 50 pairs of that shoe, and we might make $5 to $6 per shoe, but we would just literally buy it, fill up a town and country with the seats folded down, drive to FedEx, box them up, ship it, and go to the next outlet, and it's like a road trip. I think, especially right now with the economy being as bad as it is, offering used shoes at a fraction of the price of a new shoe, it's a great option. For us in this location, I don't think it makes the most sense. Again, we're getting a lot of tourists, and some of these tourists, they're coming from so many different countries. They're not used to coming into like a store like this and then seeing used stuff, so we don't want to turn those customers off. My store back in PA, used shoes do really well. I probably make more profit on a used shoe than I do on a new shoe 9 out of 10 times. So it is smart. It is a market I think that most sneaker stores need to have. I don't think you can go wrong. Like at my store back home, I make sure that we have the original box for it. I don't take nothing like beat up. I know some stores, they'll take anything. I still want to kind of uphold the image. Like we try to be like an upscale boutique. I don't want people coming in picking up beat up shoes.
But Justin's not here pining for the good old days. Instead, he understands that every generation has its place, and adaptation is everything in this game.
We're out here grinding in a store, and I'll be honest, it's not fun. I've been doing it too long. Like, I hate retail now. I know 16 and 17-year-old kids that are building Discords and building consignment systems, and they're still doing like these add to carts and bots and stuff like that. They get to sit there and be behind their computer. They're literally not buying the shoes for the most part. They're doing it for other people, and they're charging them a fee. So they're making 6 figures, sometimes in a month, to sit back on a computer and have all the freedom in the world. Like, they don't have to get up and come to the store and deal with customers or deal with staff or deal with the normal day-to-day issues that we have to deal with as owners, with 6-figure overhead every month, or even if you take the dollar amount, like even just overhead in general. I would love to be in their position, and I think them coming up, they looked at people like us and saw what we had, and they figured out how to do it better, and hats off to them. I think they're doing a great job.
The sneaker industry is a modern case study on not just how fast consumer markets can change, but also the importance of adaptation and expertise in business. Leo and Justin are generations apart and on opposite coasts, but they're also two owners with more similarities than differences. In a game that many treat as a side hustle, the two have scraped, honed, and built up their expertise from one sneaker into thousands of shoes over 14 years of trial and error. Their knowledge is their moat, and they've applied it in different ways. Everything is all floating around in their heads. It's not written down or sold on an online course. In business, there are no get-rich-quick schemes, no shortcuts to wisdom, and no asset more valuable than original insight.
Damn, I haven't seen drops. What happened? No drops. Alright, go watch again. Who killed esports?
There are few industries that have risen and collapsed as quickly as esports. In the 2010s, competitive gaming had grown beyond South Korea, RTS games, niche forums, and LAN cafes. Cable was on its way out, Twitch was taking off, and viewership for traditional sports declined, whereas the audience for esports rapidly increased. Esports sold itself as the sport of the future, a world where video game tournaments would surpass the NBA and NFL, where anyone could grind from amateur to superstar, where gaming would be a viable profession, and stadiums would be packed around the world with thousands of screaming fans. Marketers had been desperate to reach the younger generations who shunned traditional media and advertising. Only esports boasted such a concentrated and engaged audience of millennials and zoomers. All this value in theory.
Average age of esports compared to traditional sports.
It would be captured by new esports teams and
Why is
leagues
there a
who could
Pac-Man?
monetize these eyeballs through tickets, merchandise, and media rights, the same way that the NBA, NFL, and Premier League have each used viewership to rake in billions over decades. There was so much hype that everyone expected the economics to solve itself over time. Around the world, venture capitalists invested millions into emerging teams, game publishers hosted tournaments in world-class venues and broadcasted matches with immense production value, colleges rolled out scholarships for promising pub stompers, prize pools ballooned into millions, and pro players were marketed as budding celebrities, with the best in the world signing 6 to 7-figure contracts. As esports progressed into the 2010s, the audience and spectacle reached even greater heights. It was no longer Mountain Dew and Doritos. Mainstream Fortune 500 brands jumped in sponsor team. It was no longer Mountain Dew and Doritos.
They have 5 million for Dota? 46?
Doritos. Mainstream Fortune 500 brands jumped in to sponsor teams, tournaments, and players alike. Even the billionaire owners and millionaire athletes of traditional sports joined in, enticed by the prospect of owning the next Dallas Cowboys or Manchester United. With the media and Wall Street collectively proclaiming esports as the next big thing in media and entertainment, this gaming future seemed certain. Fast forward to 2024 and esports has fallen apart. Many teams have shut down, they've run out of money, or have been sold for parts. Viewership has declined for once dominant titles, and questions have been raised on whether or not this audience is even valuable for advertisers when Twitch itself still can't turn a profit. Game publishers have cut their support and shuttered leagues. Many pros have left esports, channeling their star power into more sustainable streaming careers or leaving gaming behind entirely. The highest valued teams like TSM and Cloud9 have gone into radio silence under the continuous layoffs and roster cuts. The few teams that have IPO'd are all penny stocks, with the majority already delisted from their stock exchanges. Marketers are moving away, and the only supporters of esports still left are Saudi Arabia, online casinos, crypto exchanges, and fast food chains. No team or league has ever managed to turn a profit even at their peak outside of vague, unverifiable PR statements, and people are turning back to watch the NFL, Premier League, and the NBA. The fall of esports has never been covered by mainstream media. As a result, the industry remains rife with con artists, shell companies, and charlatans who continue to run the scene out in the open with little scrutiny. The pump and dump has continued, and the grifters that are running esports these days make even the most delusional Silicon Valley VCs and founders look like angels. In this episode, we'll break down the fraudulent business of esports and analyze 8 teams, 4 publishers, and 2 middlemen across NA and EU. Before we dive into specific teams, we need a baseline understanding of esports as a landscape. Like in traditional sports, esports is not a winner-take-all market, but instead an ecosystem of mutually dependent entities that must work together to achieve commercial success. The root is multiplayer games. The more popular the title, the greater the player base, the more competitive the gameplay, the better fit for esports. Players assemble their own teams or join existing ones. These teams then compete in tournaments and leagues where the formats, rules, rankings, and prize pools are administered by third parties or by the game publishers. The competitions are then streamed on Twitch or YouTube to fans. Developers and publishers invest their resources to support the competitive scene in exchange for free marketing, stronger engagement, and player growth. Teams provide paychecks and coaches so players can focus on winning. Brands and advertisers can insert themselves at any stage. They can sponsor a team, the league, the streams, or all of the above. Teams make money through sponsorships and merchandise, and league organizers make money off sponsorships, tickets, concessions, and sometimes even team entry fees. In the 2010s, the goal was maturity. If the teams, matches, tournaments, and leagues could each improve in quality and process, then esports would become more attractive and accessible, and then viewership, in theory, would grow in line. Once viewership reached some critical mass, it would be a piece of cake to sell the streaming rights in perpetuity for millions and eventually billions. Just like how it is for the NFL and the NBA, this annual wad of cash could be shared amongst the teams, who would each use their cut to finance player salaries and transfers. At the beginning, publishers, team owners, league admins, tournament organizers, and players were all united in pursuit of this payday. Everyone had to keep doing their part. Publishers needed to support the game for competitive play, leagues needed to keep upping production value, and teams should spare no expense bringing in the best players in the world. Games had to be easy to watch, matches needed to be thrilling, and tournaments needed to become spectacles in order for viewership to grow. Yet payday never materialized. Broadcast deals in esports have never been meaningful enough to offset costs or be comparable to that of traditional sports. In this mutually dependent ecosystem, all it took was for one entity to quit to bring everything else down. For some titles, it was the publisher who threw in the towel first, and for others, it was the teams themselves. Ultimately, as soon as one domino fell, the others would collapse shortly after. The complication is that esports encompasses a vast number of games, and no title is the same. Some games are popular.
Holy shit, I like it. Hold up.
For years and then flame out, a small handful endure for decades, and some just never get off the ground. There's no definitive way to rank esports titles as viewership fluctuates and prize pools are not reflective of popularity. For instance, Dota boasts the biggest prize pools but pulls in less viewership than leading titles. In the past decade, esports has been dominated by League of Legends and Counter-Strike. These titles are generally regarded as Tier 1 esports, where the viewership is strongest and the leagues are the most mature. Then in Tier 2 are titles with lesser but respectable followings, like Rainbow Six Siege, PUBG, Valorant, and Dota. Then at the bottom are titles with low viewership and niche competitive scenes, like FIFA, Madden, Call of Duty, Rocket League, Street Fighter, and Super Smash Bros. While everyone has their role to play, teams, players, and organizers generally all look first towards the publishers to determine their own investments. Publishers have the deepest pockets and the most to gain from esports, but since they make money off the underlying video game, their business is not fundamentally dependent on the competitive scene, whereas every other entity in the ecosystem is. On one end of the spectrum are publishers like Riot, who meticulously control every aspect of the esports scene for League and Valorant. They're the developer, publisher, broadcaster, organizer, and league commissioner all in one, and they get involved in everything from player salaries and team allowance to owner conduct and sanctions. On the other end of the spectrum is Nintendo, who has consistently refused to cater to esports as the biggest tournaments for Smash and Splatoon are generally grassroots community-run passion projects. Yet Nintendo has no concerns about investing in competitive Pokemon. Then in the middle of the spectrum is EA, Ubisoft, and Valve, who have had one foot in and one foot out over the years. The variance in investments, attitude, and agendas across titles and publishers made the goal of turning esports into a business even more complicated. Even at the peak of esports, the economic pressures never disappeared. Instead of a classic pyramid system where teams get relegated and promoted based on merit, tournament organizers began collectively transitioning towards closed leagues like the NFL, MLB, and NBA, with or without the publisher's support. That way, viewership would not be fragmented across hundreds of teams and multiple levels of competition. All the eyeballs could be concentrated on an exclusive few. Teams would pay millions to secure a permanent spot in these closed leagues and get a guaranteed share of league revenues, which on paper would ensure longevity for all. The direct emulation of the NFL, MLB, and NBA, the three most lucrative sports leagues in the world, into Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, Overwatch, and League of Legends, renewed hope in the mid-2010s that esports could truly be sustainable. Esports is divided by region. North American teams were the least competitive, but the most well-funded given the concentration of venture capital in the continent. Their revenue opportunities were also the greatest, as Americans are the wealthiest in the world by measure of disposable income and significantly more valuable to advertisers than Asians and Europeans. If there was any org that could be profitable, it would in theory be an org from NA. After Cloud9 and TSM, the most famous org in North America was FaZe, who IPO'd in 2022. Since 2011, FaZe has won 32 championships across Counter-Strike, COD, Fortnite, PUBG, Valorant, and Rocket League. Their legacy in gaming culture and success in esports was so strong that they had even earned recognition from traditional media. They sold themselves as a generational company where their fans were loyal to FaZe the brand rather than just FaZe the team. They not only showed up to matches and bought merchandise, but also watched content and attended meetups. Esports drew people in, and FaZe's network of streamers, rappers, and influencers is what got them hooked. The centralization of all these young eyeballs all year round enabled the company to secure brand deals with the Fortune 500 and to launch genre-crossing collabs with Disney, Naruto, and Porsche. Yet FaZe was not the high-margin media business or the high-growth sports empire it had portrayed itself to be. Esports contributed less than 15% in revenue, while sponsorships made up the majority of the top line. Despite primarily dealing in digital goods and services, cost of revenue actually increased in line with revenue. Brand deals and tournament winnings were awarded to FaZe the company, but most of the money passed through to the underlying players and streamers. While the players were generally salaried, the content creators were all independent contractors despite exclusively representing FaZe. The only way FaZe could convince these content creators to band together under one exclusive brand was to compensate them with a generous cut of every sponsorship deal. With cost of revenue sitting well over 70% every year, FaZe was giving away at least 70% of the money to content creators and players. And even as the company went underwater, the talent began to take even more of the pie for themselves. FaZe, the company, was capturing the least amount of value and still spending beyond its means with massive losses. With poor fundamentals across media and esports, FaZe's shares tanked from $20 to 18 cents in less than 2 years. As the losses continued, the company found itself out of hype and money. In 2023, FaZe was sold to GameSquare, another esports org in NA, who funded the purchase with equity. Ironically, GameSquare's own shares have plummeted to be just as worthless as FaZe's. Still, both companies took the effort to spin a tale in the press that FaZe was the victim of mismanagement and that the founders have been rightfully restored to turn things around. They blamed FaZe's former CEO, Lee Trink, a man who allegedly bought diamonds, splurged on dinners, and rented mansions on company dime while wrongly pivoting the brand away from gaming. The scrutiny on Lee is fair as he can barely keep his own career straight. On some websites, he claims to have been the one who turned Katy Perry and Jared Leto into musical superstars despite only working at Capitol Records for 2 years. On other websites, he downplays his involvement with these artists as routine collaborations. Lee also claims that he ran his own Hollywood talent agency by the name of Dare Mighty Entertainment, where he allegedly managed Kid Rock, the Backstreet Boys, and Ice Cubes for 8 years without any websites or social media. The business address that Lee registered for Dare Mighty Entertainment is the same exact address that he would later register FaZe Clan with. Both point to a random house in Los Angeles. As unqualified as Lee was, it doesn't absolve the cronyism and the conflicts of interest that still run rampant in esports today. The CEO at GameSquare, who rescued FaZe from bankruptcy, was FaZe's former chief financial officer, the same CFO who approved the spending, set the budgets, and endorsed the same business model that brought FaZe to both IPO and penny stock. FaZe continues to compete and to push content, the only difference this time being that they're bleeding someone else's pockets. While poor leadership exacerbated FaZe's failures, their struggles to make a business out of esports are not unique. By the mid-2010s, the esports rocket ship had taken off, and outsiders were eager for a finger in the pie. One of these was Madison Square Garden, the multi-billion-dollar venue operator and owner of the New York Knicks and New York Rangers. They had hosted the sold-out LCS finals in the Garden the year before, and that event single-handedly convinced leadership of the future. If MSG could own the next big esports team, that would easily add another billion to their valuation. In 2017, they bought a 65% stake in CounterLogic Gaming. Of all the esports teams that they could have acquired, CLG was the safest. CLG was one of the oldest orgs in competitive gaming, having competed in League of Legends since the very beginning, and the team there had just won their second consecutive championship. Founded by pro players rather than trickshotters, CLG had always focused on winning. Madison Square Garden's plan after acquisition was to help CLG mature its marketing, media, and merchandise businesses, income streams that the org could not properly develop on its own before with smaller pockets. But despite having more than enough cash flow as the owner of an NBA and an NHL team, Madison Square Garden gave up on CLG in less than 6 years, shuttering the org, laying off staff, and killing the brand. The only worthwhile assets were CLG's league team and LCS slot, both of which were sold to NRG, who, like GameSquare, could only pay with equity. While Madison Square Garden intentionally buried CLG's financials alongside the Knicks and Rangers during its ownership to avoid scrutiny over its esports money pit, we can actually infer CLG's bottom line. If we extrapolate the net losses for CLG's minority shareholders, which was the 35% that Madison Square Garden didn't buy, we can calculate that CLG lost $6 million every year for 6 years straight. The absence of bottom line improvement can be explained with the context that every CLG team dropped off in performance in the years following its acquisition. Yet these numbers also reveal that revenue share from LCS was not actually growing over time as Riot had once promised. The entire purpose of having a closed league for League of Legends was so that underperforming teams would still receive enough proceeds from the league to sustain operations. But as CLG showed, that clearly wasn't the case. Even newer, better-funded NA teams did not fare any better. FaZe, CLG, and countless other first movers had all demonstrated in their own ways how fragile it was to do esports first and then content second. Competitive success was not guaranteed, and player salaries were only increasing. Enthusiast Gaming out in Canada attempted sustainability from the opposite end by doing content first and then esports. It made sense, as media was a proven business and esports was not. Their idea was to use the established income from mature websites to subsidize their ventures into competitive gaming. Enthusiasts bought Addicting Games, Escapist, Wisecrack, an assortment of gaming channels and websites. Over the years, they expanded their portfolio to include live events, stat trackers, forums, and communities, all through M&A and all related to gaming. These online properties, despite generating steady advertising income, were not particularly valuable in the first place. Their acquisitions had been mostly funded by equity, and any cash portions had been deferred into multi-year payments, indicating that there weren't many other buyers for these websites in the first place. Putting these assets together enabled enthusiasts to surpass $10 million in less than 3 years. That cash flow was then spent on the purchase of Luminosity in 2019, an emerging Toronto esports team who competed in Siege, Fortnite, Apex, and Madden. Despite their later expansion to Overwatch, Pokemon, and Rocket League, esports and Luminosity has remained the company's weakest link. In 5 years, Luminosity has shown the least growth, whether measured by percentage or dollars. The only way the company has reduced burn for its esports division has been through eliminating rosters and replacing American talent with lower salaried Latin American players. While media has brought in cash flow, it hasn't stopped enthusiasts as a whole from losing money. There's no profit in assembling a portfolio of aging cash cows, especially when they've already peaked and they were purchased at a premium. If anything, esports seems to be an expensive, unnecessary diversion, as any viewer that Luminosity could reach in esports is likely someone who the company already hits with its media properties. Enthusiast's stock has plummeted from $8 to 10 cents a share in 3 years and was just delisted from the NASDAQ. Like FaZe, the original CEO has been blamed for mismanagement, yet the new CEO that was brought in to clean up the mess stayed just 10 months before fleeing the sinking ship. The new narrative out of NA is that it was the suits who screwed things up, and that putting these companies back in the hands of content creators and players who actually understand gamers are what will turn things around. We can see as much when we revisit GameSquare. GameSquare's pitch is that video games are the bridge to reaching Gen Z, and that the collective marketing power of their influencers, streamers, and esports teams will bring success to your brand.
Dude,
it's the same cock and bull business model that FaZe, Luminosity, and CLG had been peddling for years prior. The only difference being that GameSquare is bankrolled by Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones and Texas land tycoon John Goff. Like FaZe did at IPO, GameSquare boasts about its blue-chip deals with Denny's, Chipotle, and Miller Lite, and its exclusive talent like Tim the Tatman and Nick Merckx. GameSquare purchased Complexity in 2021 for $23 million, one of NA's longest-standing esports orgs who had won 140 championships over its 20-year history. In yet another example of conflict of interest, Complexity was actually co-owned by Jerry Jones and John Goff. Yet after picking up FaZe in 2024, GameSquare immediately dumped Complexity at a loss, selling the org for $10 million, with only 8% of the deal paid at signing in cash. If esports was really the key, they would have kept both FaZe and Complexity given the legacy of both teams. Bankrolling two teams in different races would only generate higher probability of tournament success. But GameSquare is clearly moving away from competitive gaming, and they can't admit it. The only money is in content creation, and there's no need to lose millions of dollars every year fielding esports teams when you can reach a comparable audience and viewership through streamers. GameSquare is closer to a talent agency than an esports org, and the inmates are now running the asylum. Just like FaZe, the company pays over 70% of brand deals and prize pools to its content creators and players. Once again, the cost of revenue is so abnormally high, and the gross margins are so bizarrely low for a company that deals in non-physical digital services. The numbers are even stranger when stacked up against traditional media companies. What's worth highlighting is that all these streamers and content creators are actually also GameSquare co-owners and shareholders. They're the only ones getting richer. They land huge deals that they never would have gotten individually, and they keep all the profit for themselves, as the company is the one that's funding all the sales, marketing, and BD that was needed to secure those deals in the first place. With massive losses, worthless stock, and R&D led by a Ninja, the Fortnite streamer, GameSquare seems destined to run out of cash just like FaZe and Enthusiast. It all raises the same questions. Do these companies exist to profit off the talent, or is the talent there to milk money out of the company? And how can the individual success of a content creator or streamer, whose followings are rooted in parasocial interactions, ever translate into a faceless corporate entity? When we look at less capitalist regions like the EU, the same unsustainability appears. Heroic is a Norway org that rose to global prominence on the heels of its Counter-Strike team. Many consider their undefeated performance in the 2021 ESL Pro League and the 1v4 clutch in the Grand Finals to be some of the best matches ever played in CS history. Like traditional sports franchises, Heroic believe that winning solves everything. As long as they continue to perform internationally, the brand and business would naturally strengthen over time. And this singular competitive focus did appear to work from the outside. Even as Counter-Strike transitioned into closed leagues, Heroic was rewarded with permanent membership in the Pro League and Blast Premier. With revenue share and co-ownership in the two leading CS leagues in the world, Heroic was convinced that it had the financial foundation to grow. They expanded to Rocket League, PUBG, and Siege. They landed Red Bull as a jersey sponsor, partnered with New Balance on merchandise, and landed features on Forbes and BBC. Despite the continuous competitive success, Heroic was never able to shake off business realities. Revenue had grown rapidly for Heroic thanks to sponsorship and tournament winnings, but it never came close to offsetting the top-of-the-market salaries demanded by the best CS players in the world. What was worse was that Pro League and Blast had charged Heroic $13 million as entrance fees, which Heroic had to pay if they wanted a guaranteed spot on the biggest stage in Counter-Strike. As a fixed asset, Heroic could only write off a quarter of the cost of membership as depreciation. Membership fees and player salaries combined sank the company to an operating loss of $5 million. In business, you can only rely on equity when your shares are worth something, and you can only ever rely on debt when you get cash flow. Heroic had only $180,000 in the bank, they had already borrowed $5 million, and half of that needed to be repaid by the end of the year. The company drained the last drops of equity for investors in exchange for emergency cash infusions, but the writing was on the wall. The closed CS leagues were not generating any meaningful revenue, and even if Heroic had somehow won every CS tournament in 2023, that combined prize pool would still not have been enough to keep the lights on. Heroic was acquired for 18 cents a share in cash by a mysterious shell company that's registered to a Norwegian law firm, has no website, has a postal address in Cyprus, and is linked to a sanctioned Russian gambling company. While Heroic was hoping to establish itself on a shoestring budget, Astralis over in Denmark was esports royalty. They had the best CS team in the world with 4 major championships and secured permanent slots in Pro League, Blast, and LEC, all of which were paid with venture capital. Like Heroic, Astralis had pegged its commercial hopes on the shift to closed leagues. Despite leading in Tier 1 competitive success, Astralis still posted loss after loss. The only year where Astralis has ever posted a profit was in 2023 when they sold their LEC slot for $19 million to a VC-backed French team. When segmented by title, every team and business division at Astralis, including the physical gaming cafe, has lost money in every year of its existence. In 4 years, Astralis' stock has plummeted to just 17 cents a share. Despite racing to be the very first esports team in the world to IPO, the company proactively delisted itself from the Nasdaq in 2023 to save the $500,000 that it was spending every year on compliance. The LEC sale is likely the last big capital infusion, and the only play now is to stretch every dollar to outlast the current interest rates and its cash-starved competition. Over in UK, the esports hype had reached the ears of celebrity athletes like David Beckham, who loaned his face and name to an English organization by the name of Guild Esports. While Astralis was the first to IPO, Guild was the first to IPO on the London Stock Exchange, but it's not clear why any of this even matters when they're all penny stocks. While Beckham owns just 3%, it hasn't stopped Guild from milking every cent from its $20 million deal with the football star. Guild spun a story about building the best esports academies in the world, where they would scout up-and-coming players, acquire them for cheap, develop them on company dime, and then sell them at a premium to other teams like in the Premier League. They continued to pound this drum despite the reality that esports teams all around the world were already underwater paying the salaries of existing players. The notion that they would have the budget to regularly blow millions more on transfers was pure fantasy. Still, thanks to David Beckham, Guild spun up teams in FIFA, Fortnite, Valorant, and Rocket League, while also landing $14 million worth of sponsorships from Subway, Coca-Cola, and Sky in just 2 years in spite of a non-existent fan base and poor results. Still, the company forged onwards and continued to shield the academy as the source of future profits. Guild was ecstatic on its launch day, crowing about having netted over 3,000 signups for its academy. The company was then shocked when all the leads turned out to be unqualified or spam. It takes seconds to type an email address into a form, and it's a marvel to see multi-million-dollar modern companies repeatedly celebrate vanity metrics like signups, page views, and YouTube subscribers as a sign of business strength. Guild justified its losses as par for the course and even pointed the finger at its poor merchandise as the reason for falling behind on revenue. As we've seen, merchandise is so minor relative to every other operating expense that selling even 1,000 more hoodies would never meaningfully reduce losses. Guild's next move was to insert itself into the for-profit UK education system, where they would receive £1,000 for every student they enrolled in their esports diploma program. What exactly was taught in these classes remain a mystery to this day. By 2022, Guild was running out of cash. To save £1, the company renegotiated its deal with Beckham, who gave up his cash payments for a greater cut on merchandise sales and brand deals. After the usual cost-cutting and roster consolidation, Guild squeaked its way to 2023, peddling a new vision of content creation over esports. Ironically, their fan base has remained so small that their main partner, a crypto exchange, refused to renew its sponsorship deal, and Guild is once again on the verge of bankruptcy. But looking at just the teams paints an incomplete picture, regardless of their intentions and competence. Esports can only ever be sustainable when everyone rows in the same direction, and no team could ever be profitable without support from the rest of the ecosystem. Players could always be replenished, as gamers in the 90s had competed out of passion without money or fame on the line. And if there were no official leagues or tournaments, players would simply host their own. Thus, there would never be a shortage of talent or viewers. The only other entity in the ecosystem that was as critical as the teams were the publishers, and there was no publisher in the world more aggressive about monetizing esports than Activision. Activision was the first to pick up on the potential of esports, 5 years ahead of EA, Ubisoft, and Take-Two. Activision's merger with Blizzard in 2008 gave Bobby Kotick a front-row seat into the Korean esports scene. Having rescued Activision from bankruptcy in the 90s, Bobby had long looked for ways to inject longevity and monetization into video games post-launch. Trying to create the next hit game was expensive, and risking everything on a single launch every few years had killed off many studios. Yet gamers were fickle and they demanded new, shiny things to keep attention and spend. Under Bobby, Activision's primary business was in ruthlessly milking proven IPs like Tony Hawk, Call of Duty, and Guitar Hero with annual full-price sequels. Yet when Bobby saw the grassroots popularity of a 10-year-old RTS out in Korea, he couldn't resist building that competitive longevity into its sequel. Bobby didn't want just more users and engagement, he wanted to own the eyeballs and the future monetization opportunities that came with them. The only way to accomplish that would be to control everything. The StarCraft 2 community could not be allowed to self-organize like the Koreans had done with Brood War. Activision embedded itself into every aspect of SC2, operating tournaments, forcing BattleNet 2.0 onto every player, and pushing teams to join the only official Blizzard-sanctioned championship league. The company persisted with the same heavy-handed approach with Heroes of the Storm, Hearthstone, Call of Duty, and Overwatch, under the belief that if they did it for enough titles, they could own esports in the West. By the mid-2010s, Activision was regularly fanning the flames of esports to shareholders and orgs alike. They drew comparisons to the NFL, they poached media executives from the NBA, they boasted about Blizzard's tournaments having already surpassed the MLS, and they implied that a 10x increase in future viewership was not only probable, but would also solve monetization. To demonstrate how serious they were, Activision acquired Major League Gaming, with the ambitions to turn it into the ESPN of esports, and they also started converting existing tournaments into closed leagues. Activision's leadership from the front emboldened esports orgs to jump in feet first as their own valuations grew off the same height. Activision was the piper and the teams followed right behind, never once imagining that the publisher would throw them under the bus. Activision channeled their figurative buy-in into literal buy-in, charging teams $20 million each to join the Overwatch League and $25 million to join the Call of Duty League. These fees were twice of what Riot was charging teams for entry into LCS or LEC. Overwatch at this point had only been out for 5 months and was completely unproven as a spectator sport, whereas League had been around for nearly a decade. There was no justification for these rates, and the millions of dollars that Activision had invested into esports was just a drop in the ocean compared to what it was making off microtransactions alone. Still, Activision pocketed these entry fees for itself, and they embarked on a global roadshow, selling league spots to gullible billionaires and VC-backed teams under the promise of eyeballs and revenue that simply never existed. By 2021, Bobby had completely forgotten about esports. Free-to-play live services had taken off, and they offered comparable monetization, engagement, and viewership without the overhead of esports. Warzone was the hottest game in town. It was bigger than Diablo, Overwatch, World of Warcraft, and StarCraft combined. In 2024, Activision shuttered the Overwatch League and paid out $6 million to each team to kick them out the door as fast as possible. Meanwhile, EA in the 2010s was happy to keep esports as ground-up grassroots community events for FIFA and Madden. Their focus was mass market monetization. As long as competitive gaming was driving players to buy more Ultimate Team packs, the publisher was happy to invest in a bit of marketing or contribute to a prize pool every now and then. But as sales improved and the relationship between esports, viewers, players, and microtransactions proved worthwhile, EA ramped up its investments accordingly, organizing leagues, acquiring sponsors, and building their own broadcast studios for FIFA, Madden, Battlefield, and Apex tournaments. But similar to Activision, live services took priority after 2022, and EA has since remained half committed to competitive gaming, with one foot in and one foot out across all its titles. Ubisoft also took a measured approach. The competitive scene helped prolong longevity for Siege, and the company has been cautious not to rock the boat too much, especially as every other major title in recent history has been a dud for the French publisher. Ubisoft doesn't charge teams entry fees, they have a revenue share program with microtransactions that help support teams from a distance, and they've organized tournaments to maintain the existing player base rather than growing spectators. The only major publisher that's consistently poured cold water on esports has been Take-Two. They've stuck to the same talking points since 2015, that esports is at most worth only $1 billion, most of the money goes to League of Legends, and the competitive scene for NBA 2K will only go as far as basketball itself. Beyond the orgs and publishers, even companies who built venues for esports have struggled to turn a profit. There was TGS, who IPO'd on the story that they had constructed a one-of-a-kind esports stadium in Vancouver that would host all gamers and tournaments up north. They sold concessions, ran boot camps, hosted contests, and rented space. Despite being a venue operator, TGS made more money off sponsorships than it did hosting events. Unsurprisingly, there's not enough esports in Canada to ever sustain such a specialized venue, and when there's not enough events, you just have to manufacture your own. The company spent twice its revenue on advertising just to get gamers in the door and was running out of cash. Despite being months away from bankruptcy, with a share price of 5 Canadian cents, a mysterious Illinois company by the name of Midnight Gaming bought the failing TGS for 3 times its market valuation at $18 million. Midnight Gaming claims to be a conglomerate run by 2 employees with no revenue and no assets. Its website is a stock WordPress template with lingering typos and formatting issues. The CEO claims to have raised millions of dollars, but the S1 shows that they have just $1,000 in their bank account against $400,000 of debt. The other employee is the chief gaming officer and appears to be a family member. He ran an amateur team for a year before branching out into a supposedly quote high-demand esports consulting firm. Their contact form leads to an anonymous catch-all address, and the staff page is filled with people who report zero association to the company on their own LinkedIn profiles. Where these 2 employees found $18 million to buy TGS, how they deem TGS to be worth that amount, and what Midnight Gaming is really a front for, are questions that no one has been able to answer. Then there's Allied Entertainment, who spent $9 million in 2018 building an esports arena at the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas and has hosted events like Ninja vs. Mr. Beast, the MLB Awards Show, and the World Poker Tournament. Like TGS, the vision was simple. As esports grew, the facility would naturally just be in greater demand to leagues and publishers. Allied monetized the space as much as they could. When they weren't hosting events, they collected admission and they produced content. But as esports began to collapse, with publishers and teams pulling back, the board saw the writing on the wall and they pushed for a fast sale rather than a slow death. In 3 years, the company has churned through 3 different CEOs, each brought on specifically to drum up interest from Saudi Arabia and China, as there was no appetite left in NA for esports. No buyers have materialized, and Allied has since decided to diversify away from esports. They're now banking on Chinese mobile gambling apps to get the business back in black. And just like the esports teams we covered before, Allied is just months away from being delisted from the NASDAQ. With the publishers, teams, and venues all on their way out, the only folks left in esports are Saudi Arabia, online casinos, crypto exchanges, and shell companies. Because no one's talking about any of this, the grifters are still coming in, each worse than before. Just last month, a Swedish org called Ninjas in Pajamas and a Chinese org named Victory 5 merged together to IPO on the NASDAQ to confetti and applause. Is Nip Group making money? No. Did winning CS and LPL championships improve their losses? No. How does Nip Group intend to become profitable one day beyond selling merchandise and winning tournaments? By repeating what every company has attempted to pull off in the past decade, all at the same time. Esports education like Guild, talent management like FaZe, venue rental like TGS, event production like Allied, and content creation like GameSquare. Nip Group is led by Mario Ho, the 29-year-old son of a billionaire Macau casino tycoon, and with a Victoria's Secret supermodel for a wife. Mario claims to have been a math prodigy and the youngest graduate in finance at MIT, both of which cannot be verified. Mario Ho does not appear anywhere in the UK's International Mathematical Olympiad or the British Mathematical Olympiad, the former which lists out every winner starting from 1967, and the latter which lists out every winner from 2003 onwards. There's no one with the first name Mario, or even just the last name Ho in either of these lists. On his Instagram, Mario brags about hacking the lights on the MIT Green building to play Tetris, despite overwhelming documentation that this was a multi-year-long stunt that had been accomplished by students 5 years before Mario even attended MIT. It had become just a regular campus exhibit, and all Mario had done was just taken a photo with it. On another Instagram post, he brags about winning a Ferrari over a game of rock, paper, scissors. His bio has been updated to just one line: the youngest ever Asian founder of a US-listed company. With connections to Chinese elite and Saudi royalty, it's not a mystery as to how Nip Group got to where it is and who NASDAQ as the stock exchange is ultimately pandering to. The esports industry has been dominated with these kinds of characters from the get-go, and Mario just happens to be the latest. Esports was built on 2 theories. One is that viewership would one day reach critical mass, and 2 is that these viewers would be worth just as much to advertisers as viewers of the NFL or NBA. But how much are Gen Z eyeballs really worth to brands when they're broadly speaking too young to have disposable income, but also immature enough to still be impressionable to online gambling, energy drinks, fast food, crypto, and streamers? When Twitch can't even turn a profit themselves monetizing these same eyeballs, it's hard to imagine how anyone else in a segmented, mutually dependent landscape like esports could fare any better. The other variable is that people get older. The millennials that grew up watching LCS and playing League after school have moved on to other games or other hobbies, as every generation does in life. It's a mistake to believe that people will stick to playing or watching one video game for the rest of their life, and building a billion-dollar business on that assumption is like drawing blood from a stone. If we look back at the roots of competitive gaming, players never really needed huge prize pools and six-figure salaries to compete. They didn't need stadiums or coaches. They did it out of passion and pride in run-of-the-mill auditoriums and plastic chairs. It was about glory and not money, and it was about proving that a kid from Kansas could match a top-tier Korean StarCraft pro, that a Japanese player could perfectly parry every attack at 1 HP to clutch a win in Street Fighter, that a band of Americans could upset the top Korean seed against all odds in League, and that two teenagers from California could pull off a move that no one had ever seen before in Smash. Gaming is a skill, but as the past decade of esports has shown, it's not a talent that the world is ready to put a dollar on.
First I misread. Dude, where are the bows? Jesus. It dried up. Where is the freaking bow? It dried up. I need to take a break after this. Where is the freaking Yo, where's the bow?
In the last decade, competitive gaming has exploded in popularity. It's undeniable, the now lucrative esport industry success has immensely influenced the online world, with many of today's most popular content creators starting off as pro gamers. A definitive trait of the esport community is all the interpersonal drama that comes along with it. After all, it's competition, emotions run high, winners boast, and losers seethe. And generally, this beef ends in nothing more than a Twitter squabble. But unfortunately, in a handful of instances, a player's insatiable drive to win has ended in tragedy. And it's these disturbing cases that we'll be looking at today. From a Call of Duty player turned sword-wielding killer to a PlayStation 4 robbery turning deadly. From a professional Madden player committing a mass shooting, these are the esport murders. A pro gamer could be described as a mental athlete of sorts, and whoever outplays the competition and wins on the big stage takes home not only the cash prize, but all of the pride and bragging rights that comes along with that. And the losers leave dejected and humiliated. Beef is common in esports, with heated exchanges between rivals seen both online and offline. It's extremely uncommon exchanges between rivals seen both on
PLG. Low tier god.
Online and offline. It's extremely uncommon for a gaming feud to turn violent, and even more rare for one to turn deadly. Which brings us to the story of Madden player David Katz. At the time of this story taking place, David Katz was a 24-year-old man from Baltimore, Maryland. Katz could be described as a troubled individual from a well-off family. David's father was a career engineer for NASA, and his mother was a state toxicologist. This family was said to have had a drawn-out and traumatic divorce that deeply affected David. As a young adult and adolescent, David had been hospitalized on numerous occasions related to mental illness. The young man apparently suffering from frequent psychotic bouts. David was prescribed the medication Risperdal at a young age that helped curb some of his symptoms, but lapses would still occur. Documents from the Katz family divorce also speak on the young man's mental health struggles. These papers claim that David was being treated for schizophrenia and that David would, quote, go days without bathing, play games until 4 a.m. on school nights, and would walk around the house in circles. Documentation also says that David Katz once punched a hole in his mother's door when his game controller was taken by her. He also frequently threw tantrums that ended in him curling up into a ball and crying. David struggled with mental health throughout his formative years, and only one thing really brought the young man joy, that being Madden. As a child and teenager, David found refuge in the Madden video game franchise, playing these games religiously hours upon hours a day. In the Madden community, David would become a feared competitor and was known throughout the community by his various gamer tags, including Ravens Champ, Bread, and Texas Have a Heart Attack. David would eventually begin entering Madden tournaments and found success in 2017 when he won the Madden 2017 championship. An excerpt written about this event describes David's apparently clutch victory. In what some are calling the most exciting moment in all of the 2017 NFL Club Series championships, David Bread Katz won with a walk-off victory by completing an unbelievable pass as time expired to be crowned Buffalo Bills champion. The crowd at 716 Food and Sports in Buffalo, New York was amazed with the clutch execution in the fourth quarter.
17 players would like to go for it. I'm about winning. By any means necessary. And he's go! Brandon Cooks, he's got the speed. Does he have enough juice? Last play of the game. Oh my goodness! Touchdown, the young man from Columbia, Maryland. The last play of the game, and he gets it done. It's a touchdown alone.
And while many competitive gamers celebrate their victories with a ridiculous pop-off of sorts, David was always said to have been rather stoic after securing the dub. Esports commentators have described David as not showing emotion when he plays, and one has been quoted saying, to even get him to open up and talk to you about anything, it's like pulling teeth.
He came in as a 7 seed and he just knocked off the 2 seed, and he did pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I don't think of myself as a 7 seed. I think personally I'm one of the better players, and I like to let my game prove that.
As David became more proficient at Madden, he would tour around the country and enter various Madden tournaments in the hopes of getting some cash prizes. And for the narrative of this story, none of those tournaments are important. But day 2 of a 2018 Jacksonville, Florida tournament is critical. The date was August 26th of 2018, day 2 of competition for the local Madden NFL 19 qualifier event. The day begins with 30 or so gamers hunched in front of TV and computer screens, donning headsets and preparing to eliminate one another in a tournament where the winner takes all. A $5,000 cash prize as well as a shot at entering the marquee event in Las Vegas, Nevada. And the prize for that marquee event was $125,000. These Madden qualifier events attracted some of the highest level Madden players from the country, and thousands were watching this live on Twitch. The venue hosting this event was the Good Luck Have Fun Game Bar. And as the day's Madden matches commenced, let's just say David wasn't playing his best. It's been reported that David had been acting strangely all day, even more so than his normal impassive self. During the event, one player that had beaten David said that Katz refused to shake his hand after a loss. Quote, I went to shake his hand and tell him good game, and he just looked at me and didn't say anything. Additional concerning behavior from David was witnessed after losing against another player named Bugs. And this loss would knock David out of the tournament. And needless to say, he didn't handle it well. He reportedly had an outburst, wouldn't shake Bugs' hand, and stormed off angrily. Most likely thought that after storming off, David had packed his bags and went home. But in all reality, he had gone to pick up some guns. David would return to the tournament floor with 2 loaded handguns, one of which had a laser sight. At 1:30 p.m., 2 hours into the tournament, David Katz re-entered the venue and rained down 12 shots upon the establishment, sending a foray of bullets towards competitors and spectators. David's first shot was actually caught on live stream, with the red dot from David's laser sight being seen pointed at the chest of 22-year-old gamer Elijah Clayton. Gunshots and screams echoed throughout the venue, with everyone in attendance making a mad dash for survival.
A live stream from the tournament captured audio of the chaos that followed.
Oh, what are you shooting with?
Tables were flipped as contestants hid from David as the shots rang out throughout the rooms. Some of those who made it to cover would make frantic calls to 911, prompting a police and SWAT response to the ongoing active shooter situation. Sheriff deputies arrived to the Madden tournament around 1:36 p.m. What followed was a standoff of sorts, with some people who had actually escaped the event live tweeting the situation on Twitter. I got out. Police escorted me. I'm done going to any Madden events, not EA majors with security. Eventually, gunfire from inside the venue would stop. That being because David had taken himself out. Officers and firefighters would then begin a methodical scan of the building for victims, and they would soon discover the bodies of the deceased. Those individuals being 27-year-old Taylor Robertson, 22-year-old Eli Clayton, and David Katz himself. Authorities would go on to discover another 11 wounded individuals who would all survive. One of these survivors had actually been shot in the chest, but luckily was stabilized due to the fast response time from authorities, EMTs, and fire departments. The sheriff's department held a press conference and gave updates on what had happened. Later that evening, family members of the surviving victims tweeted out updates to show that the survivors were in stable condition. EA Sports would put out the following statement in regard to the shooting. The tragic situation that occurred Sunday in Jacksonville was a senseless act of violence that we strongly condemn. Our most heartfelt sympathies go out to the families of the victims whose lives were taken today and those who were injured. All of us at Electronic Arts are devastated by this horrific event, and we also join the community in thanking the first responders who were quickly on the scene. Our focus right now is on those affected and supporting law enforcement as they continue their investigations into this crime. This became an international news story, and the country came together to support those who had been involved in this shooting event. In one interview, a man who was present at the shooting itself, Toshiba Sharon, would say that he wanted the families of Eli and Taylor, the deceased victims, to know that they didn't die alone, and that they died with family. That family being the Madden community itself.
I just wanted to pay my respects to the family and just let them know that their family member didn't die alone. They died with family. And they died with a brotherhood that loved them, and they died doing something that they love to do.
Taylor Robertson was a successful Madden player in his own right, winning 13 of his prior 18 matches and had career winnings of over $80,000. Eli Clayton was an up-and-comer in the Madden scene. This young man was a former high school football player and had won Madden tournaments. He was passionate about football in real life and in the gaming world as well. Rest in peace to these victims. It's been some time since this shooting had taken place, and the biggest question surrounding all of it was, why did David perpetrate an act like this? There is an obvious explanation for it, being that David comes from a troubled background, has a mental health history, and that combined with competitive gaming just resulted in a psychotic break. But there are also alternative narratives out there that try to explain why he did this. Mutual acquaintances of David Katz, who have remained anonymous, claim that David and one of the shooting victims, Elijah Clayton, the man who was seen with the laser sight pointed at his chest, had a long-standing underlying gaming beef. In addition to the clear friction between David Katz and Elijah Clayton, it also seems that David specifically targeted other Madden players in his attack. Both of the deceased attendees were players and competitors, and a number of those wounded were as well. I think it would be reasonable to say that David's attack could have been motivated by revenge, with the Twisted Man wanting to hurt the gamers that knocked him out of the tournament. Needless to say, David Katz was an emotionally unstable individual and apparently was willing to kill to settle minor scores. On October of 2019, Jacksonville Landing, the greater location of where the shooting took place, was completely demolished. While the venue may be gone, its destruction won't erase the memory of what happened the morning of August 26th of 2018. That was the David Katz story. During the COVID-19 pandemic, with some people quarantined and people just generally staying inside more, you saw a massive influx of new gamers and gaming in general. In 2021, Latin America in particular saw a 200% increase in sales and merchandise connected to gaming. Competitive mobile gaming rose to popularity, thanks to battle royale shooters like Fortnite and Call of Duty Warzone being ported over to smartphones. Which brings us to the subject of our next murderous gamer, 18-year-old Brazilian man Guilherme Alves Costa. Guilherme played Call of Duty Mobile competitively under the name Flashlight for the gaming team Gamers Elite. As far as the man's bio information, Alves was said to have come from a loving family, with his mother describing him as a good boy. However, Guilherme was not without struggle. This young man reportedly battled with depression, at one point expressing that he was completely unhappy and tired with life. He was said to have had few friends and had a difficult time getting along with people. However, one individual that he did get along with was a female gamer from a rival Call of Duty mobile team. While playing COD Mobile, Guilherme met 19-year-old Ingrid Oliveira Bueno de Silva, who went by the alias Soul online. Ingrid competed professionally for a group of players called Fantastic Brazil Impact, the team frequently competing against Guilherme's team. Through their Call of Duty rivalry, Guilherme and Ingrid apparently had gotten close to each other and had met in real life on at least one occasion, with Ingrid visiting Guilherme's house and his mother commenting that the two seemed like good friends. It's unknown if there was a romantic element to this relationship, but needless to say, the two enjoyed each other's company. At least, it seemed that way on the surface, as what we soon find is that Guilherme's motive for becoming close to this woman wasn't to seek romance or friendship, it was to kill her. On February 22nd of 2021, Ingrid would visit Guilherme at his Sao Paulo home, under the premise that the two would be playing Call of Duty in person together. What Ingrid didn't realize at the time is that Guilherme had been plotting for close to 2 weeks to lure her over and kill her. After Ingrid arrived, Guilherme would lure the young woman into his bedroom. Shortly after, the deranged man would procure a sword and began violently slashing and stabbing at the woman, continuing his assault until she was dead. In a sickening display of depravity, Guilherme would then record footage of her dead body after committing the murderous deed. In this not safe for life footage, it said that the sword handle could be seen protruding from the victim's stomach while Guilherme maniacally chuckles to himself. This gruesome footage was later uploaded to a WhatsApp group that Guilherme's gaming friends used. Guilherme comments, "You're thinking it's ink or that it's editing or something, but it's not." In this grisly video recorded by Guilherme, he would also add some commentary, claiming that he had written a 52-page manifesto that would explain why he committed his killing, but he didn't elaborate on the motive directly. "I really killed her. Got it? I've got a book too. I asked some people to share it. I hope you read it. It contains some truths."
Bom, vocês estão achando que é tinta, que é montagem ou algo do tipo, mas não, não é. Eu realmente matei ela, entendeu? E, bom, eu tenho um livro também, pedi para o pessoal estar divulgando já esse meu livro. E é isso aí, eu espero que vocês leiam. Tem algumas verdades.
The gamers in the WhatsApp group who were sent the video and the messages from Guilherme would immediately contact police over the matter. Meanwhile, Guilherme would flee the scene of the murder. His brother would arrive home shortly after, found the dead body, and called police as well. Surprisingly, authorities wouldn't have to go on any manhunt to find this killer, as Guilherme turned himself in. Arresting officers noted that Guilherme seemed relatively calm about the matter, also stating that he seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation. When they asked what his motive was, Guilherme stated, quote, "because I wanted to."
Mas por que você fez isso? Por que quis?
Você tá rindo de uma situação, Guilherme. Você matou uma menina novinha, Guilherme. Por que você fez isso?
He would inform police that his killing was premeditated and had been meticulously planning this murder for close to 2 weeks. After his arrest, authorities would search Guilherme's home and found the 52-page manifesto that he referenced in the Grizzly video. This manifesto was titled My Dictionary, and in it he claimed that the killing of Ingrid was done as a methodical attack against Christianity. The details of exactly what Guilherme meant by this isn't exactly clear. His writings were said to have consisted of incoherent ramblings, loosely detailing his depression and dissatisfaction with life. It has been reported that Guilherme mentions wanting to attack a Christian church in the manifesto. A psychoanalysis performed on Guilherme would reveal that the man suffered from a persistent delusional disorder and antisocial personality disorder. Outside of this, the only other clues to his motives comes from a statement that he gave to an arresting officer. Quote, "She crossed my path." And outside of that and what we've previously discussed, that's really all that's known in terms of motive. Sometime after Guilherme's arrest, Gamers Elite, his gaming team, would issue a statement to local media, stating that the team's leadership had never met Guilherme in person and that the team members were appalled by Guilherme's actions. Most players said they had never even seen his face until the video was sent to them. As the news spread online, many took to Twitter to voice their opinions regarding the incident, with most paying tribute to Ingrid and expressing their condolences to her friends and family. Eventually, the man was set to face trial for his killing. Guilherme's defense team would hire a psychiatrist who diagnosed him with persistent delusional disorder and antisocial personality disorder. On August 15th of 2022, Guilherme Costa was found guilty for aggravated murder and he was sentenced to 14 years in prison. Curiously enough, it's been reported that the reason Guilherme got 14 years instead of life in prison is because a psychiatrist had found him to be semi-imputable, meaning a medical professional had determined that a delusional state contributed to the killing and Guilherme wasn't fully of sound mind when he perpetrated his crime. In a sad case involving a delusional psychopath who simply wanted to kill, that was the story of Guilherme, the Call of Duty mobile killer. Daniel Zietz, also known by his gamer tag Phobos, had been playing Gears of War competitively since 2006,
let's do this again.
well before the
I'm gonna upgrade. Let's see,
were being held accountable.
Okay, hold up. It's really expensive. It's like 8 million. Yes.
Daniel Zietz, also known by his gamer tag Phobos, had been playing Gears of War competitively since 2006, well before the explosion of esports into the mainstream. Daniel was one of the first professional Gears of War players and was a member of a gaming team known as the Amazing Squad. He would often attend MLG competition and had been described by his friends and competitors as one of the nicest guys you'd ever meet. Aside from his Phobos gamer tag, Daniel was often called Mr. Buddy Buddy, which was a nickname that his friends and competitors gave him simply because he was such a kind person. In addition to frequenting tournaments, Daniel also streamed live on Twitch, playing games like Destiny and Titanfall. And unfortunately for Daniel, it would be a gaming-related interaction that would ultimately put him in the situation that leads to his death. In Atlanta, Georgia, on the night of September 12th of 2014, Daniel was playing games with some of his friends when he told them that he'd be right back. He then steps outside to meet a couple that he had gotten in contact with over Craigslist. Apparently, Daniel had made plans to meet with this couple and sell them his PlayStation 4. The console was relatively new on the market and was difficult to find. Daniel would meet up with this couple in the parking lot of his Sandy Springs apartment at approximately 9:30 p.m. At this rendezvous point, he would meet the individuals he had been communicating with on Craigslist. Those individuals being 20-year-old Nathaniel Vivian and 16-year-old Kayla Dixon. The girl's 16-month-old baby was brought along as well. However, what you might have put together by this point is that the couple that wanted to do this PlayStation transaction at 9:30 at
It's a death counter. You can actually. This is so hard to actually get. Plus 10. It's not that easy. Holy fuck. Any buffers? No? I guess I'll go back there.
night, they didn't have the best intentions. As a matter of fact, Nathaniel had been meticulously planning a robbery with Kayla for over a week by this point. Apparently, Nathaniel, low on money, had actually recently sold his own PlayStation 4 to pay rent and wanted to get another console to replace it. He thought the best way to do so was to sucker somebody in on Craigslist and steal it from them. In the planning of the robbery, Nathaniel even searched up terms like how to rob someone on YouTube. His intention for organizing this Craigslist meet was very clear. After the group meets up and exchanges pleasantries, the conversation then switches to the PlayStation in Daniel's hands. And it's at this point where Nathaniel lunges towards Daniel and grabs it, trying to pull it out of his hand. So Nathaniel quickly grabs the console and tries to rip it away, but Daniel resists and actually puts up a fight, not having any of this robbery. And seeing that Nathaniel was getting overpowered by Daniel, that's when Kayla comes into play. Seeing the ongoing struggle, it's at this point where Kayla reaches into Nathaniel's glove box and pulls out a .25 caliber pistol. She aims the firearm at Daniel and pulls the trigger. The bullet pierces Nathaniel's hand and then hits Daniel in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground breathless. Nathaniel quickly scoops up the PlayStation, hops into the vehicle, and this would-be Bonnie and Clyde flee the scene, leaving Daniel for dead. Nearby residents heard the gunshot and notified police. Officers would arrive to find Daniel's dead body. Meanwhile, Nathaniel and Kayla were on the way to the hospital themselves to get Nathaniel's shot hand looked at. After arriving and showing doctors the injury, they made up a fake story explaining what had happened, stating that they were in fact victims of a robbery and that Nathaniel had been shot in the process. Since Daniel told medical staff that he had been shot as a result of a crime, police were notified in this matter, and they were able to put two and two together here and realize that the guy was full of shit and he actually got the injury from, Kayla shooting at Daniel, the guy that they just actually robbed. This resulted in Nathaniel and Kayla confessing and admitting that they were responsible for the death of Daniel. Both were arrested at Northside Hospital and were booked in Fulton County Jail. The district attorney's office would later announce that despite Kayla being a teenager, she would be tried as an adult. And before you knew it, these botched robbers were facing murder charges. With Daniel being somewhat of a popular figure in the esports community, news of his death spread quickly. KL Arctic Smith, Daniel's friend, teammate, and the last man to ever speak with him, set up a GoFundMe account to help with funeral costs. This GoFundMe eventually raised close to $23,684. KL Smith also made a tribute video expressing his sorrow for losing his friend as well.
One of our teammates was basically robbed, and he resisted the robbery and was shot and killed. And that teammate is Phobos, or Danny. He was so friendly to everyone that we had ever met, and when any of us were having a rough day, you talk to Danny, he'd cheer you up. It's a tragic loss. I feel really bad for his families. My condolences go out to them. And I can only hope that you guys, if you were touched by him at all, either through Gears of War or just one of his videos, you happen to run into him, play a game with him, please try to help. That's all I can ask. I don't ask a whole lot from any of you guys. It's so tragic. I don't really have too many words for what has happened, but it really sucks.
In June of 2016, during what was supposed to be Kayla's first day of trial, she announced that she had taken a plea deal and would serve 40 years in prison. While addressing the court, she apologized in tears. Quote, "I would trade anything, almost anything, to bring Daniel back, but I know I can't. I want Daniel's family to know that I regret that day. I'm so sorry. I ask that God heals the hearts of Daniel's loved ones. I know I'm facing a long time away, and I hope one day my apology will matter." In August of 2016, during Nathaniel Vivian's trial, his defense attorney placed the blame on Kayla. Quote, "Everyone's testimony today never had Nate touching the gun. Only that Kayla had the gun, took it out of the glove compartment, and shot. However, the prosecutors argued that Nathaniel held responsibility as he was the one that planned the robbery and was the one that first attempted to take the game console from Daniel." Quote, "They methodically planned to steal a $280 PlayStation, and that's what they did. And the death of Daniel Zietz was a direct result of that." On August 17th of 2016, Nathaniel Vivian was found not guilty of malice murder, but was found guilty of felony murder, armed robbery, and several other charges. He was sentenced to serve life in prison. Daniel's parents spoke out to say that they were relieved to find out both culprits were being held accountable for the murder. "It came out the way I think was fair. It was a real tragedy 2 years ago. It's a tragedy today. Forgiveness would be a long, long time away, a long road away, because we've lost our son and he's lost his entire future." Our next story involves a tragedy that was dealt to a League of Legends player. It was an event that shook the community to its core. the Double Lift Family Murder. One of the most commonly played games on Twitch is that of League of Legends. Throughout the years, League has gained a massive following thanks to it being one of the leading prospects in esports. I really don't need to tell you guys this, but League is massive around the world, with some League of Legends World Championships being viewed by 45 million people concurrently. Our story involves a top professional League player named Ilian Pang. Ilian, who goes by the in-game moniker Double Lift, has been playing professional League since about 2011. He was born in Mission Viejo, California in 1993 and was the middle child and younger brother to Eong Pang. Ilian got his start in gaming playing games borrowed from his older brother. Eventually, Ilian would inherit his older brother's computer, and that's how he gets into League of Legends. Ilian was a natural at the game and thrived in its online competitive scene. His success at the highly competitive title eventually caught the attention of Counter Logic Gaming, a professional esports organization. And Counter Logic would give Ilian, aka Double Lift, his first big break in the esports scene, signing him to their gaming org. He was now a pro gamer. Despite having success in-game, personal struggles existed in Double Lift's life. In particular, the young man's parents weren't supportive of his gaming career choice and felt like he was pursuing an esports career against their wishes. They wanted him to go to college and get a more traditional job. Ilian was resistant though and wanted to prove to his family that gaming could bring in the big bucks. In 2011, Ilian was invited to his first major League of Legends tournament overseas, the tournament taking place in Sweden. Major League of Legends tournament overseas, the tournament taking place in Sweden. His parents were strongly against him attending and even allegedly said that if he went, he would die. But eventually they would allow Ilian to go to this Swedish tournament, and that's thanks to Ilian's older brother Ehong talking them down and talking some sense into them and making them realize the opportunity that their son had. Ilian has once reflected on this moment, stating, "I think my older brother is like the most influential figure in my life." Thanks to his older brother, Ilian was indeed able to travel overseas and compete in this gaming tournament. But as soon as he got back, they continued hassling him regarding his desire to be a professional player. This hassling eventually resulting in a massive verbal argument with Ilian's mom calling her son lazy and worthless and kicking him out of the house for good. After being kicked out, Ilian would take to Reddit and vented his frustrations to his fans. In this post, Ilian states, quote, "My mom is a first-generation Chinese immigrant and she basically adheres to every single Asian parent stereotype out there." Ilian's Reddit post detailing him getting kicked out because of his pro gaming aspirations would go somewhat viral. Fans and Redditors would chip in to get the now homeless League star back on his feet in an amount that totaled over $1,000. Around this time, Ilian also got a gig writing educational League of Legends content for Team Curse Gaming. Quote, "I pretty much made half of the guides for that site. I was just super happy and I could finally pay rent that month." Making enough money to now live on his own, he fully cut off contact with his parents. And after cutting them out of his life, Double Lift's career only prospered further. In League of Legends, Ilian developed what has been called a bad boy persona and was known for being quite the trash talker.
I don't even think they're that great. I just think everyone just sucks.
In 2013, he's responsible for uttering one of the most famous phrases in esports history, that phrase being "everyone else is trash."
How good is it to get a pentakill at the LCS All-Stars? LCS All-Stars, it technically was, because it was Europe versus North America.
Everyone else is trash. Right here on the show.
Everyone else is trash.
Thanks to numerous league tournament victories, Ilian, aka Double Lift, would become a superstar in the esports industry. But as years passed and Ilian became more numb to the fame and money, he began getting curious in regard to what his family was up to. In a 2015 interview done with Machinima, Double Lift said that he eventually would like to go back to his parents and just be a son again.
I don't have to butt heads with my parents every other day. That's so stupid. I can listen to them a little bit and still do my own thing sometimes. Instead of have all this conflict and like built up tension and stuff like that so that neither of us are happy. I just want to go back to them and just like, just be their son one day, you know? Just be like, okay, I'm your son and I'm doing well. But right now I can't do that, I'm too busy.
And around this time, it said that Doublelift reached out to them and was able to come to a sort of tentative peace with them. Quote, "Today I realized I still love my mom. Guess family really is forever. Even if I spent 10 years angry with them." Ilion would re-enter the gaming space with a newfound vigor, winning numerous tournaments over the next several years. Fast forward to 2018's League Championship Series. He would go on to help defeat Cloud9's team in the quarterfinals and the Echo Fox team in the semifinals in the League Championship. But just a week before the League of Legends World Championship Finals were to take place, Doublelift was hit with a life-changing tragedy. On March 31st of 2018, Doublelift's 30-year-old brother Ehong would find himself in a verbal argument over the phone with his parents. Apparently, Ehong was in an emotionally sensitive state after his girlfriend had just broken up with him. In an effort to console the man, Ehong's mother and father would travel to his home. After his parents arrived, Ehong made it clear he didn't want any assistance and became combative towards them. It's at this point where Ehong grabs a butcher knife and chases the family out into the street, where he would then stab both of them. His mother died almost immediately from the attack, and the father was critically injured. After stabbing his mother and father, Doublelift's brother would then flee the scene and attempt to carjack a bystander who was sitting in his car. Ehong attacked the man with the knife through his window, but fortunately this bystander was able to fend him off and escaped with minor injuries to his arm. Deputies responded to a 911 call regarding a domestic disturbance and reports of a man wielding a knife in the street. They arrived shortly after to find the bodies of Doublelift's parents. Ehong was found not far away from the crime scene near the Ortega Highway, the man standing eerily still holding a bloody knife. Ehong was arrested without incident and taken to Orange County Jail. Doublelift's mother, who was 59 years old at the time, was pronounced dead at the scene. His father was wounded but managed to survive. He was taken and hospitalized in critical condition. Doublelift would get a phone call from authorities regarding this incident just moments after winning the league semifinals. He had to skip the fanfare and fan meetups and head straight to the hospital to check on his father. Ilion would issue the following statement over social media. "This weekend I received some terrible news. My brother attacked both of my parents with a knife. As a result of this attack, my mom passed away and my dad was seriously hurt and is now recovering in hospital. I'm still processing this news and joining up with my dad and little brother to make sure they're okay and the proper arrangements are being made. I'll likely be quiet on social media while I work through this. I hope you all understand and support me as you always have in the past. Doublelift." Naturally, many have asked what drove Ehong to commit his brutal attack. This is a question authorities have struggled to answer, and to this day, there really is no clear motive established. The despair caused by the recent breakup with his girlfriend was certainly a contributing factor, but that alone doesn't fully explain the attack. The complicated family struggles in the Payon home have been well documented by Ilion, and perhaps there is something to that, and there very may well have been an undiagnosed mental disorder at play here as well. Anything at this point, though, is just speculation. On April 2nd of 2018, Ehong Payon was charged with murder, attempted carjacking, as well as 2 attempted murder charges, and was facing 44 years to life in prison. His bail was set to $1 million. Meanwhile, despite going through the death of his mother, Doublelift announced that he would still participate and attend in the league finals against 100 Thieves' team, a tournament that Doublelift and his team would win.
Been to the final stage before, and now they'll be there victorious together as Team Liquid are your North American LCS Spring Split champions.
Despite the adversity of such a devastating event, Ilion was able to continue to thrive in the league world. So far in his career, Ilion has won 8 championships, and in December of 2022, he signed a contract with 100 Thieves to play for the 2023 season. The trial for Doublelift's brother, Ehong Payon, is still ongoing. The man has pled not guilty. Jury trial is scheduled for April 24th of 2023.
Dota, please.
Our next story involves a group of Filipino Dota players who traveled to a Dota tournament, with some of them not returning alive. This story begins with 3 young men. 17-year-old Joshua.
Siren Gray, thanks for the follow, man. I'm good. Why is this guy here? The fuck? I'm good. Everything's going good. Streaming is fun, don't you think? Kind of. Dude, I play all kinds of games. I play all kinds of games. FPS, MOBA, RPG, MMORPG, all that. I play all kinds of games. Pretty much, I stream daily, dude. Pretty much every day, dude. Every single day. I try to do every single day. Why is this guy here? Play this game, dude? Which days do you train? What do you mean, train? What do you mean train? What? Oh, which days do I stream? Every single day, man. Every single day. What is it?
Laksamana, 15-year-old Julius Sebastian, and a third unnamed friend who isn't identified in reports regarding this story. All three of these young men were competitive Dota players, and on August 14th of 2018, they would make it their mission to attend a Dota 2 tournament that was taking place in Baguio City. These three individuals were from Tarlac City. As you can see on this map, it's not the most walkable distance. With none of these boys being in possession of a vehicle, what they decide to do is essentially hitchhike to the tournament. And according to a report from one of the boys, they made it to the tournament safely. Participate, don't win, but enjoyed their time nonetheless. After the tournament had concluded, the three friends reconvene and start hitchhiking back to their home city. On the way back home, the unnamed friend mentioned earlier in the story separates from Joshua and Sebastian after deciding to rest. And for whatever reason, Joshua and Sebastian would decide to separate and go forward without their unnamed friend. And little did any of these young men know, this would be the last time any of them would see each other alive. Curiously, the third unnamed friend who had waited back behind Sebastian and Joshua, he had arrived back to Tarlac City before Joshua and Julius Sebastian, despite taking a long break and obviously would be trailing behind. Naturally, this friend started to get concerned that something had happened to Sebastian and Joshua after they had separated. Joshua's mother, Christine Pascal, wasn't initially concerned, as she noted that sometimes her son would leave home for multiple days at a time when attending these tournaments. But 5 days would pass, and Joshua nor Sebastian had returned home, and it's at this point where she really starts to get concerned. It's at this point she alerted authorities that her son Joshua was missing. And well, to the mother's surprise, not only did authorities already know what happened to Joshua, they had a full story alleging her son of being a criminal. Police would detail a narrative of events, proclaiming that on August 17th of 2018, her son stole a motorcycle only to be caught in a police checkpoint. They claimed that at this checkpoint, Joshua pulled out a pistol and shot at officers, resulting in policemen shooting back at him, killing him in the process. Filipino police also claimed that they found a satchel filled with illegal drugs on the young man's body. In addition to this almost Hollywood action movie style story described by police, they claimed that Joshua wasn't an innocuous Dota gamer, but instead was a notorious wanted burglar. They even claimed that they identified him as this wanted burglar by a tattoo that was on his hand. That tattoo in question being the Queen of Pain from Dota 2. The game that Joshua played professionally. Not the kind of ink you would expect from a career criminal. And as far as Joshua's friend Julius Sebastian, he never returned home either and is still missing to this very day. Joshua's mother was then given funeral instructions and was allowed to see the body of her deceased son. Her son's body was riddled with bullets. Needless to say, the mother had a lot of questions and felt the story described by police to simply be impossible. The mother claimed that Joshua didn't know how to drive or operate a motorcycle, and stating that her son would never steal or deal with drugs. She became suspicious and believed that perhaps police malpractice may have been the cause of her son's death, thinking that police had misidentified him for an actual wanted criminal and killed him by mistake, then planting drugs on his body to sort of corroborate some bogus story. It's important to note that the authorities in the Philippines are allegedly some of the most corrupt institutions in the world. There are many reports of national police officers engaging in criminal activities such as extortion, corruption, and involvement in local rackets. Policing in the Philippines has become so poor that many businesses can't even rely on them for protection and have to hire private security. Another contentious issue surrounding Filipino policing is their war against drugs. Human rights groups have found that police officers routinely plant evidence on the bodies of gunned-down alleged drug users and dealers to help justify their use of deadly force. It's been suspected that perhaps Josh was mistaken for a wanted criminal and was killed due to police negligence, and in a wrong place at the wrong time situation got gunned down by police. Knowing the history of corruption coming from these authorities, Joshua's mother wouldn't give up in the quest to prove her son's innocence and taking on the police force that allegedly murdered her son. Thanks to rigorous scrutiny from Joshua's mother and several legal advocates, in February of 2019, 6 police officers allegedly involved in the shooting of Joshua Laksamana were hit with murder charges. This investigation also targeted a police supervisor for allegedly obstructing justice. This case had legs and apparently went from a local task force responsible for police corruption and traveled all the way up to the Supreme Court. But unfortunately for Joshua's mother and the advocates of this case, the charges were dismissed with no room.
What is this? I'm a professional graphic designer with 4 to 5 years of experience. Damn nice, dude. Nice. I'm assuming you're a freelancer. Some sort of freelancing. Or independent graphic designer. And you're trying to sell me stuff. The thing is, I already have people customizing something for me. They're already working on it. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Yeah, just give me your Discord. Just give me your Discord username or something. I'll add you.
For appeal. Naturally, Josh's mother was devastated and felt that police had murdered her son and gotten away with it. The woman's only remaining hope in seeking justice in regards to this matter lies with the International Criminal Court. There's an ongoing probe into the Filipino police's conduct that involves Joshua's case. She hopes that the ICC will prevail. And to this day, the truth of what really happened to Joshua Laksamana and Julius Sebastian remains a mystery, with police sticking to their original story and international investigations attempting to debunk it. Well, you've made it to the end. Those were the eSport murders. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comments section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Bro, Discord me. Yeah, just give me leave your Discord username. I'll add you. Saren Gray. Oh, the same thing. Saren Gray. Saren Gray. I already sent it to you, dude. Yeah, no problem, man. Amazon workers.
Since 2018, countless Amazon workers have been killed on the job. countless, not just because the death toll is so high, but because there is evidence to suggest that many incidents have been covered up and withheld from the public eye. 2018 was also the same year Amazon brought one-day shipping to more than 10,000 cities. And since then, Amazon has been put on the Dirty Dozen list as one of the most dangerous employers in the entire United States. The company has repeatedly ignored safety standards and has used questionable policies to create a dystopian workplace that controls its employees through panic and anxiety, often forcing them to work through injuries, extreme heat, and even a tornado, all so that customers can get their air fryers in one day. But what makes working at Amazon so deadly? Well, let's examine the deaths that have been reported and see what's going on. Like in 2013, when Ronald Smith was fulfilling Amazon packages in a distribution warehouse in New Jersey and a conveyor belt jammed. According to a lawsuit from the family, Amazon demanded Herculean production. So, to avoid a slowdown and get the conveyor going again, Ronald tried to clear it. But his arm got caught and... What exactly happened next is a bit unclear, but the complaint from his family states that first he was pulled through a gap less than 6 inches wide. Then he fell 15 to 18 feet, hitting the concrete with his head. He was pronounced dead at the hospital due to multiple blunt force impact injuries. Then there's a worker who died at the end of November 2021. He approached HR and said, "I'm not feeling so well. Can I please go home?" But he was denied because he had no time off that he could take. This is referred to as unpaid time off, or UTO, which builds up the more you work. It's what employees must use if they want to go home early, take a day off for any reason, or if they're late for their shift. But if they arrive just 5 minutes after their start time, it's recorded as an entire hour of UTO lost, as it's measured by the hour. And so this worker, who was feeling too unwell to work, he had no UTO left that he could take, so it was either go back to work or be fired. Unfortunately, he was later found dead from a heart attack in a delivery truck trailer. To add insult to death, those who were upset by witnessing the death of their friend were told to go back to work rather than being allowed to go home or take even a moment's break to mourn. A common theme, as you'll see. Then, there's the 61-year-old man who on December 27, 2022, collapsed from a heart attack on an Amazon warehouse floor. According to witnesses, cardboard bins were used to cordon off the area so people wouldn't be able to see the dead body, and the warehouse went on business as usual, like nothing had happened. And it seems as though this isn't an isolated occurrence. It's a disturbing trend. In March of 2019, a 60-year-old picker, Joe Bowman, went into cardiac arrest. On the 911 call, a manager could be heard telling another worker to get back to work. Redditors claim this is a regular occurrence. On the Amazon Fulfillment Center subreddit, a death was posted, and people chimed in with their own experiences. Someone died at my fulfillment center and work didn't stop. They just moved people from the area. Someone died at mine and they just put a slippery floor sign next to the body. Yep, that's what they did at my location too. And further in those comments, one employee talked about yet another death at their center. From what I gathered, it was a member of the maintenance team, and he was found in the bathroom on the 3rd floor. I can't fathom how management just sent everybody back to work without so much as making a statement or addressing what was going on. But the problem isn't just how Amazon responds to deaths on the job. It's the company policies that may be causing these deaths in the first place. In the same warehouse of that previous 911 call, another death occurred a few months later in September of 2019 when 48-year-old Billy Foister checked into the warehouse's medical clinic, AmCare. These facilities are staffed by on-site medical representatives, or OMRs, who are supposed to be trained EMTs. Billy came to them complaining of headaches and chest pains. Chest pains are never something that should be ignored, by the way, and you should seek medical help right away. AmCare checked his blood pressure, said he was dehydrated, gave him beverages to drink, and sent him back to work. Unfortunately, a week later while on the job, he suffered a heart attack, and it took a whole 20 minutes until someone found him. They tried to administer CPR, but by the time he got to the hospital, he was pronounced dead. And this is unfortunately all too common. Medical concerns being brought to AmCare don't always end with death, but the seriousness of the problems are often ignored. It's why a lot of people complain about AmCare. Like on Reddit, the main complaint seems to be that AmCare is quick to give employees a clean bill of health even if their injury or symptoms are severe. Like one employee who allegedly received a foot injury while on the job. They iced it and told me it was a sprain and sent me back to work. I was in so much pain, but they literally were like, "Sprains hurt, you'll be fine." So I went back upstairs and finished my 12-hour shift. I even asked them if I could go home because it hurt too bad, and they said I could, but that I'd have to use my own UPT/PTO. They stayed home the next 2 days because of the pain and struggled to get any workers' compensation. In the end, after finally seeing a doctor, they were told they had broken their foot. They really don't care about us at all, they explained. Of course, that's Reddit, so it's hard to validate. But OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, has investigated AmCare several times, and their findings only reinforce this worrying trend. At one warehouse, they issued a warning stating that Amazon's AmCare returned injured workers to their regular jobs, which resulted in health outcomes such as worsening of the injury, exacerbation of pain, and limited recovery from work-related injuries/illnesses. Then there's also Bobby Gosvin, an Amazon warehouse employee who spoke with CNBC for an expose on Amazon's injury rates. He described how one day the conveyor belt broke and led to a pileup of boxes that looked like a tornado had gone through the warehouse. That took more than 4 hours to clear. Because of the twisting and bending at the rapid pace that was expected of him, he got a pain in his back. When he told his manager, the manager tried to downplay it, saying it would take a lot of paperwork. His manager asked if he could take an Advil, put ice on it, and get back to work, which he did. But by the end of the day, he couldn't move his right arm, and he woke up with excruciating pain the next day. Turns out, Bobby had a herniated disc. He had to wear a brace and have a surgery to get a plate and 4 screws surgically inserted into his neck. He was awarded permanent partial disability, where he got money and benefits through workers' compensation. But injuries seem all too common at Amazon fulfillment centers, which reveal a deeper problem within the company's exploitative management tactics. In 2021, the Strategic Organizing Center, a coalition of labor unions, released a report about Amazon's epidemic of workplace injuries. They found that compared to Walmart warehouses, a company equal to them in size and scope, Amazon had more than twice the amount of injuries each year between 2017 and 2020. And not much has changed since 2020. Senator Bernie Sanders launched an investigation in 2023 and found that Amazon's injuries were 30% more than the industry average. And in the Strategic Organizing Center's report from 2024, when they conducted a survey of Amazon workers, 37% of them claimed management pressured them to work before they felt ready to do so. In fact, when compared to injured workers at other warehouses, injured Amazon workers take 52% less time off to heal. But there's a deeper problem with AmCare and Amazon policies as a whole. It's actually stated right on internal documents that employees are not allowed to call 911. And as you can imagine, this policy has deadly consequences. On January 18, 2013, Jeff Lockhart Jr. was a temporary worker for the Chester, Virginia Amazon Fulfillment Center who had collapsed during his night shift. While other temporary workers were let go after the holiday peak season in January, he was kept on, giving him hope for permanency, something he wanted. Amazon's internal report marked him as a consistently high performer. He was known for moving quickly up and down the aisles of the 18 football field-sized warehouses to pick all the items as fast as he could. Because of his speed and his size, at 6'3" and 300 pounds, he earned the nickname Tornado. Before he got the job in November, he had been jobless for a few months and desperately needed a way to support his family of 3 children. 2 of these children were his wife's from a previous relationship, yet he adopted them and treated them the same as the one child they shared together. Because of the long hours he had been putting in, he and his family were going to meet after a shift for breakfast at Shoney's, a classic American restaurant. Unfortunately, he would never make it to that breakfast date. At around 2:30 a.m., he was found unconscious by an employee on the 3rd floor in aisle A215 under shelves of heating pads and Tupperware. The employee didn't call 911. This is the procedure according to Amazon brochures. They state, in the event of a medical emergency, contact security with "Do not call 911," all in red, underlined, and with an exclamation point. It goes on to state that security and/or AmCare will provide emergency response, which goes against standard CPR protocol. one of the first steps before starting CPR is to call 911. Dr. Mikhail Varshavsky, better known as Dr. Mike on YouTube, states, "You're not actually saving someone's life by doing CPR. You're buying them time. So delaying the ambulance by even a second is extremely dangerous." But when AmCare is faced with an emergency, they may not be able to handle it. Many of them are EMTs. However, unlike the brochure might imply, they're limited in what they can do, as their hands are tied. As one AmCare worker explained in the Amazon FC subreddit, "By law, because we lack a medical director, we are not allowed to operate at our license level, EMT or higher, and are instead restricted to first aid only." Another AmCare worker explained that, "One of the tricky parts is us not having great diagnostic tools. Even our blood pressure cuffs are the cheap automatic ones, and I'm not even sure if the pressure dial is accurate. I don't even have access to bag valve masks or Narcan." A UK Amazon employee named Mary spoke to the Tribune about how the real reason for all this is that it may be part of a cover-up. She says that they're discouraged to call 999, the equivalent of 911 in the United States, explaining, "They don't really want ambulances to come on site. Sometimes they will offer to pay for the taxi. They started doing it after there was something in the papers about Amazon calling too many ambulances at their site," likely referring to when The Guardian reported in 2018 that during the span of 3 years, UK Amazon warehouses called 600 ambulances. Mary also explained how a colleague of hers had signs of a stroke. She called her doctor, who said she would need to go to the hospital. The colleague told AmCare, and they said they wouldn't call an ambulance, and she would have to go on her own, all to keep their ambulance numbers down. So when our temporary worker, Jeff, was found unconscious at 2:30 a.m., it took a whole 9 minutes for them to finally decide to call 911. It took paramedics a total of 20 minutes from the moment that Jeff collapsed for them to reach him. Even though AmCare provided CPR and used the defibrillator, unfortunately, Jeff didn't make it and passed away from an irregular heartbeat, according to the medical record. Meanwhile, his wife and children had been left with grief and no means to support themselves financially. Jeff's father went to Amazon and asked the managers what the company would do for their son's family, and their response was, "We'll see what we can do." But it seems as though nothing was ever done for them, except for some cash his fellow employees were able to gather together for the family. And it's not the only death potentially caused by the 911 policy. In 2018, 61-year-old Mike Galask worked at a Murfreesboro, Tennessee fulfillment center. First, when he was found, security was informed as per the policy, but they struggled to find a communication device as cell phones weren't allowed. One security guard finally called 911, but then, for some reason, put 911 on hold to never return. Then, afterward, someone else called. According to ambulance records, it took 5 minutes for them to call 911. Unfortunately, he died of cardiac arrest. Now, by this point in our investigation, perhaps you've been noticing a pattern that many of these deaths are related to heart conditions. Well, that may be because work-related stress is known to exacerbate or even cause cardiovascular diseases and irregular heartbeats. According to the CDC, work is linked to about 10 to 20% of all cardiovascular disease deaths. They attribute it to 10 work-related factors, including long work hours, high performance demand, and low job control. Amazon warns new employees that the job will be physical, but what they don't warn them about is the stress. Due to multiple dystopian management techniques, Amazon has purposely created one of the most stressful workplaces out there. To start with, Amazon uses a new style of invasive surveillance in order to optimize their workforce. They've installed a vast camera system in their warehouses, which use AI to track their employees' movements. Each worker is then issued an item scanner. From the scanners, they are given a task such as retrieving an item. When they pick the item, they scan it, and the scanner then records the time between scans. Once a task is done, you're immediately given a new task, and an anxiety-inducing countdown timer starts ticking down. This is all according to an expected rate. You see, management sets a rate for you, which can change day to day, even hour to hour, without warning. If you're picking boxes from the shelves, it may be as high as 80 boxes per hour. That's 45 seconds per box. If the countdown timer hits 0 before you're able to scan another box, the scanner gives you a a warning that you've taken too much time off task, or TOT, and it will alert management. At one warehouse, an employee said that they only had 18 minutes a shift that they could be off task, and if they racked up too much TOT, they could be fired. A policy which has put many employees in deadly situations. Even bathroom breaks count towards your TOT. This means you're at a disadvantage if you need to go to the bathroom often, or if you're far from a bathroom in the massive warehouse. Author James Bloodworth investigated workplaces for his book, Hired 6 Months Undercover in Low-Wage Britain. He worked at an Amazon fulfillment warehouse and discovered on a shelf tucked away was a bottle full of urine. He realized that the fear of getting fired led some workers to urinate in bottles in the name of efficiency. Even if it's an action that isn't directly condoned by Amazon, they've created the environment that leads to this mentality. Some will even purposely not intake fluids while on the job to avoid TOT, leading to dehydration. If you hydrate, eventually you've got to use the bathroom, said Stephen Hicks, an employee for Amazon. He explained how he didn't like using the bathroom outside official breaks to not hurt his rate. It makes me afraid, mentally and physically exhausted, said Hibek Mohammed, a stower from a Minneapolis Amazon warehouse. Workers have described the environments as Lord of the Flies-esque, where the weakest are picked off one by one. With a few mistakes, you could be terminated suddenly, with about 1 in 10 Amazon workers will get fired within the span of a year. If the Amazon automated system determines your productivity is low, it can even let you go without any human input. Amazon worker Danielle Olaiwola explained, "You're being exploited because they know you're a hard worker, and then once you break down, they're like, oh, well, we got a good 6 to 9 months out of you, you're out of here, and you're literally just used." This creates a constant low-grade panic that puts a physical and mental strain on workers every hour of the day, even during off hours. Hibek Mohammed added, "I feel, and a lot of workers they feel, even when they're sleeping, that they're docking to try and hit their rate. Because they're worried about next week what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what I finished this week. Next week if I hit the rate, if the rate will change. And managers are watching you and coming to you all the time. You feel like someone is watching you while you're sleeping." Emily Gwendelsberger, author of On the Clock, What Low-Wage Work Did to Me and How It Drives America Insane, also went undercover at Amazon. She explained, "It took my body 2 weeks to adjust to the agony of walking 15 miles a day and doing hundreds of squats. But as the physical stress got more manageable, the mental stress of being held to the productivity standards of a robot became an even bigger problem. You can't slow down if you're tired or hurting. It's why some employees have shared stories about how they've broken down crying at work. Speed is the priority, so they can get packages out for 1 or 2 day shipping. This leads to stress and mistakes, which leads to injuries and death. And this problem extends out to their drivers as well, who use a navigation software called Dora or Rabbit. It both recommends and monitors routes for drivers, tracking their every turn. The software gives them a 30-minute lunch and 2 15-minute breaks, and they're told that 999 of 1,000 packages must be delivered on time or face termination. When you're driving a delivery van barreling down the road, the pressure to perform means there are a lot of mistakes and potential deaths involved. Like in August of 2022, a 2-year-old girl was playing outside in a parking lot when she was fatally hit by an Amazon driver trying to get their packages out on time. She was declared dead on the scene. It left the family grieving, unable to sleep at night, saying, "There are no words to describe the amount of pain." They wanted to sue Amazon, but they ran into an issue of liability. While they were an Amazon driver, they didn't technically work for Amazon. That's because as a means to extend Amazon's network and to keep their hands clean, Amazon has turned to outsourcing some of their deliveries to independent companies. They provide them with all the technology to monitor their drivers, provide routes, determine how many packages must be delivered in a day, and decide on what vans to use and how the drivers must dress. Then they leave it up to the company on how to maintain their workforce. As you might imagine, with Amazon being the majority or sometimes their sole client, these companies will do anything to keep the contract contract to deliver these packages, even if it's at the expense of the workers. As a result, they take on the deadly Amazon mentality of optimization at all costs, without even realizing it. They've been reported to have forced their workers to skip meals, urinate in bottles, speed to make deliveries, and not wear seatbelts to get out of the truck faster. This resulted in the horrific loss of an innocent life in December 2016, when a driver named Vladimir Gray flew down the Chicago roads, trying to deliver all the packages in time for Christmas. Amazon Echo speakers were the hot item that year. They even sold out. However, in the rush, Vladimir hit Telesfora Escamilla, an 84-year-old grandmother who was walking at a crosswalk. He crushed her diaphragm, ribs, and skull. As she lay dying in a pool of blood, he leapt out of the van and screamed, "Oh my God." After police arrived, he tested negative for drugs and alcohol, and was later charged with reckless homicide, which he would be acquitted for in 2019. When the family of the deceased sued Amazon, the delivery company, Inpax, and the driver, Amazon claimed no responsibility, as it technically wasn't their driver. In response to BuzzFeed and ProPublica reporting on this and other fatalities caused by drivers of Inpax and 2 other companies, Amazon dropped these companies, further distancing themselves from blame. As a result of losing these contracts, a total of more than 2,000 workers from these companies lost their jobs. One step Amazon took to allegedly make things safer for the delivery drivers was to install an AI surveillance system in 2021 called Netrodyne. It's designed to make the drivers much safer on the road by capturing violations like texting on your phone, staying too close to cars, and not using your turn signal. In theory, this should make things safer for the employees and pedestrians alike. The problem is, it tends to punish drivers for mistakes they didn't make, like how one driver in Los Angeles kept getting violations for not maintaining a safe distance when he was constantly being cut off, or another who was using his phone for directions. And even with the AI surveillance system, Amazon drivers are still causing deaths on the road. In November of 2024, an Amazon driver hit and killed a 79-year-old woman who was crossing the street. He fled the scene and allegedly continued delivering packages. It's unclear why he kept delivering packages, but one might assume it was due to the pressures of the job. While narcotics were found in the van, there's no report of him being under the influence at the time. In this case, surveillance didn't help make things safer, but perhaps that's not the ultimate goal of surveillance. Like in the warehouses, it may just be another means to track their employees, to make sure that speed is always the #1 priority. Ultimately, it's not just one thing that contributes to these deaths. It's a culmination of policies, poor safety practices, and the stress-inducing environment. So, will Amazon ever be held accountable for any of this? Well, not if they have anything to say about it. On September 24th, 2017, 59-year-old Philip Lee Terry was working a shift at an Amazon warehouse in Indiana. He was told to fix a forklift. With a wrench in hand, he passed under the forks with a platform attached to it. That's when the 1,200-pound piece of equipment fell onto him. It took 2 hours before someone found a pool of blood, with him in the center of it, dead. It's unclear why with all that surveillance, he wasn't found until then. But regardless of why it took so long, OSHA Inspector John Stallone arrived the next day. He noticed that a pole that was designed to hold up the forklifts, as per safety regulations, wasn't used. Either you need to prop up the forks, or, more ideally, never pass underneath them. The hydraulics can give out, and the equipment on the forks can fall on you. Again, it's hard to speculate why Philip didn't follow regulations, but to quote one Amazon employee, it's incredibly hard to meet rate while following all safety procedures. But on top of that, it was also discovered that there was no written record of Terry having received any formal training, so he may not have known what the safety procedures in a situation like this were. Inspector Stallone said that safety was second to production demands for Amazon. Due to the inadequate training, OSHA fined Amazon $28,000, a small fee for the $2.5 trillion company. Stallone did want to raise the fines, but got pushback. Feeling something was off, he started recording the conversations he had with his boss. Rightly so, because eventually his boss asked him to shift the blame from Amazon to the employee and to lift the fine. This was in a recording he shared with Reveal, an independent news organization. His boss wanted to partner with Amazon to help them become a leader in safety. She went on to say that Terry was likely on drugs, even though the coroner said there was nothing but nicotine in Terry's system. There was a reason for this, according to Stallone. Amazon was looking for a place to set up their new headquarters, and the city of Indianapolis was a finalist. Stallone had a meeting with the labor commissioner who stated it would be nice to get the headquarters and asked Stallone to back off from the investigation or resign. Shortly after, Stallone's supervisors said he was going to be terminated for job performance issues, and so Stallone ended up resigning. Then he reached out to Reveal and provided the recordings, but sadly, nothing came out of the exposure. And a year later, with Stallone out of the way, Amazon signed a deal with OSHA to waive away all of the fines and put the blame of this incident entirely on the deceased employee. And ready for the real kicker? In the end, Amazon didn't even choose Indianapolis for their headquarters. And it wasn't the only time OSHA was steeped in corruption with Amazon. Like during the blistering summer of 2022, when 3 workers died within the span of 3 weeks in Amazon warehouses across New Jersey. Temperatures during those 3 weeks were excessive, ranging from 90 to 97 degrees Fahrenheit. The first death took place on July 13th, the second day of the Amazon Prime Day sales event. During the pandemic, Amazon's 2022 Prime Day event garnered $11.9 billion, an increase of 62.8% from the previous year's revenue of $7.31 billion. So one could assume the workers at the Carteret, New Jersey fulfillment center probably had their hands full. Rafael Ronaldo Motafria had been complaining about the heat in his unconditioned workspace. Co-workers said he was pleading for fans, but he was told to work through it. Then he collapsed and passed away. Then, on July 24th, at the Robbinsville, New Jersey Amazon warehouse, Roger Boland fell off a ladder and hit his head, dying in hospital 3 days later. And on August 4th, at a delivery facility in Monroe, a man named Eric Vadinsky was hospitalized and died 4 days after, but not much more can be found about this incident. OSHA investigated the 3 deaths. They claimed that Raphael had a previous heart condition which led to a heart attack, and Amazon wasn't held responsible, again, even though heat stroke is known to cause heart attacks. Then when OSHA investigated the second incident of Roger, who fell off a ladder, it's reported that OSHA was denied access to the room where the accident occurred until a few weeks later once the heat had died down. They determined that he had died of a seizure, but the doctors noted that he had an extremely high body temperature and he had died of a brain injury due to the fall. So it could be possible that he was affected by the heat wave somehow. But regardless, Amazon wasn't deemed responsible. For the third, not much is known because no information was released. But as you might expect, Amazon wasn't held responsible. What's more odd is that OSHA's reports are supposed to be made public after their conclusion, yet only the report for their first death was released, which is why Warehouse Life, an Amazon workers' rights group, filed a request under the Freedom of Information Act to release the other reports on August 14th of 2024. OSHA never responded, which prompted the workers' rights group to file a lawsuit in November. As of February 2025, the reports still haven't been released. Amazon went on to state they bear no responsibility for these deaths and wish these tragic incidents wouldn't be twisted into something they weren't. But these deaths most likely could have been avoided if they had better working conditions, with proper air conditioning. And this wasn't the only time that Amazon has forced their employees to work through these intense weather conditions at the expense of their lives, all in the name of maximizing profits. In fact, just 8 months prior, Amazon warehouse workers were told to keep working during the deadliest December tornado outbreak in U.S. history. It was December 10th, 2021, in Edwardsville, Illinois. The day was warm for this time of year. The weather was ominous. The last 3 days were filled with warnings from meteorologists, with forecast models showing severe weather. But with the holidays looming, it was peak season, as Amazon referred to it, with temp workers hired and regular employees working overtime. There was even an added incentive for the drivers. If they could deliver 200 packages that day, they would get a $25 gift card. So it wasn't uncommon for the drivers to stuff their vehicles with several hundred boxes at a time. One driver, Deontay Yancey, was out delivering packages without his coat since it was oddly warm out. But as he dropped off the packages one by one, the customers would look at him surprised. "Why are you still working?" they would ask. All he could do was shrug and say, "Because Amazon wants me to." Perhaps it had something to do with the tornado warning put out that morning. The warning was set to a moderate risk, which is actually quite high, being level 4 out of 5. Damaging gusts, large hail, and a few long-track tornadoes during the evening hours were predicted. All the while, Amazon warehouse workers and their drivers, under the watchful eye of their managers and AI surveillance, ready to catch any infraction, were still trudging along, trying to avoid bathroom breaks and meet their rate as time counted down on their displays. At 5:30 p.m., a tornado watch was fully in effect as supercell thunderstorms spread across Missouri, and by 7 p.m., they were making their way to the St. Louis metropolitan area, near the Edwardsville Amazon warehouses. Leslie Campbell, an Amazon worker who was off that day, used to chase tornadoes as a teenager, but this storm was unlike anything she had experienced before. It became pitch white from the rain, she explained. It had a weird feeling to it. It was around this time when sirens started to blare in nearby areas. Texts between an Amazon driver and her supervisor were obtained by Bloomberg News, revealing the frightening situation. At 7:08 p.m., the driver texted her supervisor, stating, "Radio's been going off." The supervisor responded with, "Okay, just keep driving. We can't just call people back for a warning unless Amazon tells us to do so." As the winds picked up, the storm got worse, and warnings were becoming more frequent. At 7:35 p.m., a tornado touched down in St. Charles County, 48 miles from the Amazon facility. This was the first one to hit the area, and many more tornadoes would come. In fact, it ended up being one of the deadliest Decembers on record. An EF4 touched down a bit earlier at 7:07 p.m., south of the facility in Arkansas. For reference, EF5 is the highest the rating can go. This one in St. Charles was an EF3, still dangerous with winds as high as 165 miles per hour. It flattened 2 homes, leading to 1 fatality. It was around this time when the employees of the National Weather Service took shelter, and their colleagues in Kansas City took over the tornado watch. Meanwhile, 3 employees at the Amazon warehouse asked to go home to shelter, but were threatened to lose their job if they went home. Something similar happened to the driver as revealed by her texts. At 7:40 p.m., she talked to her supervisor again. "Tornado alarms are going off over here. Just keep delivering for now. We have to wait for word from Amazon. If we need to bring people back, the decision will ultimately be up to them. I will let you know if the situation changes at all. I'm talking with them now about it. How about for my own personal safety, I'm going to head back. Having alarms going off next to me and nothing but locked buildings around me isn't sheltering in place. That's wanting to turn this van into a casket. Hour left of delivery time, and if you look at the radar, the worst of the storm is going to be right on top of me in 30 minutes. It was actual sirens. If you decide to come back, that choice is yours, but I can tell you it won't be viewed as your own safety. The safest practice is to stay exactly where you are. If you decide to return with your packages, it will be viewed as you refusing your route, which will ultimately end with you not having a job come tomorrow morning. The sirens are just a warning. Except these sirens weren't just a warning. And what the supervisor failed to understand was that being in a vehicle is actually the worst place you can be. It can throw you around. If you find yourself in a car during a tornado, drive at 90 degrees away from the tornado's path. But ideally, try to seek shelter in a building, putting as many walls between you and the tornado. A center room, ideally in the basement, away from windows if you have a storm shelter, like many homes do in this area. That's obviously the best place. But she didn't have anywhere to go. Going under nearby overpasses or bridges wasn't safe. The worry is debris from the side, not above. And they can act as tunnels, accelerating winds, so they end up being more dangerous. Lying under her car was bad too, as the car can roll on you. It's best to find lower ground if possible, then duck and cover. If there's really no other option, and no low ground, stay in the car, seatbelt on, stay below the windows, and cover your head with your hands, or ideally, a blanket to avoid broken glass. The supervisor kept telling her to shelter in place, even though she kept telling him there wasn't any shelter. With the storm 30 minutes away, she may have had time to go back. However, in the end, not going back to the facility actually may have saved her life. The text also revealed that strong winds had just hit the facility, tearing down one of the garage doors. The EF3 tornado luckily lifted at 8:01 p.m., and then another EF3 tornado came down at 8:27. This time about 3/4 of a mile from the Amazon facility, and it was heading right for them. Clayton Cope, a 29-year-old U.S. Navy veteran who worked at the Amazon facility, was described as the person who would always put a smile on your face. His parents were watching the news at the time, which told them of the tornado that had touched down. A red line of its predicted path sent it right through the facility. So one of them picked up the phone and called Clayton. Luckily, Amazon's ban on cell phones was temporarily lifted during the COVID pandemic. His mother explained, "We told him the storm was coming and he needed to take shelter. He said he needed to tell someone." That was the last time they ever spoke to him. In warehouse DLI-4, one of the 3 Amazon warehouses, sirens were going off, and it was chaos. Reports say that the tornado warning came about 10 minutes prior to the tornado's touchdown, but to get word across the entire warehouse, which was the length of about 3 football fields, it was a significant challenge. Plus, they were caught in the middle of a shift change, so people were in the process of arriving and leaving, including the drivers. As per their emergency action plan, they were supposed to use a megaphone. Unfortunately, it was locked in a cage, and nobody had access to it. So they resorted to yelling, especially because they needed to tell people where to shelter. That was problem number 2. Illinois and the surrounding states are especially prone to tornadoes. Normally, they see an average of about 60 tornadoes a year. But in 2024, there was a record of 142 tornadoes. Yet, when Amazon driver Yamarco Hickman was asked if he had ever done a tornado drill, he said, "No, I just froze. I was pretty much kissing the concrete." None of the employees interviewed afterward ever recollected doing a tornado drill. In fact, their written emergency action plan didn't provide a location either. Driver Jada Williams described the event. "It was so many people yelling and screaming. I was trying to calm people down. I started having an asthma attack." But those who did know where to shelter yelled out to go to the bathroom, which was the shelter area, but not a proper storm shelter. The third problem was that the warehouse had 2 bathrooms, one in the north side and one in the south side. Only the north side was the designated shelter area. 39 employees made their way to the north bathroom, but without clear instructions, 7 employees went to the south bathroom, including Clayton, the Navy veteran. Meanwhile, just outside the warehouse, the tornado had begun ripping electrical poles out of the ground and throwing cars in the parking lot into the air. Then, the vortex crashed into the building. The 7 in the non-sheltered bathroom were huddled together near the west wall, and it was that wall the tornado hit first. Craig Yost, one of those 7 in that bathroom, said, "I saw a flash of lights and a flicker, and I took a step to my right, and the wall fell on me." The 40-foot concrete wall slammed inwards onto those 7. Craig Yost found himself crushed by the wall as the tornado took a slice out of the warehouse, tearing off the roof and shredding the rest like paper. Driver Jamarco Hickman described the fear in the sound: metal getting twisted, chaos, hearing those walls collapse, the sounds of the loud roar of the tornado when it slammed into our building, and you just don't know, anything could fly at you. As it left, only the north side of the warehouse remained, where 39 employees survived. The tornado then traveled northeast 10 miles, spewing debris from the warehouse all along the way before lifting at 8:32, 5 minutes later. At 8:35 p.m., the first call to 911 was made, and 6 minutes later, emergency services responded. Craig Yost, still pinned under the wall, could do nothing but wait. He was still very much conscious, and he remained there for hours. He thought he was going to die, but thoughts of seeing his wife and family again kept him going. He focused on his breathing as he was being crushed by the wall. As he waited, the little room he had was getting smaller and smaller. Eventually, the wall started to crush his head, and he was terrified. Luckily, emergency crews got him out just after midnight, and he was airlifted to the hospital. Crew kept searching the rubble for people. Eventually, they found the 6 remaining people who had hid in the south bathroom, all of them dead. Clayton's body was found at 4:30 a.m., and his parents, already on the scene, were devastated. Aside from Clayton Cope, the 5 others who died at the Amazon warehouse were Deandra Morrow, Kevin Dickey, Etheria Hebb, Larry Verdon, and Austin McEwen. Meanwhile, Craig's lower body had been crushed, suffering from bruises, cuts that needed stitches, and fractures. He had to undergo emergency surgery for his hip, but he recovered and felt lucky to be alive, while mourning his friends and colleagues who passed. When all was done, the central United States had a total of 66 to 71 tornadoes in the span of 2 days, becoming the deadliest December tornado outbreak in U.S. history, with 89 deaths and $3 billion in damage. The following day, the man ultimately responsible for stress-inducing AI surveillance, unhumanitarian approach to employee safety and health, ambulance avoidance policies, and collusion with corrupt OSHA officials, Jeff Bezos, posted on Instagram about Blue Origin, his vanity space venture. Happy crew this morning in the training center, it said, with him smiling with the soon-to-be astronauts. All the while, emergency crews were still trying to find life under the rubble as employees and families mourn the dead. He did eventually release a statement that night, though, claiming he was heartbroken. A few months later, Dan Bruno, a first responder and engineer who was on site that night, sent a memo that the building's support columns weren't anchored to the foundation, a building code violation. Because of this, and the actions taken by Amazon to keep their employees working despite the numerous warnings, the families of the victims and the surviving employees filed lawsuits for wrongful deaths and emotional trauma. They targeted Amazon and the company that built the facility. They claimed in the lawsuits that Amazon prioritized profit over safety, and specifically mentioned the employees who were threatened to be fired if they left. In 2023, they settled with the builders, and as of 2024, the lawsuit against Amazon was still pending. OSHA did an investigation into the Amazon incident and had a so-called scathing report, pointing out the issues with the megaphone, the lack of tornado drills, and the lack of proper information in the emergency action plan. However, OSHA only suggested Amazon take action to fix these problems, and no fines were issued. When Senator Bernie Sanders investigated the company's injury rates, he found some very disturbing facts. Released at the end of 2024, in it, he explained how Amazon discourages workers from seeking outside medical care and that many workers have been fired while on medical leave. Plus, Amazon knows of the connection between their fast rate of work and rate of injuries, yet refuses to do anything about it for fear of hurting productivity and thus company profits. Instead, Amazon's going theory is to blame the employee's frailty as the main factor responsible for injury while on the job. That's why Amazon has created a wellness program where employees are encouraged to stretch and eat right to help combat the working conditions. And while that's great and all, it fails to touch on the core of the problem. It is important to note that in recent years, Amazon has tried to improve their safety, partly by replacing their employees with a robotic workforce. On their website, they state, "Our goal is to be the safest workplace within the industries in which we operate." And Jeff Bezos stated, "We are going to be Earth's best employer and Earth's safest place to work." They specifically cite two factors: recordable incident rate, basically anything that needs more than first aid, and lost time incident rate, injuries that take time away from work. Both have improved since 2021, claiming that this means their workplace is getting safer. But as we know, they often push workers to work, even if they have an injury, which would skew the data. Also, Senator Bernie Sanders' report stated that Amazon manipulates its workplace injury data to make its warehouses seem safer than they actually are, which could mean that they're covering up not just injuries, but potentially a lot of deaths. Which wouldn't be surprising, because news organizations like The Guardian or workers groups like GMB Union need to acquire 911 call logs and ambulance reports to find out what is actually going on inside these warehouses, which conveniently won't exist in many cases. And if Amazon faces lawsuits, fines, or public scrutiny, they deny and appeal it every time. When they get their way, they place the blame on the employee or third-party companies, all to wipe their hands clean. The employees could benefit from having unions, but Amazon has taken a very strong anti-union position, highlighted in one of their managers' training videos. It states, "We do not believe unions are in the best interest of our customers, our shareholders, or, most importantly, our associates." Managers are then told to listen for union words like living wage, grievance, or contract and react accordingly. In fact, in January of this year, when an Amazon warehouse in Quebec, Canada became the second in the world to ever successfully unionize, it was shut down, along with the 6 other warehouses in the province, putting about 4,500 workers out of a job. The union leader, Felix Trudeau, called for a boycott. Amazon's fatalities are clearly linked to how little regard they have for their employees. As one worker said, "We're not treated as human beings. We're not even treated as robots. we're treated as part of the data stream. So next time you find yourself reaching to open up the app with the smile from A to Z, an alternative is to try and support local businesses in person or online. Another way to cut out an unnecessary middleman like Amazon is to go to the product on Amazon and then buy directly from the company selling it, if they have an online website to order from. Unfortunately, our dystopian future has now become our dystopian present. But that doesn't mean things can't change for the better. And one of the things we can do is to try and avoid supporting the corporations that have put us here. Speaking of which, the only way to get to keep making videos is if a certain corporate overlord and their almighty algorithm sees that our viewers, like you, have hit the like button, subscribed to our channel, and most importantly, watched another video. Thanks for watching.
That is so trash.
Ooh. MMORPGs aren't just games. They're living, breathing worlds you can disappear into. And 2025, it's shaping up to be one of the most exciting years we've seen in a long time. From gritty survival to mythic fantasy, there's something for every kind of adventurer. Let's start with the Quinfall. This one set out to be a medieval sandbox dream, with a huge open world, tons of player professions, and dynamic combat. But at launch, things went sideways. Server issues, lag, and optimization problems really dragged it down. That said, there's still a spark here. The crafting and combat systems have potential. It just needs time and polish to live up to its ambition. Next, let's dive into Age of Water. Imagine a flooded Earth where naval combat is the only way to survive. You can build your own ship, explore flooded cities, and battle both players and AI in this oceanic open world. It's a cool concept, and the resource systems run deep. But clunky UI and some pay-to-win whispers are giving people pause. Still, if you love exploration and sea battles, it's definitely worth watching. Then there's Sacred of Gates Tinder. Yeah, the title might raise eyebrows, but what it delivers is a rich Norse-inspired world with real-time battles and faction wars. You get customizable avatars, dynamic weather, and some pretty serious monster-slaying action. If it manages to balance story with action and doesn't get bogged down by gimmicks, this one could surprise a lot of people. Now, moving on to Path of Exile 2. This one's a monster in the best way. It overhauls almost everything fans loved about the first game, offering dual skill trees, 12 character classes, and hundreds of environments across a 6-act campaign. The new graphics are slick, and the endgame, completely procedural and endlessly replayable. If you're into build crafting and brutal boss fights, this one's looking like a genre-defining sequel. From cutting edge to classic, Monsters and Memories takes a nostalgic swing at MMORPG history. Inspired by EverQuest, it emphasizes slow leveling, tight-knit group play, and meaningful exploration. No microtransactions, no shortcuts, just old-school immersion. It's still early in development, but the indie passion shines through. For veteran players who miss the golden age of MMOs, this could be the throwback they've been waiting for. From there, we jump into Throne and Liberty. This MMO looks stunning, with weather that affects gameplay, massive open-world zones, and flashy combat. The weapon-based system lets you switch up your playstyle, but some players say it feels a bit stiff compared to titles like Black Desert. Still, features like shape-shifting travel forms and pet companions add charm, and big PvP battles will definitely scratch the competitive itch. Now let's head into the desert with Dune Awakening. Set on the unforgiving sands of Arrakis, this survival MMO mixes open-world danger with political power plays. Sandworms are an actual threat. Spice addiction has gameplay consequences, and faction wars create constant tension. It's a unique blend of survival and lore-rich RPG, though combat still needs refining. Up next, we've got Pantheon: Rise of the Fallen. This one's built for players who miss the days when MMOs were tough and full of mystery. With 9 races, 14 classes, and an emphasis on exploration and teamwork, it's all about depth over convenience. The climbing mechanics and perception-based storytelling add flavor, but don't expect hand-holding. If you're down for a challenge, this one's aiming straight at you. Speaking of massive worlds, let's talk about Bitcraft Online. This one's doing something bold. It's a sandbox MMORPG built around a single, persistent world where players shape everything. From terraforming land to building entire cities, it's all about creativity, cooperation, and survival. You can master skills like crafting, explore procedurally generated biomes, and contribute to a player-driven economy. And finally, there's Royal Quest Online. This free-to-play MMO mashes together fantasy and tech in a colorful, classic-feeling world. You've got hundreds of quests, chaotic PvPvE fights, and large-scale guild battles for castle control. It's charming, but a bit grindy, and some systems feel dated. However, if you're seeking an experience that satisfies your nostalgia for MMOs from the early 2000s, you can find enjoyment here. So, whether you're commanding a fleet, uncovering ancient lore, or grinding your way through monster-infested forests, 2025 has something epic lined up. These aren't just games, they're entire worlds waiting to be explored. Which one are you logging into first?
Wait, that was it? That was so...
Thanks to Path of Exile 2 for sponsoring today's video. Hey everyone, welcome back. Alright, Path of Exile 2. So, a few weeks ago, they reached out asking to sponsor a video for their latest update, patch 0.2 Dawn of the Hunt. Now, pretty much immediately, I was like, yeah bro, easy. Like, I've already played 300 hours of this game, I was obsessed with it for months on end, logging in every single day, so absolutely, I am more than happy and was already planning to check out the newest stuff. Now, as is always the case with this sort of thing, I do so under the condition that I'm given free reign to make the videos how I please, as I always do. Typically, this means providing an overview of the game, showing off its content, and then sharing my thoughts, including what I think is good and what I think needs improvement. Well, they happily agreed, and it's a good thing too, because yes, I've got some feedback. Now, for starters, I will say there's a lot that I have enjoyed about this update. In particular, I've liked all the new content, I've enjoyed the improved and revamped endgame, the updated map variety, as well as all of the various new event types that we encounter, all of which have resulted in what feels like a much more fleshed out, interesting, and a varied endgame experience compared to what we had at the start of early access. I've been grinding through it, playing somewhere around 50 to 60 hours since Friday. I'm nearly level 90 right now, clearing tier 15 maps with relative ease, and on balance, I would say that I've enjoyed my time. However, at the same time, it's been far from perfect or smooth. It's certainly not been incredibly smooth. There's been a lot of issues cropping up these last few days, some of which have in fact gotten in the way of my otherwise good time. These include client crashes and server issues completely plaguing me all of Friday, progression through the main campaign that was a bit sluggish and took noticeably longer than I remember the first time around, all of this a consequence of them reining in player power and the lack of regular gear upgrades dropping, as well as some super beefed up enemies, which was then exacerbated by the early access requirement of having to run through the same 3 acts 2 times per character, and that is just some of the issues that I've run into, the rest of which we will cover later. So yeah, while there is a lot that I like about this update, and I have generally enjoyed playing it, at the same time there are some things I don't. Now on the plus side, some of these issues have already been addressed, with GGG rolling out several hotfixes since the update came out on Friday, which is great, but there is still absolutely more to be done. and I'm hoping they do so in the future. Now with all that out of the way, let's dive in and take a look at Path of Exile 2 patch 0.2, Dawn of the Hunt. So first, I would like to start off with a quick overview of everything new with this update. For those of you who haven't seen or heard anything about this patch prior to watching this video, however, we do have timestamps with name chapters below, so if you do already know all this stuff, the basic overview, feel free to skip ahead. Alright, so the TLDR of this patch is that we have got a new class, the Huntress, with 2 ascendancies, the new spear weapon type with all of its corresponding skills, along with a new offhand, the Buckler, that enables the parry mechanic. There are 3 new ascendancies, one for the Witch, Warrior, and Mercenary each, and then a bunch of endgame improvements and updates, which include things like new events and content types via the Wisps, Rogue Exiles, and some new unique maps. We get updates to many prior League mechanics, some big improvements to towers to make them more varied and interesting, as well as now including boss fights. There are over 100 new support gems and 100 uniques to collect, and then some sweeping changes that were made to class balance and gear, essentially completely readjusting and updating the meta. Alright, so starting with the new class, the Huntress, this is a dexterity-focused character whose primary default weapon, the spear, combines melee and ranged abilities with extended attacks, weapon throws, and a bunch of elemental combo potential. You've got your baseline skills that are then further enhanced when mixed with others. Now, probably one of the best-known, stronger combos at the moment comes from 2 skills that you get fairly early on, Whirling Slash and Twister. So Whirling Slash will strike around you in a circle, creating a whirlwind in place. While standing inside of this, it does some damage and blinds enemies. If you leave, the whirlwind explodes. Then there is Twist, which at a baseline simply tosses out this ranged little tornado. However, when combined with Whirling Slash, you then summon multiple tornadoes at once, and this scales up to an insane degree where come end game, you got some gear and build setups that have you shooting out like 30 plus elemental infused tornadoes, moving in every direction, tearing through everything in their path. Now, also with the Huntress and the Spear comes the addition of the Buckler, a new offhand item type. This introduces the parry mechanic, so you hold down parry, it raises your buckler, and then you automatically counter any incoming attack. This will then debuff the enemy and opens up several follow-up combos. Now, beyond the Huntress and the new weapons, we got ascendancies for the Warrior, Mercenary, and Witch. The Witch, which is a personal favorite of mine, can now choose the Lich ascendancy, which is all focused on chaos and curses. You can sacrifice life to enhance your energy shield, you get massive increases in power for gems, and then you can grant like bonus chaos damage to you and your allies, or make it so that cursed enemies, when they die, they will explode. For the Warrior, you got Smith and Katana. This is hilarious. It's like a blacksmithing focus. You can temper your weapon on the maps, which then grants explosion buffs to your attacks. This also makes just for some hilarious moments and memes with warriors just standing there hammering away in the middle of a boss fight. The Smith Ascendancy also lets you manifest weapons, summoning a floating weapon to attack with you. You get special armor perks where you can only use normal armor, but then have these notables that let you pick up whatever affixes you want, which seems like a very, very great tanky on a budget option. This just seems like a very, very powerful ascendancy. And then Mercenary has Tactician, which is crossbow focused, causes all major projectiles to pin enemies. You can place multiple banners for buffs, you can share your damage with allies, and summon a barrage of arrows. Alright, so we got over as well 100 new support gems with some interesting options here, although the current running joke at the moment is that too many of these are super conditional, where like you'll only get a damage buff every other Friday when you collect your paycheck or some garbage. Jokes aside though, it's still really early days, sort of like the Spectres. At the moment, it's probably too early to tell if any of these are really gonna open up with any potential combos and any builds will shine. Again, we're only a few days into the patch, so we'll have to see how this all pans out. And new items along the same lines. We got 100 new items in the game, or rather 100 new unique items to be exact. Now, they have said that these are aimed at fleshing out and adding more usable options, specifically for the mid and end game characters. I found a few of them that I thought were quite useful. Some of them I'm still using some new uniques in my current end game build. Now it's mostly, however, yellows with a focus on all of the typical stuff that you had the first time around. Like, I'm currently trying to stack energy shield, get my health and resistances up, and then boosting my damage via getting plus spell skills, getting some bonus chaos and spell damage, and increasing cast speed. But yeah, and we've got a bunch of new stuff to help with crafting. So for example, they have this edition of fractured orbs. These allow you to fracture a random modifier on any rare item that has at least 4. What this does is it locks it in place so that you can't accidentally replace it as you do other crafting in the future. We got recombination, where you can merge 2 items together, and this is going to give you a combination of the rolls on each of them, hoping for a best possible outcome. You got 3 good ones on this one, 3 on another, you put them together, and maybe you get both of them combined. That's the idea anyways. And then they added some more rune types to the game with many tiers for each type of rune, and they said here their stated goal was to have more variety of runes that are useful at the end game compared to a more narrow option, as was previously the case. And then finally, the big stuff for me was all of the end game changes and updates. So mapping across the board got some big improvements. They really tried to focus on increasing the event and encounter variety, and I gotta say, this is one of the things that I've enjoyed the most. So for starters, we got 7 brand new map types. So each of these are going to have their own look in their own environment with unique encounters and mechanics to correspond with them as well. We also got a bunch of new encounters and or events. These are things you're going to see throughout the campaign, but also as you go through the endgame mapping. These include rogue exiles. These are essentially like fake players that act as strong boss fights. They use the same skills and items that player use, kind of simulating a PvP experience. Now, when you kill them, the cool thing is they drop all of the items that they're using. So if you see an item on a rogue exile that you really like, could get some really good stuff here. There are 12 different rogue exiles in total for you to come across. There's also these wisp events. So you're going to see these wisps on the map. They're kind of floating there, little spectral creatures. As you walk towards them, they then start moving across the map. When they come across enemy characters, they're going to buff them, so they'll be more difficult to take out. Eventually, though, the wisp leads you to a particular rare or unique monster. It then possesses them, juicing them up, and there's 12 distinct wisp types. Each of them bring their own mechanics and rewards that they drop. And then they also introduce some new strongbox types. The most interesting so far for me has definitely been the legacy boxes. You'll see like this character corpse on a stone. You click it, it then revives that monster X number of times. The more times it gets revived, the stronger it gets, ideally resulting in some big rewards. Although I gotta say, the rewards so far have been kind of disappointing. Haven't been so big. Hope to see them get bigger. There's also some new onboarding for the end game. So now, once you finish your cruel playthrough of the campaign, your first task is to locate a corrupted nexus, and this is part of the overhaul to the corruption mechanic. So basically, there are now pockets of the map that are corrupted. You're actually going to see visual representation of this on the Atlas map itself, but then the corrupted nodes also have that corruption on the landscape, like on the ground within the map, and they also come with corrupted enemies that will spawn as you go through clearing each of the maps. Eventually, you get to the nexus, and this is something that's like a goal. That's your objective, to cleanse the corrupted nexus. This requires defeating a large corrupted boss that is going to spawn after you complete whatever other map objective there is. You complete the map objective at the corrupted nexus, the boss spawns, you kill the boss, he then rewards you Atlas passive points, as well as leading to a new mechanic, because clearing the corrupted nexus will then cleanse any remaining corrupted maps that are nearby, and then once cleansed, that adds new monsters to those map nodes, as well as introducing this new reward of fractured orbs. Towers get a pretty major overhaul. They have reduced the overall number of towers to having about a third as many as were in the game before, but they are now much more powerful and rewarding, and I also gotta say they're just a lot more interesting. So all of the towers take place in entirely new locations, all of which will be based depending on the biome that you're currently in. These come typically in multiple levels or layers and can now even have bosses included on them. Also, tablets that are added after the fact now have twice as many mechanics. Each tower as well can now consume up to 3 tablets at a time, which allows for even more juicing, making them even more worth running, because you can have 3 different enhancement types through 3 different tablets on so many surrounding nodes. They made Waystone sustain easier. For example, now by default you get 6 attempts or deaths before you lose your map mechanics. Now, as you enhance the maps that add more modifiers, that will reduce the number of spawns, but at a baseline you just have way more attempts. And then pinnacle bosses, they made these more approachable as well. The fights no longer grant or remove experience, so you don't have to be scared to try these difficult fights out and learn the mechanics, as it's not going to result in you drastically losing experience of your current level. All right, so that is like the basic rundown of the big new content additions and changes. They also made some pretty massive sweeping balance adjustments, essentially nuking any of the overly tuned builds from the initial season. Players are currently kind of still sorting through what the new good builds are going to be, but there do look to be a few new contenders for build combos and skill setups than what we saw in the past, although we'll see how it all shakes out in the coming weeks. Maybe it's just Invoker at the top and Gemling Legionnaire, and you know, we'll see, right? But who knows? Generally speaking though, everyone is just feeling a bit weaker than they did at the start of the first season in early access, between them tuning back player power, nuking what was previously the good builds, and then also seriously beefing up enemies, although that's been adjusted in the past few days, which we'll get to. All right, so next I want to take you through kind of what my general experience has been in these handful of days. Like, what have I been up to? What's my current status? How's the gameplay been going for me? So Friday, gotta be honest, right out the gate, it was a bit of a mess. In particular, just right away, I started off with having terrible performance issues in the first couple of zones, although that was mostly fixed by adjusting some certain graphic settings. Big shout out to the in-game global chat for saving me on that. People were telling what to turn off, what to tweak, whatever, but that mostly fixed the frame rate issue that I was having right out the jump. The bigger problem, though, was that the game was crashing nearly constantly. In fact, I think I had somewhere around 40 client crashes on Friday. Especially, it seemed every time I would have to port back to town, the game would crash, which that was a requirement. Like, every single main quest constantly has you going back to town. It's not like you can't go back to town. So I just basically had to deal with crashing all day Friday. Like I said, there was like 40 crashes. Despite that, though, still played for several hours. Now, I decided to start this season going with a witch, beginning with a build that was similar to what I played last season, just because it's what I was familiar with, mostly focusing on having skeleton minions, using firewall and raging spirits. That was the whole gist of it. On the first day, I got through most of the way to the end of Act 2 before calling it a night. Saturday, I woke up and the crash issue was fixed. Holy crap, I was so happy. It looked like it got patched overnight. From then on out, the game was running mostly fine, although still having crashing issues. They're far less frequent, and also seem a bit more random. I just seem to be like randomly crashing. I don't know if that's better or worse. Well, it's definitely better, because as of right now, I'm only crashing like 2 to 4 times every single day, as opposed to 40 times on Friday. So it is at least improved. So Saturday, I progressed through and finished the campaign the first time around. I then got partway through the second time on cruel difficulty. Saturday is also when I cleared the first 2 trials, and I opted for the new Lich Ascendancy. It's the whole reason I decided to play Witch again. I thought Lich looked really cool. I was still playing minions at the time, but I then started mixing things up, adding some more chaos spells, until eventually I shifted into the full-blown Contagion, Essence Drain, Dot Spread style, which it's a lot of fun. I really like it. All right, Sunday, I finished up the campaign completely and got into endgame to start mapping. Lots of really cool new additions. These were fun to see. The whole new corruption system, the new objectives with the new onboarding, checking out some of the updated maps, coming across the spirit events, the rogue exiles, the new towers, which I really love. All around, the onboarding experience and just the endgame process in general, much improved. I like it. This is where I really started to have a good time. Monday, I continued progressing through maps, working my way up through the difficulty tiers while tuning my build and getting some new gear. I also got quite lucky here with a few crafted pieces. Like, I managed to craft, I don't know how, I managed to craft a +5 to chaos skills, as well as having plus spell power on my wand. I think this thing would sell for multiple divs, but I need it, so whatever. And then come Tuesday, kept grinding tier 15s, just moving my way through the Atlas mapping. Not really a clear goal in mind. I'm just kind of enjoying doing boss nodes for the most part, making my way to towers, trying to put multiple tablets to really buff up the nodes all around there. And then I'm also enjoying going through the corrupted zones whenever that becomes visible, getting Atlas points in the process of all of this. And I gotta say, again, this whole chaos dot spread build, while it's not super bursty and doesn't have the crazy clear speed of some other classes, it's quite consistent, has decent clear, and maybe best of all, it like rarely dies. I really, really enjoy it. So that is basically where I'm at the moment. Now let's go ahead and move on to my thoughts. So from the start, generally, I gotta say that I think the end game is much improved, which I'm happy to see. There's just far more variety and a lot more interesting stuff going on. The whole new corrupt and cleanse mechanic is neat. Like, as you get closer to the corrupt nexus, the maps actually get more visible corruption in them. Plus, they will spawn corrupt enemies as you kill enemies. And then you have to clear the nexus, you fight that corrupted boss at the end, and then doing this not only gives you Atlas tree points, but it then cleanses those previously corrupted areas, which open up its whole new second mechanic, new enemies, and new rewards. I like the towers. They are infinitely more interesting. being just quite varied based on the surrounding biomes, and they often have a boss fight at the end as well, which I really like. I just find them a lot more engaging than the towers that came out in the early access release. Also, the tablets are just a whole lot better. It's just, it feels more satisfying to go to, clear a tablet, and then just super juice all the maps around them. And so the tablets, you're getting like 20 to 30 nodes in the surrounding area enhanced with whatever mechanic it is, whether you're adding bosses or radiation or adding whatever endgame mechanic you like breaches or expedition, for example. They definitely executed on making towers feel more satisfying. Not only they're more fun to run, but clearing it then means like you got like a whole bunch of mechanics on your surrounding nodes all of a sudden, which is really great. I also like some of the new unique maps that they've added. So Liam and I, just the other day, we played through this map where the light radius was reduced to basically nothing just around the player character. You really couldn't see anything on most of the parameter of the screen. So this caused us to take it slow, which I just found interesting, something a little different. And then also today I found this one unique map called Castaway. It's basically just this island shipwreck where there's tons of gold piles everywhere. You got to cleanse these spirits around the edge of the island, and then you fight a boss. He drops this breaching charge. You take the charge to the center of the map, you blow it up, you get a bunch of gold. That was cool. The Rogue Exiles, these are really fun. They're, again, kind of more challenging fights with some good rewards. I get excited every time I see a Rogue Exile because I know they're gonna probably have some cool gear, a unique item maybe. I've actually found a few good pieces fighting these. I think the Wisp events are really cool as well. In particular, like, I'm a sucker for all these like spectral, ethereal, ghostly spirit animal effects that they have. You'll see like little butterflies or deer walking around, and some of this gets incorporated into whatever boss or whatever rare monster that they enhance at the end. Like, you'll get charging stags of deer or something. I don't know. I just like this stuff. Again, I'm kind of a sucker for these spectral spirit animal stuff, so I like it personally. It's been fun checking out the new uniques and support gems. Again, just some more options to tinker around with, even if a bunch of these end up being kind of useless. It's cool to play around with this stuff. And lastly, I'm just really enjoying the Lich Ascendancy for the Witch. And yeah, this Contagion Essence Drain build has been a lot of fun. I've played around with a few different variants, and I think I've settled on one that I enjoy. Now, that does it for the positive. Let's talk about the pain points. The crashes on Friday, it sucked. Like, it was really bad, really rough stuff. Now, they did fix what was the main issue whenever we were reporting back to town of just getting a hard crash, but they haven't fixed all of the issues. Like I said, I still get a handful of crashes every single day. Hopefully, this is something they continue to work on and get sorted. Also, sort of along the same lines, we've been getting rollbacks that are happening like mid-map and people losing drops as a result. For example, Liam happened to find like this god roll spear, and then right then, at the same time it dropped, he got rolled back, and then all of a sudden the item had no affixes on it. Like, what? He told me it was something that was going to sell for many, many divs, so that sucks, right? That really sucks. We've also seen a handful of bugs here and there as well, like a character getting stuck out of the map or being unable to revive if you happen to die on a boss fight when you're grouped up in a party. So that sucks. Stuff like that we hope gets fixed. But really the biggest issues, and where a lot of the complaints and pain points have been coming from the community, kind of has to do with the difficulty of the game, the pacing of the game, and the player power, and how those things all work together. It seems like in particular right now, the experience of playing through the campaign, it is slow, it feels sluggish, and for a lot of builds and a lot of players, they just feel incredibly weak. Kind of sucks the power out of the whole power fantasy that these games are associated with. Consensus here is just that playing through the campaign right now, with how the balancing and tuning of all those combination of things, it's a bit of a slog. The enemies have way too much life, they take too long to kill. This could be offset if the players are more powerful occasionally, but they just haven't been. The maps are also seemingly too big and annoying to navigate, with a lot of dead ends, causing you to backtrack. Even with the fast travel waypoints that they have, doesn't seem to be enough. And enemies, beyond being really tanky, are so fast for the pace of the game that it looks like they're trying to get us to play at. They want it to be more fast-paced and methodical, but when you get surrounded by these 10 little raptor bird creatures before you can even cast your first parry backflip, it's just not exactly an enjoyable experience. Now, a lot of this becomes less of an issue as you move in later into the game, as you gear up and you get stronger and your builds start to come online. But getting to that point takes like 15 to 20 hours of what a lot of people are describing as and feels like a bit of a slog to try to get through that campaign. And it could even take more than 20 hours depending on the build and character class you happen to pick and whether or not you get lucky with any gear drops at the start of the season. A lot of times, games like this will feel better if you are given these periodic power boosts as you go throughout consistently, whether that comes via a skill upgrade or finding an item drop. The things that just give you massive boosts in power for a period of time. Kind of wants to look like you start off weak, but then you get your first big spell and you get a power spike, and then you get weaker as you progress, but then you get a big weapon drop and you get a power spike, and you want to get power spike, power spike, power spike as you go throughout. But right now it kind of feels like it's just like a flat difficulty, and it's very frustrating the whole time with not enough power spikes in between. If they can address that, whether that's by tuning back mobs, whether that's by slowing down their speed so we can engage with fewer of them and manage them at the more methodical pace, or whether that's by increasing the frequency of item drops or just scaling player damage in a way. We want those. You want those power spikes. It wants to look something like that. That's at least in my humble opinion. Now I gotta say, some of these things, or at least GGG seems aware of it because they have addressed it, aspects of this with several hot fixes released in the first few days. These have been aimed at fixing, of course, the major bugs, dealing with the crashing, but also doing some rebalancing based on some of this early player feedback, or more specifically, based on whatever back-end data they're seeing, right? Like, we know they have the stats, we know they see how often players are dying, how long boss fights are taking, and how much more time are people spending going through the campaign than what they were in the initial release of early access. These hot fixes include things like fixing the crashes that were occurring whenever players ported back to town. Like I said, that was fixed for me by Saturday, along with various other crash and bug fixes, although they've still got more to do. I am still crashing, as mentioned. They massively reduced enemy health. In fact, every single day there was a hotfix to this end, with most every enemy across the board getting some sort of a reduction, with the most extreme example being the minions of rare monsters, who went from having 400% bonus life down to 94. That is a massive nerf. They also fixed this issue where the new warrior ascendancy couldn't be selected. I don't know how that happened, but it did. Now, beyond those hotfixes, we also saw a forum post where they talked with us a bit about some of the major points of player feedback and what they were planning to do about it. So they brought up some Huntress specific concerns where people just weren't loving the general play style and setup required to deal damage. Just a lot of setup before you can actually start damaging the enemy, and the whole parry system with the combos. The flow just didn't seem to be there, and that is something that they're going to look into. Player minion damage and life, if you were playing minion builds like I started out with, they just weren't feeling very good. Looks like this was nerfed more heavily than they intended during the campaign period, and they plan to fix that in the future. Monster life was too high, which, as mentioned, they've already started patching out, and I would not be surprised if we see continuous adjustments in the future. As for the large area sizes, they do intend to scale back many zones in Act 3 in particular, and that was the biggest offender. Act 3 has just these most massive maps. They're going to be tuning them back, especially the one right before you get to draining the swamp for the Aztec temple. That map, going through all of those corridors, it just takes forever. I remember it taking forever when I first played the game back in December and January, so they're going to be working on this stuff. The crashes and disconnects, while they have fixed many of these issues, there's still some that remain to be addressed, and they are going to address them. And then lastly, they wrapped it up by talking about some quality of life features they have planned, like bookmarking locations on the Atlas map, more stash tab affinities, and ways to rebind specters as well as tame beasts so you can more easily play with them again. Now, beyond this, I definitely think that they should maybe consider addressing monster move speed, especially prior to endgame. I think when you get to endgame and your builds start to come online and you're dealing more damage and you're doing more screen clearing, I think it's okay for the monster speed, but working up to endgame where we just don't have that damage output, I think the monsters need to be reined in accordingly if they expect player power to stay where it is in Acts 1 through 3, and then Acts 1 through 3 cool. Also, loot drops, it'd be nice to see those boost up, so again, more player power spikes as we're going through the campaign, just so we get some more meaningful upgrades in that process. All right, that about does it. Now, as mentioned, overall, I have enjoyed this update. I know there was a long list of feedback and pain points, but I've been playing 60 hours since Friday. I got my Witch Lich up to almost level 90 now. I'm clearing tier 15 maps. I'm having a fun time going through that process. I'm going to intend to check out the new class myself as well at some point. Some of those builds, the Whirlwind Twister Tornado thing with 900 tornadoes coming out. That seems, I don't know, it seems like it'd be fun to play around with, but I just couldn't resist it. I really like the witch. I'm hoping the minions get sorted too, because I would like to play a minion build again, but I like my drain life dot spec. It reminds me of playing a warlock in Burning Crusade. Good old days back then. But yeah, that does it for this. Checking out the latest update for Path of Exile 2. Thank you as always for watching. They do seem, and they have seemed receptive to player feedback. I hope they continue this trend, that they continue the hot fixes and updates and patches. Many of the biggest issues that we've been discussing, and that some of which we have touched on in this video. Yeah, although there are definitely some glaring issues, if they can iron those things out, I do like the new stuff, and I really have enjoyed the improvements to the end game, and I just can't wait to see more. Which, speaking of which, this is just one of many upcoming updates between now and the 1.0 launch. In fact, given that this is patch 0.2, presumably we expect 7 and then eventually 8 more similarly sized patches as we go between now and the final 1.0 release. I'm looking forward to see what they've got cooking. Can't wait. That does it for today's video though. Thank you as always for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Take it easy. Oh, and of course, thank you once again to Path of Exile 2 for sponsoring today's video. If you haven't yet already and would like to check out the game, be sure to use my link in the video description below.
Bubble tea is the hottest food and beverage category of the modern age and has been growing nonstop across the West since the early 2010s. Unlike past fads like frozen yogurt and cupcakes, bubble tea has established its staying power as both a product and business. Bubble tea was introduced to the US in the 90s by chains like Quickly and Tapioca Express, but they suffered pioneering costs as their growth was restricted to the predominantly Asian communities of San Gabriel, Sunset, and Flushing. Boba in this era was a cheap $1 to $2 drink made from powdered mixes and non-dairy creamer. Because flavors were identical from chain to chain, these first movers relied on low prices and cross-sell to survive. Bubble tea was an entry-level, low-margin turnkey retail business, and the only way anyone really made money back then was through franchising. While things remained primitive in the West, the industry progressed in the East. Beverages universally have been a low-barrier industry. Real estate requirements are low, product costs are mostly water and prepackaged commodities, and labor is simple as anyone can boil water and pour milk. These factors make beverage-based businesses easy to scale. Starbucks, Dunkin', and Jamba Juice had shown through the 90s how to snowball momentum from a single store into a sprawling franchise empire. New brands like Gongcha and Happy Lemon emerged across Asia, looking to replicate that success in boba. They brewed teas, used real milk, and expanded toppings to make higher quality distinct drinks and diverse menus. This helped broaden appeal, push higher prices, and drive greater consumption. By the 2010s, competition had intensified across China and Taiwan, with each new entrant adding their own spin. Some turned bubble tea into extravagant desserts with cheese foam, cream, candies, and nuts. And others followed the path of third-wave coffee, elevating the drink with fresh fruit, photogenic layers, natural sweeteners, organic milks, and store ambiance. These winning concepts and trends started in Asia and then slowly trickled to the US. While Western companies conventionally look east, bubble tea is the rare industry where it's east going west. China and Taiwan have become saturated with brands and their profits have slowed. But as legacy coffee giants have stagnated, as more Asians have immigrated to America, and Asian American culture has grown, bubble tea in the US has become a gold rush. Americans possess the highest disposable income in the world, have demonstrated their interest in boba, and yet have the lowest familiarity with the product. Asian brands have invested millions of dollars into US franchising and even rewritten their own history for better branding and marketing. Independents have created their own concepts which compete on product and originality. What was once a low-margin niche business in the 90s is now a high-margin, high-cash-flow business that has caught the eye of Starbucks and even fast food chains. As the birthplace of boba in the US and home to the largest population of Asian Americans in the country, there are more bubble tea shops in LA than any
Boba.
where else. Los Angeles represents the forefront as consumption and standards are years ahead compared to any other city in the West. Innovation is a prerequisite to survival. While Asian chains have attempted to dominate Southern California, their franchises never seem to last under the never-ending onslaught of new entrants. In this modern NBA exclusive, we're going on the ground to understand the hidden economics of bubble tea and what it takes to win in this world from the lens of 3 different shops. Los Angeles is massive and every neighborhood is its own market. While retail businesses are conventionally spread out in American urban design, this stretch of land in West LA is an anomaly. Sandwiched between UCLA and Santa Monica, these 3 blocks are prime real estate with unmatched foot traffic and clientele. Some of the city's most popular food and beverage concepts are all clustered here on Sawtelle. It takes 6 minutes to walk from one end to the other, and along the way, customers get to choose from 40 restaurants, 3 cafes, 8 patisseries, 2 bars, and 5 bubble tea shops. Competition here is literally one step away. The density makes business here a true zero-sum game in that any customer that gets bubble tea at one of the 5 boba shops results in a direct loss of income for the other 4. With such material opportunity cost, how do you differentiate and carve out market share on Sawtelle? This is a challenge that Hannah has faced since opening 7 Miles Tea Lab. She entered the industry 5 years ago as a franchisee for one of Taiwan's hottest chains. Coming from China, she knew the business potential for boba, but was content as a newbie tapping into the knowledge and resources of an established brand. But that relationship turned frosty as she lacked the autonomy as a franchisee and the brand lacked flexibility as a franchiser. When things slowed, Hannah came up with 3 new drinks to reignite sales, but it took many months of back and forth with HQ to get approval. What Hannah saw as necessary adaptation and local insight, her franchisor saw as meddling. They would rather keep scaling, even if that meant fitting square pegs into round holes, than to slow down. Ironically, Hannah's 3 drinks became the chain's bestsellers, and this gave her the belief that she could create and capture more value going her own way. She used her developed expertise and connections to try an MVP in a smaller market. The first 7 Miles opened up in Artesia and served as a 2-year-long proving ground before moving on to Sawtelle. And having gone from franchise to independent, Hannah knew firsthand what she could compete on.
The advantage of having a very small brand, of having it born in LA, is the flexibility of knowing your customer and design the right product for the customer you're serving for. This brand is not born in Asia. We're trying to study the people here. It's really scary because when you're coming from a big brand, you definitely have the brand name. But what people don't know is they always have more negotiating power. When they're coming to their inventories, they probably have the first access to the best inventories. Whereas for us, we have to spend time researching and getting it to our hands. That's from the ingredients perspective. Coming from a big brand, if you are one of the franchisees, then you are enjoying the marketing force behind that brand, and you're enjoying a lot of people who are working on logistics, not just the shops. Some of the really bigger brands or some of the mega players probably have the technology to have the cups scanned and have all the ingredients going into their cups, whereas we have to train our people, memorize the recipe, and it takes a lot of training. Also takes a lot of mistakes for them to make a right drinks. The efforts that you're trying to put in your employees are very, very different. They probably can focus on service from their day one. We have to focus on making the drink right from day one. If an employee...
Again. I'm almost...
Oh look, a brand new MMORPG, something I absolutely love to see. Apparently this is called Quinfall, which I'm not really sure about the name, to be honest, but it claims to be, and stop me if you've heard this one before guys, the biggest MMORPG universe in the world. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, biggest in what way, but obviously we've heard a lot of companies over the years say, oh, you know, it's going to be the best thing. I always say, why don't you start with it actually existing first, and then we can move on to, you know, oh, it's going to be the WoW killer. But there's some trailers, there's a lot of images, there's trailers, so we're going to watch this, we're going to do a good old react to it, because why would we do content that requires effort? That's not what this channel's about. So it's a middle-aged themed MMO that involves a cursed crown, a landing chaos, and an overarching mystery. The Alpha Project, oh man, I'm fucking sleep. The Alpha, we'll not read anything else, we'll come back to it I guess, if we're even interested. So we've got a cinematic and we've got a gameplay trailer. It's fucking 12 minutes long. Oh my god, it actually looks kind of good. Okay. Okay. I'm down. Let's go. In-game footage, all dynamic systems in progress, some camera angles adjusted for trailer, no NVIDIA RTX effects were used. This just reminds me of the Raid Shadow Legends ad. You know, when the character with the big old, fat old donkey ass is just walking away from the camera, looking like a fucking centaur. Okay. I don't know. Do I go like really picky mode? Or do I just be like, yeah, it looks alright? I mean, it looks alright, but I don't know. Something about this just seems off. Maybe it'll come to me in a second. I mean, the animations look cool. It just looks... Why is it in slow-mo? I don't know. The animations look really cool. 100%. I don't know if these are pre-made or not. But it just seems very... Obviously it's an alpha, so we can only go on what we can see. But it just seems kind of disconnected. I don't know. I mean, the environments look really nice. 100%, the environments look cool. Oh, cool. Big worm.
That looks shit, dude.
Okay. Okay. I'm interested. Is somebody going to start talking to us now? Is that what's about to happen, or...? It's actually surprising that this is in Unity, you know.
Welcome to the realm of...
I fucking knew it, every time. So this might shed some light on some questions that I'm going to ask, because questions we should always ask is, who the fuck are you? Where's your money coming from? Have you got any fans? Reference for the stream there for you guys, a little bit of an Easter egg. Because obviously when somebody says they're making an MMO, the first question, those are the first questions, but also, are you fucking insane? Do you not like money? Do you love failure? Because it seems like anyone who comes into the MMO space is either got more money than God anyway, and just makes some, you know, cookie cutter, very safe project, and we don't even get many of them anymore unless, you know, they come from South Korea. Or it's somebody that just has no team, very little money, and almost no chance for success unless your name is Albion Online. So, yeah.
Quinfall, adventurer on a trail to the past.
Okay. But I am very surprised it's in Unity, because you never see anything made in Unity anymore. It seems like everything's on the hype train of Unreal Engine 5, which, you know, I'm not going to blame people for that, because Unreal Engine 5 is the hype train.
Lands of Quinfall feature a variety of landforms, mountains, lakes, and rivers that are shaped according to their respective biomes and climates.
Okay.
The local flora also corresponds to the biome.
I like this area.
Cities are strategically spread across cliffs, shores, mountains, and even underground in a vast 2,016 square kilometer land.
Cool.
In this world, seasons and weather conditions like rain and snow interact with your character as well as objects. Plants and some animals may decline in number in certain climates.
I do think one thing that's going to change MMOs forever is probably AI. Once it gets to the point where like dynamic events are being run by AI that is within like a constrained system of parameters of like, we know how we want the world to like roughly end up, but how do we get there? And like putting in a timeline, you know, like generating a world on Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld or something like that, and histories, and, you know, spinning up new shards for people to like log on that has a random world history, and therefore there's just going to be quests pop up and nobody knows what the game's going to be like. Like, you have a foundation, you have a base where there's like, we're just going to go into a fucking mad tangent, by the way, on what I want MMOs to be like. You'll have a base like, oh, we have these classes, we have these rough parameters of what we go into the campaign, for lack of a better word, to start with. But then everything else is like, nobody knows. There's no data mining that's going to ruin the game completely. You're not going to know, because you played before, exactly what's going to happen. The world's just going to spin up. Everyone's going to start in these random locations that are determined by the AI and what's going to be the story. But it's not just going to be procedural generation, which we all know in the vast majority of instances, procedural generation is a little bit, you know, it's a little bit lacking a lot of the times, and we just have these storylines. It's just like, oh, we're in this setting now, and then this thing pops up, and these things happen, and nobody knows what the fuck's going on. It's like a real story and world unfolding. Or maybe we don't get that, and we all die, and MMOs are still shit. More likely that one. Unfortunately.
Some areas may be subjected to floods, and some may surface as a result of drafts. All of these are some of the elements that make up Quinfall's alive and dynamic world.
Okay. I'm just getting Chronicles of Valeria flashbacks from their like trailer footage.
Those who find themselves in Quinfall will not encounter a classic MMORPG experience.
Oh, here we go. I'm not
In
like the
Quinfall,
other girls.
You can visit shops and taverns run by other players, play board games or mini games with others.
Where is the fort?
Even make your own music.
Bo, I need my fort one.
I like the little things in MMOs. I think we have way too little of this sort of stuff. Like the game within the game, the reason to log on other than progression.
Keep in mind that your character is part of a living, breathing world.
I've heard that a
You may
million
not find
times.
smiths and other merchants at certain points in time. To learn more about the world, listen carefully to NPCs.
Or just wait for the YouTuber to tell you how to min-max everything. More like.
Every piece of information you gather and every area or dungeon you visit will broaden your knowledge, allowing you to uncover Quinfall's mysteries and hidden areas. You may
Not
need
very
to
hidden.
find secret passages, solve puzzles, and decipher codes in order to discover some areas. Do not forget that there are various stories and adventures waiting to be uncovered. Some of these puzzles will help you to solve the mystery of Quinfall.
So I wonder
In
how long
Quinfall,
they've been developing
You can
this.
shape your character in any way you want.
Untrue.
There are over 100 details you can change in the face alone. You are able to create a unique character with details like skin color,
Damn, bro, what a
hair,
way to look up.
eyes, and body shape, while tattoos and accessories allow further customization. This world offers you 11 different improvable professions inspired by the Middle Ages. You can hunt for treasures in secret areas, dungeons, open fields, and underwater to find valuable items. You can plant seeds according to landforms and climate and harvest them for farming. If you don't have enough time, you can employ workers or real players and take time off to discover Quinfall.
You can literally
All
be a
professions
field
are
working
related to one another.
peasant.
Cooking
Perfect.
allows one to create meals and desserts that give special powers in different fields. With chemistry, you can obtain formulas and create powerful potions that heal your character or your friends.
Oh, fishing, I'm sold.
You can fish
Where do I
in lakes,
pre-order?
rivers and seas for various species. Some animals in different biomes can be tamed for the production of certain materials with the husbandry profession. You can also extract different resources from trees, plants, and ores in various areas. This allows you to level up your...
I wonder if they're going to talk about like more the nuts and bolts of like the fuck is the game? Is it sandbox full loop PvP? Like is it theme park? Like what is the game? From like you know, put some words on it. Obviously they're giving us features here, but I mean like what is the core focus? They say not a traditional MMO, which what does that mean?
Profession level. Keep in mind that every item you gather is extremely
It looks like a
vital for your
sandbox, but to
survival
what
and
extent?
progress.
Look at the animation.
If you wish, you can choose to develop your hunting profession by hunting animals.
Man, it feels like this trailer's like an hour long. Okay. And I don't feel like it needed to be. Oh, baby.
Caravan and merchant mounts can also be tamed and upgraded, which allows you to deliver goods faster and trade efficiently. Each mount provides different advantages in different areas. In a 2016 square kilometre land, improving your riding mount will grant you much useful speed. To obtain new mounts, you can tame wild animals, breed existing ones, or buy from stables.
Always been a big fan of taming and breeding.
The story of Quinfall allows you to use items that originate from different ages or ancient times, and even travel in time.
Hey yo, Mandy Crush. What's up, yo? What up, man? I'm good. Just chilling. What are you up to, man? Watching my stream with some snacks. What kind of snacks you eating? Lace? Doritos? Party-sized Doritos? Peanut butter cookies. Peanut butter cookies. Really? Never heard that one. Peanut butter cookies. You put peanut butter on top of the cookies? No, seriously, dude. I understand maybe cookies with milk? Who the hell does that? I'm from the US, man. Wait, where are you from? You're also from the US. Texas. Oh, okay. I have no idea. Texan, you guys, I don't know, dude. I'm from the West Side, dude. I'm from Cali. I've never heard that one, dude. Cookies with milk, maybe. That one's all right, but peanut butter with cookies, I don't know. But I mean, as long as it tastes good, you know, that's good. I'm not, you know, saying anything is bad or anything, dude. I'm not saying it's bad. Just I've never heard of it. Peanut butter cookies are better. Peanut butter cookies are very popular here. Oh, really? That's actually good to know, man. I'll try it. You know what? I'm gonna try it. Peanut butter with cookies. I'm gonna try that shit. I'm gonna buy cookies, and then I have peanut butter here, so I need to buy cookies. No. What? What's wrong? Oh. Those cookies were made with peanut butter. I thought cookies with peanut butter on top of it. Like, these are classic cookies made with peanut butter as the main ingredient. Give them the rich, nutty flavor. Is that a brand? Is that a homemade? Or is that... Did you buy that from somewhere? What's the name of the brand? Or did you just made that up? What's the name of the brand? Wait, let me Google it. You know what? Let me Google it. Peanut butter cookies. Actually exists. What the fuck? Great Valley. What about this brand? What about this brand? What you think? Peanut butter and co. I mean, it's chip. Or it's cookie, I mean, same shit. I'm gonna try it. You know what? I'm gonna buy. I'm gonna try it. Peanut butter cookies. Do you dip that shit? Do you dip that shit in milk or whatever? Or you just eat it as a whole? Oh, you cook them by yourself. Nice. Oh, you know how to bake. Wait, how long does it take? Let me Google it. Peanut butter. Prep time is 15 minutes. Cook time is 10 to 12 minutes. So about 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm looking at the ingredients right now. Right here. That's a lot of fucking ingredients, dude. A lot. That's a lot, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, dude, I'm just gonna buy it. Fuck that, dude. You gotta take me. It's gotta take me an hour to do that shit. I'm talking about like the entire thing. Or more than an hour. So I'm just gonna buy that shit, dude. Whatever I can get from Walmart. Or Costco. What? Okay. So you're eating peanut butter cookies, great value, right? That's what you're... That's what you bought, right? I mean, you said... Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm so expert in baking. Oh, you're a fucking... Oh, never mind. I take it back. You said you bake. Never mind. Damn. When did you start learning baking, dude? Yeah, great value. Isn't like great value the cheapest one? Pick one of those like generic brand? Yeah. A lot of brands. Okay. A lot of brands. But the ones that I saw, I'd probably use that one. Or probably get that one. Peanut butter and co. Grandma's, great value, etc, etc. Okay. Did you add chocolate on your peanut butter cookies? Or it's just plain peanut butter cookie? Nice. You're getting a lot. Oh, plain Jane. Okay. This plain. I'm gonna try it. Never heard that one. Dang. Which game are you playing right now? I'm playing Ragnarok online. It's an old ass game, dude. It's like a early 2000 game. I played this when I was younger. It's an MMORPG. You haven't played it yet? Have you played MMORPG before? Pretty sure you played WoW, huh? I mostly play FPS games, you know. Oh, just FPS? Okay. You never played MMORPG? That is interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. You never played any other genre? Just FPS? Like I play a variety of FPS games on stream. Oh, okay. I mean, I played FPS, yeah. 'Cause everybody knows that shit. One of the most popular, you know, genre. FPS. Like, you know, Fortnite. No. That's not. That's the third person. The Counter-Strike, Apex. Which FPS games you play? I play mainly CS:GO. CS2, not CS:GO. CS2. That's my main FPS. What kind of FPS you playing? Valorant, Marvel Rivals. Marvel, I would say, is third person. Apex sometimes I play in. Oh, R6, okay. Yeah, Valo. I played Valo too. Fortnite, I played a little bit, but never actually got serious with that one. I'm not really a fan of it. I played PUBG. PUBG, Valo, CS, R6, and then that's it. But I mostly I play Marvel Rivals and Fortnite. Damn, Fortnite's still a thing? I know Marvel's like really, you know, popular right now. Third person with like powers and shit. It's kind of like Overwatch, but third person, right? I don't know if you played Overwatch before. Those two games are my main for your stream. Yep. The difference for me for Overwatch and Marvel, as a, I guess, an audience, like someone who watches it, Marvel is a lot easier to follow than Overwatch, because Overwatch is like first person and it's fucking messy. Marvel's, you can see it, like, you know, from different angles. So Marvel's a lot, you know, it's a lot more chill. No, I never played Marvel's. I've seen it, I've watched it. I thought it's pretty good. Because it's the third person, yeah. It's a lot, you know, it's just visually, or if you're an audience, or if you just watch it, it's a lot easier to follow. I mean, Overwatch's dying, dude. I don't know who still plays Overwatch, man. I'll try it someday, yeah. Because none of my friends play that. None of my friends play Overwatch, dude. They like... I don't know any people who play Overwatch, man. It's a dead game. Oh, thanks for the follow, man. Thanks. Appreciate that. Hold up. I'll follow this. Yep. Right now, I'm streaming every day. Pretty much every single day. I am unemployed. I'm still looking for a job. I'm doing pretty much streaming, hobby, and basically hobbies. like tailoring, cobbling. Those are the things that I do. Like streaming, gaming, cobbling, tailoring. Pretty much that's it. And then a little bit of workout. Those are the things that I do. I mean, for now, this is a hobby for me, so yeah. You're also a streamer? Yeah, I followed you. I checked out your page, and yep, I followed you. How long have you been streaming, dude? Yep, you're welcome. Very welcome. Like a week ago? You started a week ago? No way. You have 1.5k followers already. That's fast, yo. In 1 week? Just kidding. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. I'm like, what the fuck? 1.5k followers in 1 week? What were you doing? Like, are you a well-known streamer or a person? I want to see my reaction. It's like, that is like, it's so unbelievable. Like 1 point. Yep. I was like, oh, I was about to ask you, like, what are your secrets, yo? What are your secrets? Okay. Alright. See ya, man. Thanks for watching. See you later. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Why is he here? Damn, this guy is here. What the fuck is he farming here? Fuck. There's two of us here. What is he doing here? Shit, he learned my spot. Fucker.
Yeah.
We got one card and 6 bows. That'd be nice. Alright, it's over. I need to head back. Time to head back. Damn, I got 4K. Okay, time to upgrade. Let's see. Let's do here. Hold up, hold up. Okay, let's go. Please. Let's go. 2. +9, +9. Good, it's good. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Yes, save limit. No! It failed. Fuck's sake, man. Save limit. Two. Yes. Come on, dude. Picking. Ready at 9. Wow, it broke already. Jesus. Alright, we got last one. Yep, broke. Alright, last one standing. Broke again! All of them. Fuck. All of it broke. $7 million. I mean, $8 million. Damn. I had 40. Oh, I had 40 freaking bows, man. They all failed.
It's like they're bad. Like right when you were healing, I should have just went over there.
He's going to gas? Or are you going to bank?
I was looking our back. Like the entire time I was aware of what was behind us.
Lucky day. Today is an unlucky day. Super unlucky. Anyway, I'm done streaming. It's over. I'm gonna stream tomorrow again. Alright guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you're on YouTube, subscribe. If you're on Twitch or Kick, follow me. I'm gonna stream tomorrow again. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.